goals. And this year we're looking at conditions, composition, climate action, and some other issues. And we're actually launching the next edition of the Fashion Transparency Index tomorrow. I've just been on for the last hour and a half on our press call to launch the index. And we have 220 indicators in this edition. And it covers a really wide range of social and environmental topics, ranging from animal welfare to due diligence, gender equality, recycling, working conditions. And of course, unfortunately, I can't disclose any results until after midnight tonight, but we do find that brands tend to disclose a lot more about their policies than how they put those policies into practice, particularly about the impact they have on the lives of workers and the environment. So, for instance, just to take one example, a couple of years ago, a really big project we worked on was the Garment Worker Diaries, which was the biggest ever survey of garment workers in Bangladesh, India and Cambodia. And we were part of interviews of 540 workers over the course of an entire year. And we found that 60% of the garment workers reported gender-based discrimination, over 15% reported being threatened, and 5% had been hit. So when we look at last year's index, even though slightly more than a third of brands had policies, they supported women's empowerment projects, only 3 brands actually published any data on the prevalence of gender-based violations in supplier facilities. So there's a real gap between what brands say they're doing and say they want to do and what they're disclosing about how that's actually put into practice.
Do you think the importance of transparency has increased due to COVID-19? And how can, kind of talking about what you were just piggybacking off of your last question or statement, can brands be more open about their buying practices?
Yes, I mean, this crisis has proved really exactly why transparency in the fashion industry is so vital. We've seen some brands being transparent with their supplier partners, but most brands have not. And actually in tomorrow's Fashion Transparency Index report, you'll be able to find out a lot more about what brands are disclosing about their purchasing practices and what they're doing to be good business partners to their suppliers. So do brands publish a responsible exit strategy, which disclose the progressive steps they're taking when they stop working with a supplier, rather than just a cut and run approach? How many brands are disclosing the percentage of orders with on-time payments made to suppliers? And how many brands disclose a policy to pay their suppliers within a maximum of 60 days in line with the UK's prompt payment code, for instance? And I think in order to build a more responsible fashion industry, as we eventually come out of the other side of this global crisis, Fashion Revolution is calling upon brands and retailers to disclose much more information about how they work with their suppliers, their purchasing practices, their pricing model. And these purchasing practices have a really direct impact on the ability of factories to pay their workers on time, especially in unprecedented situations such as the ones we find ourselves in now. And payment terms will be really important as the industry starts to recover, because suppliers have absorbed a lot of extra costs during these times, and they may not be able to pre-finance the cost of raw materials and paying for the production of garments as they have done in the past. So if major brands and retailers publish this sort of information, then stakeholders and their customers can start to hold them to account in this sort of situation unfolding now, where brands are just stopping and delaying payments and they're cancelling orders from their suppliers, really with little regard as to how this is going to affect livelihoods of some of the most vulnerable workers across fashion supply chains.
So I've been very vocal, and I agree 100% with you that it's a supply chain, right? And you're only as strong as your weakest link. And what we're seeing right now is the brands and the retailers almost pitted against, I'm sorry, the brands and the retailers and the factories pitted against each other. And that's not the way forward. But obviously the factories are getting a lot of the pain right now. As you mentioned, the cancellations are hitting them, orders that have been shipped Payment's been deferred, new orders that are being placed. There's new payment terms that are being implemented. This is all unilateral. This is not mutually agreed upon. But what would you say for the brands and retailers that argue back and say, we don't have any money, we're furloughing, we're laying off, we have liquidity problems? How should brands and retailers manage this period of time and manage their relationships with the factories right now?
Exactly. I mean, this is really complicated, and a lot of the brands that we've heard about, certainly the big retailers in the UK, some of them who have committed to only pay a small percentage of the costs are some of the big supermarkets who are not only still open, but their business is booming because they are the only places which are open, but they're jumping on that bandwagon and trying to negotiate as hard as they can. It seems to me that brands have actually learned very little, surprisingly little, since the Rana Plaza factory collapse, which turned into a huge PR disaster for many brands who didn't accept responsibility in a timely manner. And once again, it just feels like many brands and retailers are evading responsibility and its associated costs. And in the social responsibility pages, their websites and their CSR reports, which we've trawled for hundreds of hours for the research for the Fashion Transparency Index, they're referring to these suppliers as partners. But really, when it comes down to the wire, one of these partners is paying the price and the other one's doing a runner. Many of these brands have made billions of dollars in profits every year. And there's really no doubt in my mind that they have the resources, they have those lines of credit, they have the ability, and notwithstanding the moral imperative, to fulfill their obligations to their suppliers. And really, it comes down to a question of priorities, the shareholders or the workers. And it's nothing short of a scandal that people already living in poverty, in low-wage economies and with no safety net, should bear the brunt of brands' unethical and in most cases unlawful behaviour. So what should they do now? Well as honouring their contracts now, brands and retailers need to do so much more to protect some of the most vulnerable workers in the supply chain. For instance, home workers provide really a significant support to the global fashion industry. And that's not just the high street, that's some of the top luxury brands as well. But as most of them aren't in any kind of legally recognised employment, most of them are unable to access any form of support, either from the brands or from the government. And migrant workers were another group who are particularly vulnerable. Not only may they have lost their income, but also potentially their accommodation, or they're in crowded dormitory rooms hundreds of miles away from their families. So brands need to do much more to support the most vulnerable workers at this time, and really to make sure that poverty and hunger don't prove more of a threat to workers than the virus itself. And then beyond the crisis, we really need to see brands and retailers creating models which ring-fence wages and other labour costs in price negotiations. Because when I was in Bangladesh, I was told that brands were paying between 3 and 5% less to the factories every year. And consequently, it's the workers' wages and the workers' rights which are being squeezed. So this is something which really needs to happen. I mean, it's going to be a complex issue. It's going to need collective action. It's going to need transparency. But we have to make sure that the people working in supply chains have fair and decent wages, so they have savings to fall back on in this kind of situation.
Well, I think that deflationary model that you're speaking to also, not to put the consumers on blast, but what role do the consumers play in all of this? Because the reason prices are going down at the factory level is because year after year, the prices at retail are going down. They become more and more promotional. People only want to shop when there's a sale. So we're seeing cost of goods go up. We're seeing in many countries the minimum wage of labor go up. Raw materials obviously are depressed right now due to demand, but they have gone up. All costs have gone up. Cost of sustainability has gone up. Cost at retail has gone down, which has created a huge margin compression. And so, what role do consumers play in this role of transparency?
Yes, you're right. I mean, I completely agree that we all need to start paying a little more for our clothing. But at the same time, the labour costs are such a small percentage, often between 1% and 3% of the retail cost of a garment. And it's been estimated that putting as little as 25 pence onto the cost of an item of clothing made in Bangladesh would guarantee a fair wage for the workers. I know in our first fanzine, Money, Fashion, Power, we did an estimate of a €30 t-shirt, which isn't the cheapest t-shirt, and it was about €38 onto the retail price to actually pay a fair wage to the workers, including all of the markups through the supply chain. So I think, everybody does need to start paying a little bit more money to guarantee those living wages. But also consumers need to be using their voices and their power to hold brands and retailers to account, to ask who made my clothes. So at the moment we have an email form on the homepage for our website. We've heard from brands and retailers that actually petitions aren't very effective. They don't think it's their customers who sign this sort of thing. What's really important to them is getting emails from their customers. So we have a pre-populated email tool, which thousands of people have signed already. And you can just put the brand's name in, and it will automatically send an email to the brands that you shop from to ask them what they're doing. Are they going to guarantee to pay for their contracts and to pressurize the brands to do more in this kind of situation? And this sort of nuanced messaging is really important to try to get brands to move in the right direction. So asking who made my clothes just lets them know that their customers care, and they expect better in this kind of situation.
I know it sounds crazy to think that, a quarter could make such a difference for the livelihoods of people around the world. But I can tell you, in my experience, I have lost orders in the past over 2 cents, 3 cents, 5 cents. I used to joke that I have to negotiate in rupees in order to get an order done. And that's how really it's coming down to pennies at the end of the day. And it's horrible. And having said that, you said something before about the partnership, and this has become almost a mockery if you think of it, because we're seeing that it's not really a partnership at all. I was talking to a factory last week, and he says, Eddie, when I'm 2 or 3 days late, I air the goods. That's my expense. If there's the slightest quality issue, if the sticker's on the wrong side of the box, I have a chargeback. Anything, that happens, I have to pay for. But here, where there's a little bit of pain on the other side, I can't hold anyone accountable. So it's a one-sided relationship. So do you think, because it's almost impossible right now for the relationship to be managed on its own, does the government have to intervene at all? Or do you think this could be solved between the brands and the retailers and the factories themselves?
Yes, I mean, it takes a long time to bring about policy change. So I think in this instance, yes, we do need to rely on the governments in countries like India, Bangladesh to step in. But at the moment, that safety net is often only available, as I was saying, to those workers who are formally employed in the factories, and it doesn't cover the subcontractors, the home workers, so many people who are working, the girls under 16 who are part of the Sumangali system, who aren't on the books of the ginning mills and places like that. But generally, regulation is certainly key to getting the laggards to move. And legally required due diligence and reporting is already starting to happen in several countries. It came in France in 2019 with their Loi de Vigilance. And when we do our Fashion Transparency Index research, we find that a lot of the brands, particularly those who aren't disclosing much information at all, are only disclosing in their modern slavery statements and their California supply chain statements. So we really do believe that governments can have a really important role to play in order to push those laggard brands to move. And really, in an age of climate breakdown, voluntary measures and intangible support which lack legislation just aren't going to save us.
So you and I have had several conversations about expedition voyage, but for those that are not familiar with this, or you're even wondering, what does that even have to do with fashion? Can you just tell the audience, a little bit about this?
Yes, and I've just come back last month from a really exciting voyage. I sailed over 2,000 nautical miles from the Galapagos to Easter Island into the South Pacific Gyre, which is one of the areas of accumulation of microplastics in the world, as part of a multidisciplinary, all-female crew. It's part of a 2-year, it's actually become a 3-year now, round-the-world voyage, and it will gather the first ever global data set of microplastic pollution and toxics in the ocean. And this is really important for brands and retailers because we will analyse what types of polymers there are. And those brands who really are committed to reducing microfibres and microplastics will be better able to understand the density, the distribution in the oceans, so they can then prioritise actions to reduce those areas of greatest impact. And we'll also be looking at the chemicals which are in and on the clothing. These are often chemicals which will leach out of the clothing, and they can affect our health and our fertility. And for Fashion Revolution Week, which starts today, we have a new Fashion Revolution hashtag which has been launched, What's in My Clothes? And by introducing this new campaign collection, this new campaign question, we're hoping to shed light on those hidden substances within our clothing. And I was really shocked when I looked at last year's Fashion Transparency Index that only a third of brands are disclosing their restricted substances list. So this is disclosing the chemicals which are or aren't allowed into our clothing. And it's also surprising that just 19% of brands are reporting on any kind of progress towards eliminating the use of hazardous chemicals. So in this year's index, which is going to be launched tomorrow, we're also looking at what brands are doing in terms of microfibres. So are they investing in any kind of innovation, testing? Are they part of any microfibre task force, for example? So that's another new question on this year's index.
So I have just one last question because we're running out of time and I want to go to Q&A. But Jordana mentioned this, you just brought it up, Fashion Revolution Week. Can you just tell us what this is? You said it started today. Just give us a little bit of a background on this.
Yes, I mean, this is the 7th year this is the 6th year we've run Fashion Revolution Week. It's 7 years since the Rana Plaza factory collapse. And we have a week of activities taking place all around the world. And we have so many things happening this week. We have Fashion Open Studio, which is the first international fashion showcase to have produced an entirely digital schedule. So if you look for Fashion Open Studio, there's actually a separate website with information about all of the events. You can go inside of the studios and have conversations with some of the world's top designers, sustainable designers, and there's hundreds of events taking place. We have Fashion Question Time, which normally takes place in the past in the Houses of Parliament in the UK. Last year it was at the Victoria and Albert Museum, and this will take place online as well, tackling the theme mass consumption, the end of an era, a theme which was selected several months ago, and couldn't feel more appropriate at this time. And as in all previous years, we want people to start asking those questions to brands and retailers. Who made my clothes? What's in my clothes? And we want designers, producers, community groups, artisans, factory workers, factories to show us photographs of all of the people in our supply chain using the hashtag #IMadeYourClothes.
So, Carrie, why don't we hop right into some Q&A? I see a bunch of questions popping up now. Here's an audience question to Carrie. I am a student going into sustainability studies. Do you think this is an appropriate time to request an internship in the field?
Yes, I mean, I think it's hard right at the moment, obviously, because we don't know when brands and retailers are going to be reopening. We don't know when designers are going to be back at work again. So, obviously not right at this moment. But I think it's really hard to know what brands' priorities are going to be as we come out of this global crisis as well. I mean, we have heard that almost everybody in some of the sustainability departments have been laid off. I mean, I'm guessing they're some of the first workers and they're seen as being of the least priority. And it's quite shocking at how many brands have furloughed nearly everybody in their departments. So I think it's a really good time to be going into this field because we do need revolutionary change. We have to have revolutionary change, and we have to make sure that actually this crisis that we work together, because this change isn't going to happen on its own. These brands are going to be coming out of the other side of this crisis with huge quantities of stock, with dents to their profits, and they're going to be wanting to sell harder and faster faster than they ever have done before. So we have to make sure sustainability is on their agenda. So certainly to my mind, it's a really appropriate time to be going into this field.
All right, let's take another question. Did you ever try to get influencers involved in your campaigns to mobilize the consumers and hence the retailers?
Yes, we did in the first year. We had an amazing photo shoot with Trevor Layton, who's one of the world's top portrait photographers, and we had quite a raft of different influencers, from members of parliament to Olympians to television presenters. And we've had different influencers involved. And then the last few years, we've very deliberately stepped back from using influencers, which is probably a good thing at the present time, because I think, we've seen quite a backlash against influencers. And we've seen that the people who are important in this pandemic are the people like the garment workers, the people making the masks. We've got new heroes these days, and that's really great. That's why we want to celebrate them. And I've been so excited to see over the last few days some of these big brands actually celebrating the people who are making the personal protective equipment. So Gildan, for example, which is a huge global brand, is putting photographs of workers online every day in their factories all around the world making the PPE, and they all have posters saying, "I made your mask." So these are the kind of people that we want to be celebrating. These are the heroes at the moment.
All right, so last question. Actually, this one I think is for me. Another question to you, Edward. How do you feel communication is changing as far as news and press? Is this part of the industry that is growing due to people wanting solid and real information? I guess how I would answer that is, I feel a commitment, although it's very hard at times to report some of this news. As we mentioned, some of my customers, some of my paying customers, to put them on blast, exposing some of their practices. It's a very difficult thing to do, because you're trying to think about the commercial aspect of your business, but you have to think about what information does the industry need? How can you give vital information to the factories? Also, if a retailer is struggling and the factor community is not supporting them, you want to make that information available so that wholesalers know maybe it's a risk, maybe factories know it's a risk. I think also, this is not a time for fluff. This is a time for real. Like last night we broke. I had a writer at 10 o'clock at night writing about how duty could be. This is crucial information that, in the history of sourcing, I've never seen so many people on the site, because this is information that's going to make or break someone's business. If they could defer something for, 90 days, that helps with liquidity. So yes, I think that I used to say sourcing is the new black. It used to not be sexy. Now we're realizing that supply chain logistics, sustainability, all this is vital to one's success. Anyway, I know we're out of time. Carrie, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for everything that you do for the industry. And thank you to Fashinnovation for having us. All right, and we're out.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, so I just want to, first of all, thank you so much, Giulio Bonazzi, for being a part of our
Thank
conference.
you.
And I want to announce just before you start, for everybody, Giulio Bonazzi is the founder of Aquafil, Econil. He was a Fashinnovation in the past at a live summit. I'm just thrilled to have all of you here. So much inspiration that will come out from him today as far as the industry goes, supply chain, but also knowledge in the industry. So thank you, Giulio. I'll let you take it over from here.
Thank you. Well, I have enough of people saying that this is someone else's fault. It is our fault. It is our responsibility. And this is so true for COVID-19, as well as for the climate change and the environmental problem caused by the fashion and textile industry. And this is because everything is interconnected today. With our wrong behavior, we have tilted the healthcare system capacity in different countries like Italy, for example. And now we are in lockdown, and guys, believe me that I am in lockdown almost for 2 months, because to flatten the curve, it is necessary to learn how to live with this virus until we find a final solution. We need to buy time, and this is also what the textile and fashion industry needs to do quickly and seriously. Good news, this is possible, and there are multiple evidences that depend on us and from our actions. There are nations, and I will take the example of South Korea, that have managed the situation properly and much better than others, and this for 3 basic reasons: a legislation, a proper education, and also a good organization. And people don't know, or not many of us know, that the day one for South Korea has been January the 19th, when a lady arrived at the airport of Seoul from Wuhan. But she was thermoscanned at the airport, and due to her higher temperature, she was immediately texted. And the result, she was positive to COVID-19. At this point, a system starts with a legislation of pre-existing law for the use of travel information of confirmed patients, pre-existing government units in the ministries of health, welfare, foreign affairs, regional municipalities, and even the president's office to mobilize rapidly. So they didn't have to wait weeks or months. Even basic living expenses measured to cover immediately the first isolation month, because of course, if you don't work, you don't earn your money to buy your food. Education, the experience came from the past, and it came from 2015 MERS and 2003 SARS pandemic problem. Transparency and accurate information on the virus, trust for scientists, doctors, and experts, higher social public trust, civic awareness created cooperation, not people fighting like crazy because of different political parties. Organization, rapid production of detection kits by South Korean biotech industry. This is very much important. Testing also asymptomatics, contact tracing, tracking system, and organized healthcare. So everything was already prepared, waiting for the problem and in order to minimize the results. And you can see the difference, because in Korea, of course, everything was much less problematic than we are suffering in the rest of the world. But don't panic. It actually depends on us. It depends on us for COVID-19 as for sustainable fashion. We can be the solution with our actions. We just need to decide if we want to be the guest stars or just complaining, doing nothing. And rather than simply reacting to disasters such as the virus or as the environmental disaster, we should design economies, societies, and products to avoid the devastation of our planet and to avoid the climate change. So please, let's copy South Korea and learn from our mistakes. In reality, today, we have an incredible opportunity because we have to restart the system and we can design it for a better future. And ECONYL is part of this new world. But when I started this incredible journey, I found lots of bumps. You can imagine myself trying to explain in 2008 to bankers and to financial community that I wanted to stop using oil. And instead of using oil, I wanted to start recycling waste and to make beautiful products. You can imagine when I say to them that when I see a landfill, I see a gold mine. They were jumping out of their chairs, leaving my room saying, I will never borrow you a penny. Well, luckily the system worked, and it is very, very much necessary because our incredibly beautiful industry today is already one of the most polluting one. And if we do nothing, it will become, before year 2050, the most polluting one, counting for 26% of the global CO2 emissions. This, of course, cannot last. It cannot be like that. Today, one garbage truck of clothes is sent to landfill every second. And this is enough to fill the Empire State Building every day. And today, we have another problem. Face masks. So we need them to protect ourselves and of course to protect our people. They are mandatory. And not all of you are so lucky to have one of these made with ECONYL shell that we can clean, reuse, and recycle a multiple number of times. We are almost 7.5 billion people in our planet Earth. So theoretically, we need billions of masks every day. And what kind of waste are they? Are they a simple one or a biological waste? So with ECONYL, we can contribute to change the world, as we discussed for COVID-19. Also for the fashion industry, we need 3 basic things. And gosh, they sound very much the same ones of the one of COVID-19 for South Korea. Legislation, education, and eco-design. Well, yes, maybe they are the same. But what is ECONYL? ECONYL is a beautiful yarn, but a very different story. Because instead of coming from waste, instead of coming from oil, it comes 100% from waste. And very nasty ones, such as fishing nets, carpet waste, plastic scraps, and other waste coming from the textile and the plastic industry. But the result is beautiful product. So no waste out. It's just, products such as swimming wear, rain jackets, raincoats, or even sunglass frames, backpacks from Prada, Burberry raincoats, and several other products coming from the real estate industry, like carpets, rugs, tables, sofas, or chairs. Nylon is an incredible material, really, that can deliver a multiple number of solutions. It's endless, doesn't need or doesn't give any limitation to designers. And it's a different way of recycling, because instead of being recycled once or twice, typical example, if bottle to fiber and fiber to grave, in this case, if you give me back your product at the end of use, like you give me back your carpet, I can give you the fiber and the fabric for your next swimwear. And at the end of use, if you give me back your swimwear, I can give you a pair of beautiful sunglasses. And this time and time again, infinitely. It's really different. So I can say that it's really circular economy in action. It's not recycling economy, but we go from linear economy, so take, make, waste, disposing, to circular one. So we take raw material from the planet only once, and then we can use them forever without depleting our natural resources. And this is the reason why a lot of fashion brands, very important ones, such as Gucci, Stella McCartney, Prada, Burberry, Breitling, I can mention really thousands of companies, are using ECONYL as their ingredient when they really need nylon. And with ECONYL, we can change the world. But in order to do this, we need, just like in the case of COVID-19, three basic factors: legislation, education, and eco-design. And if I want to make an example for legislation, I'd like to mention the carpet waste problem as a textile example of extended producer responsibility. In California, they approved a special legislation with the aim of recycling carpets, because carpets are a huge problem in the country. About 4 billion pounds of carpets are discarded in US each year. And a similar amount is discarded in Europe as well as in Asia Pacific region. So they created a legislation based on assessment paid by consumer, with the aim of creating the money in a circular way to improve the supply chain for carpet recovery and recycling, in order to allow a totally new industry around recycling of carpets, with the amazing results of changing the recycling rate of this particular state from the 5% of national average to 24%. And of course, creating also new jobs, because you have to have people collecting the carpets, people dismantling the carpets, and then recycling all the secondary raw material. We at Aquafil, we have set up 2 carpet recycling facilities, one which is located in Phoenix, Arizona, and the second one which is under commissioning in Woodland, Sacramento. And each of them can process around 36 million pounds of carpet each year. And this is, of course, a remarkable amount. Think that they correspond to about 27 Airbus A380. So the weight of 27 of the giant of the sky each year, each plant. I mean, and if you make all the carpets with nylon, we can recycle 100% of them, not only 25. So this is really incredible. And when I go to education and eco-design, I would like to mention my favorite example, which is the Infinity jacket made by Napapiri, which is a brand of WF Group. And let me share with you a video, hoping that is going to work. what's the magic of this project? There is a combination of new process and new product, because the product has been redesigned with the idea of using one single material. So there is one mono material, which is nylon 6, and this is used for the shell fabric, for the lining, for the fillers, for the zippers, for the fasteners, for the ropes. So 100% of this jacket, which is the iconic jacket of Napapiri, is made with nylon 6. And this, of course, will make its recycling very easy. Then when it is sold, there is a special QR code, so you can apply and register. And after at least 2 years of use, because they don't want to encourage fast fashion, you can take it back to the shop. So the idea is what? To take it back, to collect, and of course to send it back to us in order to be regenerated by our ECONYL system, and at this point to deliver a new yarn for a new fabric for the next generation of jackets or for the next generation of product. So there is a bit of education and a bit of eco-design. Without redesigning things, it is very difficult to really turn the system from linear to circular. And let me conclude with this. Again, it depends only on us. We just need to begin with the end in mind. And when we make a product like fashion, which for me is like art, at this point, we don't make trash and we imitate nature. And everything at the end is becoming a nutrient for the next circle of life in a perfect equilibrium. Thank you. Shall I answer to these questions?
Yes.
Okay, so I read the question and then I answer, or everybody can read the questions?
You would have to read the question and then ask.
Okay, question. Hi, Julia. A lot of smaller companies struggle to meet the minimum order quantities for yarn, such as ECONYL and other sustainable yarns. What would you recommend as a strategy for overcoming this as smaller business? Well, actually, in our case, it can be different because being ECONYL exactly identical of the nylon yarns coming from oil, but it just comes from waste, we have no, for our standard products, minimum quantities. Yes, of course, if you are looking for something very special, we are normally asking for a minimum quantities of production, because of course, you know, small runs are not so easy during fiber extrusion. But if you buy standard products, even specialty ones, but I mean something that can be microfibers or whatever, normally we are able to follow your request. The second question, how can you make sure that products come back to you at the end of the life cycle? I can imagine that some companies mix the ECONYL with other materials. This impacts the circularity, right? How do you deal with that? Well, we are at the beginning of the circular economy systems, and the one of Napapiri is the very first example. Presently, we are recycling a lot of fabric scraps pre-consumer. So we have a lot of agreements with garment makers and fashion companies to collect the fabric trims and to take them back. Consider that fabric trims and fabric waste during manufacturing are by far non-recycled. Only 3% of these streams are currently recycled. In the case of the agreements with our customers, we can collect them, take them back. You can imagine that we're collecting waste from China and taking back in Europe, and we can recycle them. Basically, for us, the problem is to collect nylon, you know. So if you mix it with other nylon fabrics or nylon waste, for us, this is not a problem. If, of course, you are giving back other kind of fiber waste, this is a problem for us. The third question is coming from Dana Davis. Can you take back ECONYL that has been blended with spandex of high content, which is used for swimsuits? We are looking for a take back to make this material circular. Hi, Dana. Thank you for the question. Our first take back system has been organized between Aquafil, us, and Speedo. And Speedo, of course, is making swimwear, as well as we work a lot with warp knitting companies making fabric for the swimming industry. And yes, we can take back even fabric with the 20 or 25% of spandex inside, and we can recycle the nylon, which is part of the fabric. We cannot yet recycle the spandex, but at least the nylon, which is 75 to 80%, is recyclable, and this is not giving us any problem. So normally, when you find the agreement with us and you use ECONYL, you can also find the agreement and to send back the final swimwear or the scraps or the waste of a swimwear production. Another question from Pradeep. Hi, Julia. What is the impact of ECONYL in regards to microfibers? That's a very good question. Because, of course, the problem is not only to make a beautiful yarn starting from waste, but also to make it using a renewable energy, to make it without polluting the environment, and of course, to make a fabric that doesn't release microfibers. According to all our tests, our nylon continuous filament are not releasing microfibers. But in order to make sure that it is not just Giulio saying this, we have made a very important research and development exercise with the biggest National Research Institute, and we have established a methodology to measure microfilaments in the air and in the water, and also to recognize where they are coming from. And we are now pushing in order to make this system the one which is accepted by the legislation and by the European community, because presently people don't know, but there isn't a system that can measure microfibers. Yes, everybody knows that microfibers exist, but nobody has a system which has been standardized. So we hope that our work will deliver a system that will make, how can I say, clear where the microfibers are coming from. And this is very important. Paul is asking, how do you guarantee traceability? If you, I don't know where you are living, but should you live in Europe exists the European community, and the European community is forcing the recycling industry to very strict, how can I say, registration and paperwork. So the bureaucracy involved with recycling is unbelievable. I always like to mention this. When you create aquaculture cages, very often you have material that are considered as hazardous at the end of its use. So you can use them to grow fishes that you are going to eat, but at the end of the life of the nets, you cannot transport those nets, just to make an example. So if you want to be a recycling company and you don't want to be jailed in Europe, you have to give a very strict registration of every single stream of waste that you are importing in your company. And at this point, you know, and you can demonstrate what you are doing. Maria Dionisio, Are you in Brazil already? Well, I wish I was right now. Instead of being in lockdown in Italy, I believe that a lot of us would love to be in Brazil, even if also in Brazil COVID-19 is spreading. But we have, let's say, possibility to deliver products and fabrics in Brazil, and we have some Brazilian customers. Also, for example, we have customers making beautiful rugs and incredibly beautiful swimwears. Who from Maria Dionisium. Hi, Julia. Since plastic needs to be heated when recycling, isn't environmental issues regarding this process an issue? Also, don't you believe that we need to begin to revert back to natural fibers in order to save our environment? I start from the second part of your question. I don't believe that today exists a fiber that can substitute all. Sometimes cotton is better, sometimes wool is the fiber to be preferred, but sometimes synthetic fibers are demanded because of its performances. And also, please remember that also natural fibers have an impact. For example, in terms of CO2 emissions, cotton and wool are for sure impacting as or even more than synthetic fibers. And in case of our ECONYL, we have 80% less CO2 emissions than standard nylon. So you can imagine the difference. The problem is related with synthetic fibers and synthetic material is recycling of the end of use and microfilaments not to be discarded in the environment and in the sea. But I believe that every application drives the choice of the best fiber for its purposes. When we recycle our material, we almost 100% use only renewable energy all over the world. So even our factories in China, Thailand, and United States, so not only the European ones, are using renewable energy. And we try, of course, to have the highest efficiency in terms of energy consumption. And this is very much necessary if you want to reduce your carbon footprint. Another question from Marcelo. What sustainable fashion means to you? That's, we need maybe 2 or 3 days to answer this question. Sustainable fashion is the one that starts with the end in mind. When a designer really studies what kind of products he or she wants to develop, and then, of course, in collaboration with his or her suppliers, picks the right ingredients and try to design something which at the end may return back and become secondary raw material. So this is what sustainable fashion means to me. Then it is not only a problem of fiber. So don't believe that natural or synthetic are the only problem involved. For example, dye stuff and let's say coatings and finishing are as impactful, if not even more, than the fiber themselves. So it is very important in the future to understand whether the dye stuff industry is able to find solutions that are not impacting the environment as strongly as they are doing now.
Thank you so much. That was incredible. Honestly, so much knowledge, so much inspiration, and I love your positive attitude, which is so needed right now for people to just be able to have hope. And we value your time so much. So that was incredible. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordana.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Abbiamo finito.
Hi, everyone. So that was really, really inspiring. So much knowledge, so much hope, so much inspiration, and just everything, on sustainability, the supply chain. I hope that you all really enjoyed that. We just absolutely love Aquafil's work, and Econel and Giulio Bonazzi is just phenomenal. So thank you. Next, we're going to hear from someone that I admire so much, and I think lots of people around the world do as well. He is the founder of EcoWealth, and his name is Javier Goyeneche. I hope I said that correctly. And he's going to be speaking with the title of Fashion is There Is No Planet B. So with that being said, I welcome Javier to the room. We are thrilled to have him here, and I hope you guys enjoy it because this will be a beautiful, beautiful thing you guys will witness in a moment.
Javier, please turn on your video as well, please, so that people can see your face.
Okay, let me see. I have to put the presentation, but I'm already. What am I doing? Why don't you?
You can close the window there of Zoom. Yeah, just close that window. Yeah, that's it. Now we can see your presentation.
Okay, and you don't see me?
No, you have to enable start video on Zoom.
Okay. Here?
Yeah, there you are.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you
So
for
you
being here, Javier. You may start now. We're super excited to hear from you, and thank you so much again for your time, and we can't wait to hear everything you have to tell us.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon from Madrid. Good morning, New York. Firstly, I sincerely hope that everybody who's listening and connected is in good health, and safe at home with the families. Secondly, I would like to thank Jordana and Marcelo and Eduardo and all the Fashion Innovation team for creating this digital summit and for inviting EcoWealth to be part of it. Nationwide, I think we all have similar problems. Business-wise, we all have our shops and business closed. So it's a moment of great concern and uncertainty. And that's why I think these extraordinary times require extraordinary measures. Our planet is shaking, no? And we need to act. I think we all have to take responsibility and accept that our mission goes way beyond just business. Fashion cannot just be about looking good anymore. I think those times are over. I think more than ever, it has to be about doing what is right and feeling good about it. What you do is not enough anymore. I think how you do it is. I think fashion business model hasn't been working for far too long time. I think we have a system with a new trend every month, buying, throwing with continuous discounts, campaigns, Black Fridays. That's creating a huge damage to the planet. I mean, when you see we keep on burning forests to plant more cotton, to make more t-shirts of €6, which are going to finish in landfill in less than 2 years, it has absolutely no sense. I think this time is the time to really take it serious, to redefine a business model which is not working. Because right now, I think the moment to look sideways as if nothing's happening doesn't work anymore. I think right now, if you're not part of the solution, you're definitely part of the problem. Nothing could be worse than a return to normality. Let me talk about EcoWealth. EcoWealth was born in 2009. Both the name and the concept behind the brand came after the birth of my two sons, Alfredo and Alvaro. So that's the name Alf, is because Alfredo and Alvaro. I wanted to create like a truly sustainable fashion brand. I believe the most sustainable thing to do was not to keep on using natural resources, to ensure those of the new generation. So recycling could be a solution. We were able to make a new generation of recycled products with the same quality and design as the best non-recycled. Problem is that when we went to the market in 2010, there were no cool recycled fabrics. So fabrics were only recycling a small percentage, 15, 16, 18%, and they were not very fashionable. The textures were not very good. So we had to start making partnerships around the world to develop those fabrics. So over these years, we have developed, I think, over 350 different fabrics, recycled from many different materials, what people call waste. Plastic bottles or discarded fishing nets or used tires or post-consumer coffee or post-industrial cotton or wool. So probably starting with polyester, it's probably the most popular material. So everybody knows about recycling plastic bottles. I think we have developed more than 120 different fabrics recycled from plastic bottles. Then we started recycling fishing nets in 2013 in Korea. Fishing nets made of nylon 6.6, which is the best quality polyamide you can get. To be honest now, we're also using a lot of recycled polyamide, which doesn't come from nets, also from old carpets and other nylon waste. But we keep on using a lot of recycled nylon. Most of our new Joga collection is made from recycled nylon. Used tires. This was the first program we started in Spain. We wanted to create like the outsole for a sneaker. So we contacted the company, Signus, who is in charge of collecting all the used tires in Spain. And we tell them, okay, how can we work together to work on this project? Now, finally, we decided to work together with the Fashion Innovation Center of the shoemaking in the north of Spain. And after a 20-month program, we developed this flip-flop collection, which looks like a simple product, but has received a lot of innovation prizes. I don't know if you've ever seen a tire inside, but it's full of metal, oxidants, textiles. So we clean them up, we convert them into powder, and that's why we receive so many innovation prizes, because we never used any glue, no conglomerate. Everything is done by heat. And we also started working in 2013 with this partner in Asia, which has a lot of know-how to be recycling post-consumer coffee. Basically, he gets the leftovers of the coffee from the cafeterias, the humid compound. He dries them out, he converts them into powder and mixes it with plastic polymers. What's the good thing about coffee? That it has a lot of natural properties, which you don't have to give to the fabrics through chemicals. So it's odor control, is fast drying, is UV protection. So we've made a huge amount of fabrics with made from coffee, which look amazing. Recycled cotton. I believe cotton for us is one of our biggest concerns, and it's probably one of the materials we've been investing more time and resources. Some people are not aware, but cotton is not very sustainable. It's too intensive in water. So I don't know if you've seen the film of Isabel Coixet around the Aral Sea, you know, when the Russians decided to give water to the cotton plantations in Kazakhstan, they dried out the sea in less than 2 years. Today, it's a desert. So and cotton is material which we use a lot. So we've been always very concerned with recycled cotton. We started mixing recycled cotton, getting the leftovers post-industrial. So we separate the colors. So then we make the yarn for that. So we didn't have to dye again the yarn. So we were siding all the dyeing materials and also the water and mix it with recycled polyester. We got an 100% recycled yarn, mixing both cotton and polyester. But right now, to be honest, we're much more focused on mixing recycled cotton with organic cotton, because the more and the deeper you get into the sustainability world, the more concerned you are with the circular economy. And the fact of mixing cotton and polyester complicates a lot the future recycling of those materials. Recycled wool. Probably recycled wool is one of the materials that's been recycled for many, many, many years, probably from the old century. No, there's even a city in Prato called, in Italy called Prato, which is famous for recycling wool. And we have been working for them for almost 6 years, creating new and new qualities. Upcycling the oceans. Let me talk to you about this project. This is probably our most ambitious project. Upcycling the oceans was a project that started in 2015. One day I was in a port in Spain, talking with a fisherman about the nets, and he said, Javier, you should come out and fish with me and see how much waste get caught in the nets. So I said, okay, let's go fishing. So I canceled my meetings for the next day. We went out fishing, and I was shocked. I was shocked to see the amount of waste which was mixed with the fish every time these guys pull up the nets. So I decided to come back to Madrid and started a project. Now, the more I read about it, the more I was aware that basically most of the waste is not on the surface. We believe the ocean's clean, but it's not. I don't know if it's 75 or 70 or 80%, but it's full of waste. I mean, when a plastic bottle doesn't have a cup, it's full of water, it goes down. An aluminum can full of water goes down. Crystal bottle goes down. The ocean is full of tons of discarded fishing nets, which is creating a huge amount of problems with the marine life. And today it's difficult to see a news. I don't know if it's even news anymore, sadly, no, because Every day we have problems, which is creating to all our marine life. But the problem with that microplastic is that unfortunately, it's converting into microplastic. And that microplastic has been eaten by our fish, which we are eating also. So this is creating a huge problem. No? This is a very famous sentence of Ellen MacArthur Foundation saying that by 2050, there'll probably be more plastic than fish in the ocean. I believe there's already much more plastic than fish in the ocean. It depends what you call plastic. If you call plastic a plastic bottle, perhaps not. But if you call plastic a tiny piece of microplastic, I think there's much more microplastic in the ocean, which is absolutely impossible to recover. There's not enough fortune in the world to recover already that plastic. How is that waste coming into the ocean? Unfortunately, a big percentage is coming through the rivers. No? There's a number of rivers, a lot of them, unfortunately, in Southeast Asia, Philippines, India, China, Thailand, huge rivers, which go all along the country, which go along many different villages, and where nobody's collecting them the trash. So they've thought that the river is the trolley, the waste trolley. So they throw everything to the river, thinking that the river is going to take it out from their village. No? So that's the problem. The problem is that the rivers are throwing a huge amount of waste every minute to the ocean. They say that it's around 8 million tons of waste going to the ocean every year, which is basically a minute. Every minute there's a truck of 16 tons pouring waste to the ocean. So we decided to do something. So I said, how can we take this from the ocean? Okay, through the trolling boats, which are the ones who go the nets in the bottom of the ocean to collect all this waste. So, I got in contact with a fisherman, the head of fisheries of the east coast of Spain, where there's a lot of these trolling boats. And I convinced them, I convinced 3 of the fishermen to let me put a little container in their boats, the one that you see near the boat there, little container, and all the waste that was collected mixed with the fish, instead of throwing it back to the ocean, put it in the container, take it to the port, where we would have all these big containers you see. We would collect all that waste every week. We take it to a categorization plant where we would separate the aluminum from the glass, from the polypropylene, from a shoe, from whatever. Right now, we're recycling 78% of everything that comes out because all the glass, all the aluminum, all the polypropylene is going to the aluminum recycling plants or to the polypropylene recycling plants, etc. And we're keeping the plastic bottles, which we then convert into polymer, plastic, polymer, yarn, fabric, and product, all made in less than 300 kilometers in Spain with a complete traceability. This project, which started with 3 fishermen on the east coast of Spain, a little Paul Boyajillosa, thanks, by the way, to the help of a New York philanthropist called Henry Pincus, who was the guy who supported me to finance those first containers and to collect that waste and categorize it. So from here, Henry, thank you very much for all your help. Right now has over 3,000 fishermen. We're working with 70% of the trolling fleet in Spain and have collected over 500 tons of waste from the bottom of the ocean. And in 2017, we were contacted by the government of Thailand, by the Tourism Authority of Thailand, to help them replicate that project in a joint venture between them, PTT, and EcoAl Foundation to help us replicate that. We're already working in Phuket, Samui, Koh Tao, and Rayan. Okay, let me put a little video which explains how we do this program in Spain.
A strange and harmful species has colonized oceans. Marine debris. Every year, more than 6 million tons of garbage thrown into the sea, silently polluting every square meter of the ocean and killing even more marine species than climate change affects. If we continue polluting at this rate, the amount of debris in the ocean will duplicate in the next 10 years. We have to change the way we interact with nature and find solutions that ensure our planet's life expectancy. At EcoAlf, we try to do things differently, which is the reason why we founded Upcycling the Oceans, a revolutionary project meant to be carried out also in other parts of the world. Its main goal, collecting the trash that's destroying the Mediterranean Sea and turning it into top quality thread. To do this, we're relying on years of intensive research and development, as well as the support of those that are more familiar with these waters, the fishermen of Levante. Together, we recover 1 ton of per day, giving plastic a second chance. Otherwise, it would continue to float in the ocean for an unimaginable amount of years, destroying our ecosystem. There's too much at stake to continue to stand by and do nothing about it. This is the reason why we created the EcoAlf Foundation. Apart from cleaning marine debris, we also more than 6 million tons of garbage is thrown into the sea, silently polluting every square meter of the ocean and killing even more marine species than climate change affects. If we continue polluting at this rate, the amount of debris in the ocean will duplicate in the next 10 years. We have to change the way we interact with nature and find solutions. At EcoAlf, we try to do things differently. Main goal, collecting the trash that's destroying the Mediterranean Sea and turning it into top quality thread. To do this, we're relying on years of intensive research and development. Our ecosystem. There's too much at stake to continue to stand by and do nothing about it. This is the reason why we created the EcoAlf Foundation. Apart from cleaning marine debris, we also raise public awareness on the abuse of natural living on this planet as if we had another one to go.
This is a second video which explains how we transform that waste into yarn. Those were the first plastic bottles we took out from the bottom of the ocean. This was the first product we did with all that waste from the ocean. Basically, we call it the ocean waste sneaker, but also zero waste because all the knitting on the top has zero waste. Is a yarn which is made 25% with recycled plastic bottles from the bottom of the ocean and 75% recycled polyester from land. So it's 100% recycled yarn mixing ocean and land. And all the outsole is made by algae. So that's why we also call it ocean waste, because it was a huge program also of R&D with a US company. Basically, as I said before, it's a very important moment. It's a moment where we have to take responsibility, where we have an opportunity to redefine the model we want for the future. That's why a few weeks ago, I sent a letter to all clients, manufacturers, agents, expressing a series of thoughts and measures that EcoAlf was going to implement. To be honest, those measures have been implemented since we created the company, but we thought it was very important to maintain them more than ever now in this crisis, because there's a sensation where, oh, we're in a big crisis, so okay, let's forget about our values, let's forget about our principles, just save the season. Well, I think that is not possible. I think more than ever we have to stay with our principles and with our values. So we share these 8 points with all our teams. No? EcoAlf team is convinced that Earth is facing a critical time and there is a need to take action. Our first and urgent priority is to take care of our people. Staying together and united is the only way to be part of the solution. The situation is hitting us all, dealers, brands, producers. However, we cannot just simply pass our problems to the end of the chain. EcoAlf has decided not to cancel orders from our production partners. Unfortunately, we were hearing all in the last weeks, a lot of companies canceling orders to manufacturers which were almost produced or half produced, and they were not taking responsibility for that. I think we cannot do that. We cannot just take the problem to the end of the chain. And EcoAlf will not advocate for huge discounts because of this pandemic. We don't believe in discount campaigns. We don't believe in Black Friday. We created all these things, create a lot of waste. In fact, we have decided we're not going to make any discounts until July, which is the normal season we start sale. We will open the stores probably in 15 days, but we won't do any discount. We believe that fashion business model with a new trend every month, and the idea of buying, throwing is creating a terrible impact in terms of natural resources, consumption energy, and emissions. We insist that that model is not working anymore for the planet. We're 150,000 more people in the planet every day. We're going to be 2 billion people by 2050. There's not enough natural resources, not enough water. We're consuming too much energy to create products which last very little. It has no sense. We believe in the need to realign the commercial season with the weather. Sell summer through summer and winter through winter. Mark down at the end of the season. For us, it has no sense to be putting the swimwear in January in the stores and the down jackets in July in the stores. This is something which was pushed by the fast fashion and which has created a lot of damage to the market. Sustainability, quality, and timeless design is a must for EcoAlf as a sign of durability and responsible activity. We believe that durability makes a more sustainable product. Fashion trends are not one of our core design principles. We believe that good design is neither new or old. It is merely a bridge from the past to the future. And we don't believe in overproducing. I know a lot of retailers like the brands to have stock so that they can keep on making repetitions. We're not going to overproduce because we believe that's creating a terrible impact. And we are aware that that is going to cause us a loss in sales. So this unprecedented situation has also shown us the strength we have when we're all together. When we're all united, rapid change is possible. So here I beg that we all stay united to create a model which represents a balance between the planet's health and our future needs. Let's all be part of the solution and work together for a planet beyond next season. Thank you very much.
So now we have questions, Javier. If you look to the side, to the chat, you should have some questions from the audience. And you can either read, there's actually a lot of questions that came in for you because it was so amazing. You can either read the questions and the answers, or if you'd like, I can read a question, you answer, and we can keep doing it that way. Which way do you prefer?
Yeah, it's perfect. If you read them, you're done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So here we go. So the first question, let me just get here. Okay. So it's in Spanish. I'm going to do my best with the accent. Hola desde España. ¿Tienes pensado reciclar nuevos materiales para crear nuevas fibras como lino reciclado? From Vanessa Miranda.
Yeah, I mean, we have an innovation and sustainability team, which is all day working now with new materials. I would say that, for example, for next autumn winter 20 collection, when we made the other day this study, 98.4% of our materials, we call them sustainable. We had 79%, which was recycled. And then we had another 19%, which is what we call materials of low impact, which there were like linen or tencel or organic cotton or hemp, etc. No? And only 1.6, which we call non-sustainable, which was basically virgin cotton or virgin polyester. So we're all the time working in recycling linen, recycling a lot of different materials. For the next autumn winter, we're introducing recycled cashmere. So yeah, that's part of our goal.
Thank you so much. The next question, recycling waste and plastic into yarns addresses one problem, but when we wash those garments, are we washing residue and microbeads into the oceans? And is there a downside of using these redone materials?
Absolutely right. I think that's one of the biggest problems, and that's one of our biggest concerns and issues. No? I think we have still a lot of things to work on, and I think that the fact of the microfilaments going back into the system, it's one of them. No? To be honest, for example, we stopped using in 2015 the fleece, no? Because fleece, it was a polyester yarn, broken yarn, which every time you wash, no, a fleece jacket, it was throwing like 20,000 microfilaments to the system. So we stopped doing it. So basically, we're concentrated on continuous filament, which throws much less microfilaments to the system, but it continues throwing. So right now we're in 2 projects to create this new generation of yarns, which hopefully won't be throwing microfilaments back to the system.
Fantastic. I'm going to try with my Spanish again. Somos conscientes de vuestro gran crecimiento en los últimos años. ¿Tienes pensada la incorporación de personal en los próximos meses?
Yeah, I mean, we're always looking for talent. We're always looking for new people. Luckily, it's true. Equalf is growing, and so yeah, we're always looking for talent and people who really believe in what we do and in our values.
Fantastic. Love the innovation. I'm curious though, are there any health concerns, potential toxicity, I can't say that word, toxic, with wearing certain recycled materials, plastic bottles, tires, etc.?
Well, it's different. With recycled polyester, if it's done properly, no, not at all. With the used tires, if you see, for example, our flip-flop, you would see that there was a black part, which that's the recycled tire. And on top, we had this recycled EVA, which is different, because it's true that the rubber, I mean, if you have it in contact with the skin, it's not very nice. And also, I don't think it's very healthy. So yeah, the certain materials you have to be careful, so you don't have to be in touch with them.
So you spoke in your speech that I just watched about the no discount, but this question came in about sustainability fashion, you know, being marked at higher price points, and how can we create something that's sustainable but yet still affordable? What do you think the pain points are for doing that?
Well, I think first of all, I think that we could have a great debate about what is expensive and what is not. Unfortunately, for many people, the correct price for a t-shirt is €6. I believe it has no sense to have a t-shirt of €6 because obviously it's very simple to know what have you paid to the rest of the chain to have that t-shirt of €6 in a big street of an important city. So I believe those prices are the ones who are not correct. No? At the end of the day, there's no respect for those products, and unfortunately they're finishing in landfill in a big percentage in a very short period of time. So we have to start discussing what is the right. Now, when I go to schools and universities and I speak with young people, a lot of them want to be sustainable and they want to go on Friday to this big movement, but at the same time, they want to keep on buying 20 t-shirts of €6. Well, that's not possible. You have to decide. I mean, there's no need for you to buy so much product. So I think we need to, first of all, buy less and buy better, of better quality, better made, with a complete traceability, with a sustainable materials, with, I mean, we have to change the way we're buying. So it's all about that. Then I always say the same thing. When we started with this, and well, it's still complicated in many facts, no? But when we went to a producer, we said, okay, we want recycled polyester laces for sneakers. Well, the price you get for buying 2,000 laces is very expensive. So that's why I always say that it's very important that the big groups really come into sustainable fashion. But they really come in a serious way. This is not about doing, okay, a small capsule collection which represents 1% of your turnover and doing all the marketing there. No, this is about really shifting your production into sustainability. Because if the real big players shift their production into sustainable, then there will be, obviously, most of the manufacturers will start doing all those products sustainable, so the prices will go down. This is a matter of volume. It's a matter of more and more players working in this field.
I couldn't agree with more with everything that you just said. I agree wholeheartedly. So here's another question. Recently, you've opened a tent in Japan. Which countries does EcoWealth plan to be in the recent future?
Well, basically, we're in all Europe. And the first country we opened outside Europe has been Japan, through this joint venture with the Sanya Group. And hopefully, we would love to go to the US next year. That's one of our biggest goals.
Okay, so we have one last question, I think, here. The materials generated from fishing nets and bottles, can they be recycled again? And what happens to the shoe after the consumer wears it? Do you have a recycling program where you can break down the product and reuse it again?
Well, that's also a great question and another of the big issues. I would say that the three big issues we have right now are dyeing materials, which we're working very hard to see how we can do the best dyeing materials which use less water, which are more natural, more organic. We have the microfilaments, which we talked before. And the third one is how can we close the circle? And we're invited to a lot of talks about circular economy, and they present us like, look, EcoWealth, a circular economy company. And I would say the same, we're not circular economy because we're still not able to close completely the loop. So to do that, we have to be able to recycle again our jackets, our shoes, our sweatshirts, everything again into yarn. And that's something we're working very hard, but we're still not there. So we're still a small company. So all these programs need a lot of investment. And you also need to have probably collection points to collect all the garments from your clients, which we don't have. So it's something which it's in our to-do list, and it's very important. I would say those are the three main issues we have. So I'm very happy that people raised two of those issues in the questions.
Fantastic. So I just want to thank you so much. That was phenomenal. And honestly, I learned so much and the videos were great. And I'm really excited for EcoWealth to grow. I really value and respect the company a lot. And I think you are phenomenal. So thank you so much for your time.
Jordana, thank you very much. A pleasure. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. I hope that you're enjoying this morning of just incredible speakers that are going to be giving us insights on everything, supply chain A to Z, fashion industry. And I wanted to just also make sure to mention, because we couldn't have done this without the support of both the UN Office for Partnerships, as well as the Conscious Fashion Campaign, and of course, all of the other partners and all of the institutional partners in our community and the designers. If you haven't checked them out yet, fashinnovation.hub, HUB, you'll see a ton of emerging brands from all over the world that are doing social good. Make sure to go on that new page. It's only going to be up for this week. And I'm going to be announcing now, and we're going to wait a few minutes just so everybody can take a breather before we have more information and more inspiration come to us. So next, we're going to have Mara Hoffman, who is just an incredible designer and entrepreneur, and I cannot wait to hear from her. And Sarah Kent, who's a senior correspondent at Business of Fashion, who's going to be doing this fireside with Mara. And yeah, so just stay tuned. They're going to be coming on soon, and thank you so much. Hi, Sarah. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh my, thank you so much for having me.
Of course. I'm really looking forward to this talk. And I just wanted to greet the both of you before you guys start, because I know it's just going to be incredible.
I'm excited. I mean, I think it's going to be great.
Yes.
You have such a great lineup as well.
Thank you. Honestly, it's a labor of love. We're in live right now, but I feel like people should also, we could talk about this, but it's really something that I think the world needs it, right? Every industry really needs this right now, just to get together and try to get some idea of where things are going, but also give each other hope for those that don't have hope at the moment, and speak on things that really are important right now. Which I know
Yeah.
Business of Fashion is doing a lot of that too, by the way. I love,
Thank you.
no, but it's true. Like the lives and the Instagram lives that Imran is doing, I log into those and they're amazing. You guys are doing a phenomenal job.
I just think everyone right now is so hungry to unpick what's going on right now and understand it. It's so confusing and overwhelming.
Yes.
And yeah, like you said, everyone just wants an opportunity to listen and learn and
Yeah,
try and work through this together.
for sure. Yeah. See, it looks like she's connecting. Hi, Mara.
Hi, it's
How
Mara.
are you? Nice to meet you. It's Jordana with Fashinnovation. I just wanted to kick this off and just welcome you and thank you so much for being a part of this today. I know we have thousands of people dying to hear this conversation, so I'm going to log off. So thank you, ladies, so much, and I'll let you take it over.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hey, so Mara, lovely to have you here. Obviously, it's strange to be doing this virtually, but I think we're all adjusting to this. I know this isn't the first sort of time you've had to navigate a crisis. Your brand has been around for 20 years. Over that time, you've made a number of adjustments. In 2015, you made a big pivot to focus specifically on operating more responsibly from an environmental and social standpoint. But the last month and a half has really been unprecedented. And I wanted to start by asking you, what has that been like for you as a small business owner, and as a small business owner specifically focused on operating a responsible business? How do you do that in such a time of crisis?
Well, I think I can speak for any business owner, regardless of how they've been running their business. It's been an incredibly scary time. And I think the first few weeks of this were extraordinarily unsettling, and one of the most challenging times in my career to actually be a leader. And because I really didn't know what to hold on to, because there was so much unknown. So it's been a series of waves of feeling some sense of stability or understanding, and it can change within a day. And I think that those first few weeks were really intense in that, trying to, run up a sand hill basically, and then bring people with you and hold a team and try to stand from a place of confidence, or balancing that with vulnerability. So it's been a very interesting challenge in leadership for me, and I think for everyone involved, and watching a company that was built on certain systems collapse very quickly, watching an industry that was built on systems collapse very quickly, and then try to find footing within it has been an extraordinary challenge. It's been a very telling one, and I think that many veils are being lifted right now. So there are incredible things at play right now, but it's been a series of waves.
And I want to dig into a lot more of that in a minute, because I think you're right. There's so much in play and there's so much to talk about. But before that, when you talk about running up a sandhill, what steps have you taken to sort of manage through this? What's your advice to others at the moment?
I
know it's tough.
The general advice is to try to retreat from the external chaos of what's happening. That would be general advice. I think for us, we've had to act very reactively and not necessarily. It's interesting because I think of the difference in acting either reactively or responsively. And I think that there's been a lot of reactive action right now because we don't have the time really to think things through for a long period of time. So for us, regrettably, we've had to furlough quite a few of our employees, and then the existing employees have gone through salary cuts. And it's been a challenge for everyone who's involved in the company. And we've also hit every budget and every spend basically with a machete, gone through every place that we can contract to do that, looking at present moment, next 3 months, and everything is sort of in this imaginary space of, okay, let's imagine 3 months of a scenario, then let's imagine 6 months, and then let's imagine past that. But everything is kind of in this very fluid space with it. So immediately we had to shift the employee status, which has been a very challenging one for us, and then start looking at immediately at our inventory, which has been a huge part of this for us, and what our near-term manufacturing plans will be. And one of those plans has been to cancel our upcoming fall collection from going into manufacturing, and use every bit of inventory that we have to work with that. We found ourselves sitting with so much, which really goes against the ethos and what we've been trying to build. And inventory is such a big part of efforts towards sustainability. And so we really got hit with this, sitting with a huge percentage of our spring collection that wasn't taken by our wholesale partners, and that was already coming in late due to this before we went into a work from home situation. And so thinking about how to go forward, you know, how do you deal with inventory? It's not by making more inventory. So that was a very tough call, but we've been scrambling to figure out new offerings to offer to our wholesale partners and how we can manage that through our own outlets, our e-com.
I mean, it definitely sounds like this has been a very challenging time, and there's been some very difficult decisions. And I think some of the points you raised there are very interesting in terms of, one, how it kind of revealed within your own system the level of inventory you had, but also I'm curious, as a company that is really focused on operating more responsibly, how did you approach these challenging decisions, and do you feel like it's revealed issues that you didn't realize weren't being addressed previously?
Absolutely. I think this is like the time of shadow, and everything that we've, I think, on a very personal level, and then on these larger collective business levels, everything's coming to the surface. Like there's nothing that can remain beneath anymore. You sort of have to take it all, spread it out, and deal with it right now. And, you know, since we began these efforts 5 years ago and really shifted the direction of the company, we've done what we can within the allowed sort of time and space and budget to make the shifts that we've been able to do. But there's been so much more that we've wanted to do, and so many parts of the system that just felt needed fixing, but you're on this hamster wheel constantly. And so now, with everything stopping, you really get to examine what you weren't happy about with your business till now. And it gives you this opportunity to examine what, you know, what's the new world of this going to be? Because so much of it I'm done with. Like, I don't want to go into the next part with some of the broken systems. And I think in some way it's a gift to be, you know, stuck with your shadows so intimately during this time. And inventory is one of them, seeing the pain points that we have had throughout this entire process of being a brand, and keeping to a schedule that doesn't support designers, being in relationship with wholesale partners that aren't really partnerships, and the weight on a company to, especially a small company like myself, to be able to finance for these larger companies. And then really digging into supply chain and seeing where there are broken parts to that. No matter how much vetting and work we've done within this, something like this really brings to the surface how you need to make shifts going forward.
Well, and I want to dig into all of those points, but before we do, at this point where you've had a chance to step back and reflect, were there any things that surprised you, that you felt were broken, that you hadn't realized when you were on that hamster wheel were the issue? Because a lot of the things you raised, I think, as you said, we all kind of knew these were problems the industry needed to fix, but no one really knew how or when. have other things emerged that were less front of mind before?
I think some of the vulnerabilities around different partnerships, definitely. I think we were just in so much go mode for so long that the slowdown is, yeah, letting those parts come up. Some of the reliances on partners, either on the manufacturing side or the wholesale side, that are so unstable. And that with a little bit of a shift, you know that like that could be the downfall for you. And so definitely relationships, as I've mentioned many times already on this conversation, the inventory thing, I think as a leader and someone, I almost myself put a blind eye or just thinking we would catch up in some way. And now it's really, really hard to catch up.
And let's talk a little bit about solutions, because the topic of this talk is unity within the fashion industry. And one of the really big issues you raised are these relationships between manufacturers, relationships with wholesalers. As those appear to have broken down and you see the inequality between how risk is distributed between partners within the industry and how a crisis like this can cascade down, leaving many really stuck. How do you feel the industry should be addressing this going forward? What solution do you see?
I think the first part of this is through collaboration, and it's through unifying in a different way as an industry than we have before. We found that when we made this initial shift, one of the really exciting positive parts to that was seeing how the people that had already been in this space long before we were so eager to help us, and that there was a community that existed there. And the community was based on this idea that if we are in it for the right reasons, then we want to help everyone else get to this same place, as opposed to this kind of old proprietary idea that has been such a huge part of the fashion industry for so long, is that everything belongs to different people and there's this competitive nature to it. But what we've found in these years working up to this is how much further you can get, clearly, when you're working with a community that wants to see you succeed. And I think it's the same thing that's happening right now, that we have this opportunity as an industry, even for those that sustainability wasn't front of mind, or they were trying to get there, because I think that there are a lot of people that really want to be there. I know for us, the years leading up that we hadn't made that switch. I wanted to be there, but it felt so daunting. And then finally, it was through the support of other brands and other collectives that really helped us. So I see that as a huge part to how we're going to make this shift now, is coming together as an industry and deciding a new set of rules, coming up with a new calendar that works in favor of the designers. I think that we have to examine our scale as a whole. We have to examine our offering. How much are we just playing into this hunger that is so out of control, that is a huge reason why we're in the place that we are right now, is because this insatiable monster has been built that everyone feels that they have to keep feeding. Okay, we need more newness. We need to get more offerings out there, more clothing, and it's just become completely out of control. So we need to come together and sort of create a new manifesto, one that is built for the new world. And I'm not sure it includes all of us, to be honest. I don't know if all of us can make it through to the other side, or if we should. There is somewhat of a clearing that is happening right now. And if we look at it through that perspective, there's importance in that we have to become tighter and more focused and more intentionality. And those that are participating in this industry have to do it with a whole nother sense of unified vision for the planet and its human beings and all of its creatures right now. The plants, the animals, the whole thing has to come into consideration.
I think that's a really interesting way to look at it. And especially, I like that you raised the fact that this is a struggle. It's not, not everyone will necessarily make it to the other side of this. We may all want to do the right thing, but it's not easy. And to that point, you know, when you talk about the industry coming together, do you see that happening? Like, how do we make that happen?
I think that it's happening in small pockets. I think that it's happening in similarly sized businesses that can communicate with each other. So businesses, I have a few different networks of like-minded business owners, mostly women-led businesses that are in conversation and in collective support with each other and are very honest and vulnerable in their conversation. I think that there's something to be said about you know, feminine leadership right now, and how important that is, that we are in a space of healing through this. And however, you know, out there that sounds, it's incredibly important. So to get every big industry brand involved and feeling that same level of, you know, compassion and empathy, it will take those things right now. Like this, going back to this old world, you know, masculine leadership idea of just like pushing outward constantly broke us. And so I think that those that feel like there are other parts of this that are emotional, they are spiritual, they are interconnected for all businesses going forward. And I think some people, like, that's just an idea that will never feel comfortable. And so,
and that's a really interesting point. I mean, right now, are there important players who you feel aren't coming to the table? I mean, when we talk about needing the industry to come together, to shift the seasonal model, to have fairer partnerships, I mean, really, we need the big wholesale players to come on board, right? Are any of them engaging in that conversation? And if they don't, are there new models that we can move towards to circumvent them?
I think there are. I think that there are people that really are stuck in their own hamster wheels, or companies that it's very hard to change habitual behavior, because I think that we're all feeling this through this, that the scariest part of this is the uncertainty aspect. So sometimes it's easier to go back to an old habit that was broken than think of something unknown, or to have the courage to try something that you have no proven track record for. So I think some of these larger companies are built on so much money, and that it's a terrifying idea and an unthinkable idea to even imagine completely switching systems. So that's happening. But then I think, though, on the insides of some of these companies are really thoughtful, feeling people that understand a change is necessary. So they're working from the inside out. As far as everyone making these shifts, who knows? I think that still money will come out on top in a big way after this. It's going to take us a really long time, if ever, to sort of shift priorities in order to fix ourselves and heal ourselves as a planet. And putting money on top isn't the way, but it's going to be a really challenging one. As far as for what we can be doing as brands and our own companies is, I think, really thinking into owning more of our companies, more ownership, and thinking about our direct sales and how to grow those parts. And that I really think that we're not, once we get through this, whatever that means to get through this, like, we're not in the clear. It isn't like, okay, we did that, woof, back to normal, let's go. Like, I think, not to scare anyone, but I think that we have to start thinking of this as somewhat of a beta experience, that whether we're going to go through a next series of pandemics, or we're going to go through, you know, environmental breakdowns that could feel very similar to this, these next years ahead of us, we should be prepared for a very nimble, newly formed way of working with one another and having businesses, and really re-examining, when you are a manufacturing company and you are making things, what does that look like in a new world that is continually going through these types of contractions that, you know, you can't be in the same room with people. So I think it's about thinking of these systems that you're owning more of your own business. You're in less of a vulnerable position with outside companies. And that if they decide, oh, sorry, I'm not going to take responsibility for a huge order I place because I've got enough inventory right now, that you, especially as a smaller, medium-sized brand, you're not in that position. Like, I think every move we make as an industry and as separate brands going forward, we have to think of this somewhat as our new model, not the old version. This, start building a model from this. And that is, did I get burned? You know, did that not work? Okay, let's plan on it not working again.
And when you look at the need for more community action within the industry, if certain large players aren't going to get on board, do you have thoughts on what that should look like? You know, would it make sense for small or medium-sized brands to be looking at forming types of cooperatives to allow them to have more leverage when they go and negotiate with manufacturers or with wholesalers or things like that?
I think that that's great. I mean, yes, more collaborative, get together, build community out of this in every way you can build your communities right now. You know, from your personal lives, strengthen your community, from your business lives. This is a huge call for community. There is power in numbers right now. So absolutely, like, I can't tell you how we're going to storm the castle fully yet, and how much effort should be about storming an old castle, or is it about building, you know, a new empire? So I kind of think along those lines that are maybe not inclusive of so many old models, or like begging dinosaurs to evolve. It's really going to be important where we put our energies. So is it like, get up, dead horse, or let's rethink this? Let's be okay and courageous enough to jump into the unknown and the discomfort of the unknown and start thinking about new worlds from that place.
What are the core things that you are focusing on once this immediate crisis is over? You know, when you think about the other side of this, whatever that looks like, have you got in your head a number of things that are the first areas that you want to focus on to move into this new world?
Yeah, I think it's all of these things that have been on our hearts and our heads as a company, and the exec team and the people that are engaged and very deeply involved in the real workings of this company, and those parts that have felt like the truest. And it's the ones that are very much focused on the environmental and social aspects of what it means to be an enterprise that is actually of service. Yes, we make product, and that part deeply needs to be examined right now. And it's been a part of my discomfort for years. And if anyone has heard me speak on different panels, they've usually probably heard some bit of, if you are working in or towards sustainability, then you're probably really uncomfortable. Because if we are manufacturing anything new, or we are in that place, there's conflict to that. And we haven't gotten it right yet. So I think about the parts of my business that could really use refinement, and that I want to be different. I want this schedule to be different. I want our offerings to be different. I want the scale of what we are offering to be different. I want to focus on the strongest parts of my supply chain, the most transparent parts of my supply chain, and lean into those parts and let go of the parts that like didn't feel like fully there. I think that it's really understanding our fabrication, our fiber portfolio, and that it isn't about offering this huge wide range of every fabric. Like, get tight right now, get creative, hone in on the parts that are really working, and then also hone in on where we can build out future models. If it's like onshore, there's great initiatives to build things onshore here and work with within farming communities, working with growing different types of fibers here, working with climate beneficial yarns. Like, there are parts that we've been so excited about. And now as I look forward to what's next, it needs to be about a very focused, contracted vision for this. I feel very excited about those parts, but it definitely is a contraction.
And is that how you balance all of these initiatives, which sound very exciting, but it sounds like also quite a few of them will need investment against the financial difficulties everyone is
Call me. No, sorry.
Speak later. we have a bunch of questions coming through, so I'm gonna ask some of the stuff the audience is looking at.
Who do we got here?
So we are getting a question. Some people believe that sustainability is going to come out weaker after all of this. And some people, as we've just been discussing, believe the opposite. What's your take? Is this going to make people say we don't have money to spend on this anymore, or do people double think?
It's both sides. I mean, the idea of sustainable clothing is so privileged and is incredibly exclusive right now. And that's been one of its hugest issues. It costs so much to do this type of work. I think that's part of getting more people involved so that we can, you know, go in with larger orders and make it more of the norms so that prices can come down for it and make it more accessible to people. But absolutely, it's been the same thing. I mean, what we're going through right now is exposing, not just in the fashion industry, but so much of the broken parts of this. I can speak specifically for America and the world as a whole, and the inequality that it happens here. And so, yeah, people are going to come out of this struggling and suffering, absolutely. And will their top of their mind be about buying a sustainable dress? No, it'll be about feeding themselves and taking care of their children and education and getting something on, a piece of clothing on them, you know? So it's the same issue. We have a lot of broken parts of our overall system that needs fixing. 100%. It is not just the fashion industry. Well, I think a certain set of people will be thinking more about sustainable fashion. Absolutely. The people that have the means and the privilege to be able to think those kind of thoughts right now or after.
And there's a follow-on question to that, which leads on really nicely. Do you think that the onus is on the fashion sector focused on sustainability to make sustainable fashion more affordable in order to allow it to penetrate further?
Absolutely. I think that there are, you know, enormous corporations that could make better moves right now. And I think a huge part of it, that though, is scale. And I think it's about shifting. We have so much waste. I think just even beginning there with the level in which we manufacture that ends up getting burnt. Millions of pounds of clothing gets burnt. Like, what are we doing? I think we could examine that and start somewhere there. But yeah, I think there's a huge onus on anyone that decides to stay in this industry or has, you know, the ability to stay in there. What they do next, I hope that there will be spotlights on every single one of us to do better. And it is our responsibility to do that if we're going to be in this space. Otherwise, let's go away.
When you mentioned the issue of inventory getting burned, we've spoken a lot about inventory on this call. You know, this is a huge, huge issue right now, and will be for for many months. What do you see are the outlets to get rid of all of this stuff?
I don't know. I can just tell you within my own company. Right now, it's about working with the partnerships that we have built over the years, the ones that do believe in the work that we're doing, that will look at things in less of this like season specific way and look at it more of these are timeless pieces. We can spread this out. We can spread what we have out over the next year. And that feels reasonable. But for everyone else, I've had this is, I don't know. I don't know, because it feels like after this, we're going to be like Planet Marshalls or like Planet TJ Maxx, where, you know, the aliens come here for 80% off of everything. We're going to be that planet for a while. But I think it's the calling right now to just slow it down. Stop. Use what we have. Let's just stop for a minute and use what we have, because we have so much. We have so much. And I can just say that for my own company. Slow down, stop making things. Use what we have. We're good. We're going to use what we have, and that's what we have, and that's what we're offering. And if you love it, great, enjoy it, wear it. If you're not, this is what we got.
I like that. Next question is from someone called Isabel Bowser. The question's about consumer sentiment. Like, are you counting on the morals of society to push push the industry, to push you to move this forward as much as possible? And how important is that?
I think it's really important. I think that the consumer has a voice more than they ever did. And I think that brands and companies are listening because for whatever reason, either they're listening because they want to do what's right and they feel that deeply from the inside out, or because they know that there's money to be had if they speak to a certain movement or if they are listening to their customers. So yes, it is a time to vocalize. If you are someone who spends money, talk to the brands, talk to the companies that you are giving your money to. Tell them what you expect out of them, what you want. Tell them, you know, that you're not going to give them your money anymore unless they fix these parts. And I understand that there's a great responsibility to that, but we're all being asked to step up to new levels of responsibility. Us as the brands and the manufacturers, and people as the consumers. Like, we have a responsibility in how we spend every dollar that we have. Absolutely. It's a both-sided dance, but I think a lot of the movement will come from their customers saying, I can't buy you anymore. Like, what are you doing about this? Where are your shifts? And show me your efforts, because I'm sure you're not the only person in the world doing what you're doing. And I can maybe go there, and they are putting effort into it.
And if consumers stop asking for that because their focus is elsewhere after this, how dangerous is it? How important is the consumer push here? If that goes away, do we see a lot of the progress that has been made across the industry diminish?
I mean, I think that, you know, what is it? The squeaky wheel gets the oil. So I think it's easier for companies and brands to slip back into bad habits if they feel that they're not being watched, or if they're not being not reprimanded, because I'm not at all here for a shaming game, but more in conversation or being held responsible for things, that it'll be, of course, easier to take the lesser expensive route, the easier route that isn't caring for the humans behind that product, the environmental damage for it. Yeah, there are people still running companies that don't care. So yeah, I think things could slip if people just decide to go to sleep right now.
Yeah. We have a newsy question here from Maria, I think Dionisio, if I pronounced that right. Apologies if I didn't. Neiman Marcus could be filing for bankruptcy this week, as soon as this week. What do you think the impact will be on the industry and designers like yourself?
I think it's really hard. It depends for all of us. If we do business there, I think it will be very hard. And I think it depends. What else can I say? Like, we're all struggling through this, and we will all take a hit. And it is a domino connection here. When those types of retailers file for bankruptcy, we suffer as designers. We're all in this. So yeah, the outcome will be hard, but I think that hopefully there will be another side to it, and it will be an inspiration for those that are affected by this to think of better, less vulnerable systems for themselves in the future, whether that means putting more of their attention into their own e-com or their marketing dollars, or whatever way that they have to own more of their business. This is not going to be the only one, you know?
But do you also see doing that, giving brands and designers more leverage down the line when they are negotiating with wholesalers?
I hope so. I think that would really be part of a new structure for this, is being able to actually be partnered in it, where we are, first of all, producing to what's actually ordered, and that we are being, you know, paid to make the clothes. So it's like, I was thinking about this, you know, you go and you shop on online and you pay them the money and then they deliver you the goods. It's not like that. For those that don't know, for us, it is, they place an order, you pay for every single thing, you ship it to them, and then maybe in like 30 or 60 days, you get paid for that. So there's so much upfront, it's crushing for companies, especially my size companies. So yeah, I think that there's going to be a lot of new negotiations going forward.
So Kim Vanderweerd has a question exactly on this issue. You know, one of the problems we've been talking about is the unequal distribution of risk, as you just described, Mara. Is there a contract model that has the potential to tackle this issue? You know, what would a fairer contract look like?
I think helping finance an order up front from a brand. I think that there's something about that. I think it's a timing level. And I think also that, again, we're looking at these very weird contracts that even after the goods have been delivered, the brand is still responsible for a percentage of sell-throughs in most of these like larger company relationships. So if you have a contract for, say, a 60% sell-through and you don't hit that mark with them, the responsibility is on the designer and it's not on the retailer. So then you end up either writing them a check or you take the merchandise back, and then hence you're sitting on more inventory. So I think it's reestablishing an equal partnership that doesn't always put the retailer in the winning position, that we're both in it. Okay, there's a fair amount of risk for both sides in this, or you pay for half up front, I produce, and when I deliver, you pay for the rest. So at least it gives me the ability to make you this collection. And if you then turn out not wanting that from me, I'm not, well, you can't decide at the end that you just don't want it. So I think that that's a big part of it that we're finding right now.
And do you think there are specific steps that should be taken? You know, as you mentioned earlier, this is not the last crisis of this kind we're going to face. Are there specific steps that the industry should be taking to put in place mitigation efforts within contracts so that we don't see this wholesale cascade of risks throughout the supply chain, where those often with the least ability to weather the storm are stuck with the largest amount of impact?
I think so. All of the things we've been discussing, like different arrangements up front, different like a different financial arrangement built in from the beginning, and different ideas of sell-through. Absolutely. I think all of the stuff we're talking about needs to be put on the table and rehashed out and rewritten for the future.
This is a tough one from Jenny Lutskanov. Again, sorry if I mispronounced that. There's a huge number of people at the moment who don't have a job. Yeah. What do you recommend for designers and design professionals to look for coming out of this? Do you see new opportunities, new kind of business models for creatives?
This is so tough right now.
It's really tough.
And I don't know if I have your answer for you, because I'm thinking about all of the people in my own company right now, and how important it is to see them through this, and what we are going to be able to do on the other side to support designers and creatives through this. So I don't yet have that answer. We're really trying to figure that out. And I know it's going to be a challenge. I think that, like, staying in a positive space now, I can speak to this on an emotional level, and staying in a space and continuing to create right now is super important for the creatives. But as far as a recommendation, I don't have the answers to that, because I don't fully know yet the other side of this. I'm sorry.
I mean, that's a really tough one. I think everyone in the industry is struggling with. We only have a couple of minutes left, but I think it would be nice to finish by looking at the flip side of that. You spoke earlier about female leadership and the importance of empathetic leadership right now. What do you think that the leaders in the industry can be doing now to create peace of mind and manage as best as possible this really, really difficult scenario for everyone who works with them?
I think from what I'm seeing, continue in the way that they are, through communicating with each other, coming together through these collective workforces that we are, you know, as other companies coming together to think of ideas right now. I think there is a huge responsibility for business owners in this industry to take this time to, and this, you know, could sound however, but to truly take this time to go inward and rethink their existing models. figure out the broken parts now. Just deal with them, get to them, acknowledge them, look at them, and do not just think how we're going to get back to normal. I think we all have to get rid of that word, especially of leaders right now, that no, it's going to be business as usual. In like 6 months, we're going to be back on our feet. And then within 18 months, we're going to get back to the scale that we were at. Throw it out the window. Really, like, get rid of that, because we all almost need to recreate ourselves based on our strengths and build from that place. And coming back to this, the last question, just thinking on that, just on a positive note, I think that, I just want to make it clear that I feel enormous potential in the place that we are in right now, amidst the grief and the loss and the uncertainty and the confusion of what this is. This is also such an unbelievably exquisite time for potential and for new worlds and for the creatives that we are talking about to be in places of leadership and to think from these untapped places inside of us, because they were always told to be quiet because they weren't about business. Now it's about going into those places, thinking about this reinvention, and from that new world and reinvention, creating space for the people who just asked that question, that there will be new potentials, there will be a new world. And I think it's staying in that positive mind space. It's like we can tank ourselves by thinking about just how bad. We could just tank ourselves and literally be paralyzed from the fear, uncertainty of it. That's one approach. Or it's a little bit more of a courageous approach. You start thinking and visualizing on this new world and what it should feel like. Start with the feeling, and then what it should look like, and then who it includes more people. There's great potential here. So keep going into that inner workplace. I know. And I think that is a female leadership place, is that we are more cozy with the darker spaces, the less obvious spaces, the more emotional, intuitive, compassionate, empathic places. And those are part of new leadership.
We are sadly out of time, but thank you for ending on such a positive and honest note. That was wonderful, Mara. It was always such a pleasure to speak to you.
I love talking to you too. And thank you everyone who tuned in. We've got this. In some way or another, we will get through this.
I really wanted to jump in here really quick and thank you guys again. And honestly, your last 2 minutes that you just spoke, I mean, the whole thing was amazing, but it touched me like personally, and I really felt your message, and it even makes me emotional. But I appreciate both of you so much. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you, Jordana.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
So everybody, I hope that you all enjoyed that. And now we are going to go over to an incredible panel that I am just so excited to hear from all of these lovely ladies that personify just so much empowerment and who they are and what they do and the message that they give out to the world. And I think right now, females, women, empowerment for us is super important, both from an entrepreneur perspective, as well as being a mother, a mompreneur. There's so many different spaces that now we have to fill, and we have to pivot to try to find ways to do that all at the same time. And so I'm extremely thrilled to have all of you here. Thank you so much, Shelly, Adwa, Emmy, and Lauren. I'm so thankful. So thank you. And I cannot wait for this to start. And here we go.
Hi, Jordana. How are you?
Hi. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having us.
Of course. I can't wait. Let's start here.
Very good. So thank you and welcome, everybody. Very excited to have everyone. And thank you for the wonderful introduction, Jordana. That is fantastic. And we had a little green room. Hi, Arwa. How are you?
Fine. Thank you. How are you?
Very good, thank you. We had a little backstage conversation, which was amazing. And so, of course, as we always do, we will pivot a little bit and go off script, which always makes conversation that much more interesting. But thrilled to be talking about fashion, number one, inclusivity, number two, and how they go all together for female empowerment. So 3 topics that I think are near and dear to all of our hearts. With that, I would love to welcome you all and have you each tell me who you are, what you do, and is fashion and inclusivity more important or different today in times of crisis than it was just yesterday when we blinked our eyes? I mean, is there something more pressing right now? And why don't we start with Lauren?
Sure. So nice to see you all. Thank you to Fashinnovation for having us. I'm personally very excited to be here having this conversation that hopefully will spur, hope and a new sense of mission in a time like this, like you mentioned. Anyhow, I am the founder and CEO of a luxury plus size women's wear brand called Henning. Before Henning, I was a fashion editor. And before that, I was a plus size model. And yeah, we are going through a big change as a small business, trying to weather this storm as a business that cares deeply about inclusion in fashion. And while I don't know that it's more important or less important, our mission of inclusivity, because it's to us ever pressing, but it has shifted a bit, and the tone of it has shifted a bit. And what I'm personally and professionally very focused on right now is keeping the business alive and thriving, so that on the other side of this pandemic, there are small independent brands and unique voices fighting for size inclusion in fashion. And if we lose all the independent brands, and if the budgets at the big businesses and the big corporations get cut and size extensions get cut, then we stand to lose years and years of progress in size diversity in fashion. And so that's what we're focused on. And that's our mission right now.
Well, we're not going to let that happen. So we're going to come back and talk about some solutions and next steps that we all need to take, most importantly, doing that together to ensure size inclusion always is relevant and always matters. So hold that thought. We're going to come right back to that. Arwa, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you so much.
And where are you right now?
At my house in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh.
Wonderful, fantastic. And so what is your business all about?
Okay, so I'll introduce myself. My name is Arwa Alamari. I'm a Saudi fashion designer and an entrepreneur. I'm the founder of the brand Aram. It's an international winning brand, and I'm also a fashion consultant to government to push the industry forward, and to a lot of educational institutions. I'm also the ambassador of our Fashion Council, which has a mission of empowering this new industry in our region.
That's fantastic. And I also have a special surprise we have to talk about later for all my girlfriends in Riyadh. So it's a custom hijab that I made. So we have to, we have to talk about that.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
that's interesting. So if I want to talk and shed a light on why is this topic important to me, fashion is one of the industries that is really related to women on a daily basis. A majority of the consumers of this industry are women. Up to like 70% of the consumers are females. It affects their daily life, what they wear every day, and it empowers them on a daily basis. It gives them the choice to what to wear, and to express themselves. So I believe that it's one of the most important industries in terms of, if we look at the creativity industry, it touches women's life so much. And talking about myself, Saudi Arabia is now pushing this industry forward. We're still in the infancy stage. So when this COVID crisis came, there were a lot of initiatives to take this industry to the next level. And I think I set a role model to a lot of young designers who look up to us. So we are hoping, to be participating and putting solutions to survive this.
That's fun. Wonderful. And, you know, it's one of the things you've accelerated so fast and so recently that we cannot stop that acceleration and that progress.
Yes.
As Lauren said, it really is the same that applies all over the world. Thank you for that, Emmy. How about you?
My name is Emmy, and I am a 30-year veteran in the body image and self-esteem realm, social reformer of inclusive beauty. And I see that this is an opportunity where everything has slowed down. Hopefully not completely has shut down online for sales for the smaller businesses like Henning and others like that. But I think for the actual business end, a lot of people are starting to say, wait a minute, what do we need to change? We have big problems. So would you like me to share this really quickly right now or later?
So no, I thought it would be a good opportunity to do an overview of the landscape. And Emmy, that would be wonderful if you took us through some of the background.
Sure. One of the initiatives that I came up with in 2013, after I had a personal crisis of cancer, I had an illustrious career in the 90s and early 2000s, and that was fine. But I said, what is my legacy? How can I affect change, or how can we all affect change within the fashion industry? A little early in, but Fashion Without Limits, I believe today, if I can bring this up.
As you're bringing it up, Emmy, I'd love to encourage everyone that is participating in this conversation and viewing. We'd love to have an interactive session, so please send in any questions as we go along, and I'm going to try to get to as many throughout this conversation that I can. So please start sending in your questions, and I will start taking them after the conversation. I'll weave them through our conversation, you know, pushing them all to you guys.
And interestingly enough, that I had everything queued up and we're live, which is all fun and wonderful. I see that it's not popping up here, but that's okay. I will
give us some of the highlights, Emmy.
Yes, so I will give you some highlights. So Fashion Without Limits was at first, I do believe that it's time to revolutionize the global fashion industry. It needs to be shaken down. It needs to be given a bit of a real good look as to who the customer is. Why is if there's 100 million women that are left out of the conversation, that equates to a $9 billion lost opportunity within the fashion industry alone. That's one of the issues. Just to extend a line, but it has to fit well. We don't want to contribute to a $63 billion return issue that we have in our country right now. And if we do educate young designers in all fashion schools across the country and around the globe how to cut and grade and design and illustrate all forms of beauty, all different shapes of women, those students will graduate and go into manufacturing jobs, design rooms, cutting rooms, conference room tables, with the understanding of an inclusive nature instead of the exclusivity that kind of lingers within the industry today. It's a true shaking at the core of reflecting, how do I feel? How do we feel independently about our bodies? How do we feel about society and how they speak about our bodies and reflect what is good and what is bad? And then what changes can we have and bring to the table within our conference rooms, within the cutting room, and try and do new ideas that are inclusive so that we can make more money, make more millions and millions of women in the United States and around the world to feel empowered in every step and every part of their personality being reflected in their daily lives. And it starts in education, and it starts within our own minds as CEOs who run companies and retail industries to look within ourselves, look within our families and say, well, my aunt, my grandmother, my daughter, my wife, myself, we're all diversified. We should not be only reflecting one particular ideal in beauty. It is getting better. But in the fashion industry, in the cutting rooms, in the design rooms, we need to have really, really good fits so that that customer will keep coming back to you. That's basically what's been going on at Syracuse for the last 6 years, where a lot of schools, a lot of design schools, when I was asking, would you have an inclusive fashion education for your designers, that was rejected at many places. Where I went back to my alma mater and they said, we have no idea how to do this, but let's do this together. And if there was a tomatoes to be thrown at me, that first announcement that I made, I just said, I don't care what you have to say. I know that if you just do the work and you get beyond your own myths and beliefs of what a woman should look like, you're going to be doing such a service to her. And the media came. They came and bit the Vogue Italia, WWD multiple times, Business Insider multiple times, because it was so out of the box, but it was also not just focusing on the problem, it was providing a solution at a very core level. So to see our designers graduating from Syracuse and hopefully many, many other schools around the world with an inclusive nature, where there's inclusive forms, there's teachers that don't have the exclusive mentality when it comes to all facets of fashion, how to put it together. When they come in a very open-minded way, our students gain, and they're going to be making more money along the way. So that's basically what Fashion Without Limits has been working on for the last 6 years, thanks to the 2 professors that said, we know that she exists. I can't believe that we didn't think about this at first. So hats off to them. Yeah.
What are their names?
Jeffrey Mayer, Todd Conover.
I just wanted to point out names because I think visibility of people pushing the envelope is just so important, because it takes bravery and it takes courage and it takes thinking out of the box, and it's that moment of consciousness. Might as well dance a little as we're going. All kinds of exciting things are happening. Just go on mute until you could get that. No problem. We have a lot of questions coming in, so I want to start taking them. But one of the things that you talked about was breaking the myths. And I think that breaking the myths is so important. And Arwa, you talked about over 70% of purchases made by women, over 85% of purchases made by women across industry. So what percentage of women are in the fashion business? Is it majority of men today, or is it?
Yeah, actually, yeah, the majority of people in the fashion industry, we could split it into 2 sides. Unfortunately, in the higher hierarchy of the companies, you could see the leaders are mainly males, but the workers who produce the garments are majorly women. So women are not getting to reach to the high level and senior positions in many of the corporates. Actually, they have been challenged by so many things, including choosing between being having their career or their family and personal life. So it's unfortunate that we don't see a lot of women in high positions, especially like in big houses, in big fashion houses.
Because I find it so surprising that fit, in fashion is such a challenge, like why we can't fit our bodies. And a big question, just came up, and as you were speaking, Emmy, but I think this really applies, Lauren, to you, is the question, oh, so many questions are coming in. Wow.
Yeah.
Let me see. Wait, let me find you the one that came for you. Here you go. It says, and this is from Amy. Do you think language is important for inclusivity in fashion? How do you feel about terms such as plus size, petite, etc.? Could we be more inclusive?
Sure. I mean, language is, any linguist would tell you, arguably one of the most important things. It's a symbol of representation. It's how we talk about bodies of people, but also our own vessels, and words have power, whether we're talking about becoming more kind to ourselves in our heads or more inclusive outwardly as brands and outlets. And so, of course, I have opinions on language. I use the term plus size because that is the industry term. I don't like terms personally like curvy or fruit shapes or what have you, because I don't like the idea of not saying what you mean, because by skirting the actual term or what you actually mean, you're implying that it's bad. And so that you would rather say that I'm an apple, which is very odd, rather than I'm widest through the middle. My body carries the most weight in the middle. Do you know what I mean? And so anyhow, my policy professionally, whether, you know, it was in my old career as a fashion journalist, or now with Henning, is to just say what we mean. So we plainly say what sizes we're talking about. And that's, to me, most important, because we're, I hope so, removing the associations and emotion and stigma really from that.
Well, it's interesting because, you know, we talked about myths, and, you know, I talk a lot about bias correcting. And, you know, if you say unconscious bias, I think that is the biggest excuse in the world. If you say unconscious, you're conscious. And so Catalyst did an amazing campaign called Bias Correct. There are terms that are used, you know, around women that have negative association. You're too bossy, you're too assertive, you're an introvert, you're too emotional. And, you know, how do you look at the positive, which is what you're talking about, Lauren? I'm not too bossy, I have executive presence, as Sheryl Sandberg says. I'm not too bossy, I'm the boss. I'm not too emotional, I'm passionate. How do we look at the positive? You know, there are words that, you know, can carry stigma if we don't, you know, fix that very correctly. And that came up with another question. Have you always felt included in the fashion industry? Any of the main stage panels on inclusivity. So I think this is a question to everyone. Have you always felt included in the industry? And what was, and I'll add, if not, what was that moment, that aha moment, or I call it a heartbeat moment, because I don't think it's a cognitive one. I don't think it's a rational decision. It's something you feel. And so I always talk about that feeling comes from your heart. Has that impacted you at all? Was there that moment?
Well, I'll let Emmy start on that one, because she created a lot of change in that industry. So, you know, as somebody who's been working like a third of the time that she has, I'll let you take that away.
That's very sweet, but I think we all can contribute to this, and I you know, you've done a really, really incredible job. Hats off to you with the work that you've done, not only now as your CEO self with Henning and the messaging that you're putting out. No, it's true, and the work that you were doing as a journalist. It was really beautiful reporting.
This is women supporting women at its best. So
well,
thank you.
You know, teamwork makes the dream work. It's never ever one person leading the way. It's a lot of people supporting and giving cocktails along the way. But the truth of the matter is, back in the 90s, there was a very big disconnect. And that's when I felt like I was driving a million miles an hour, understanding, as I was a journalist prior to being a model, but going into this full-figured industry, having that curiosity of why is this industry so disparaging towards all women that I knew. It was like there was a windshield in a car and you had all the bugs hitting, where I would say, well, why are you not having sizes? But please give me a size 16. Please at least give me a size 16. That was the big conversation back in the early 90s. And when the industry started just sizing up from a size 8, that wasn't solving any issues. It was making a problem, a really big problem, because women were saying, wait a minute, if you're not going to understand my body, I'm not going to go back to you. So that all these companies start saying, my goodness, there's millions of women that we could make money off of. They weren't going about it with the right heart center and really investing what different shapes we were. What did we had money. We wanted to invest in lines like Lauren's line, but there was nothing really out there outside of Marina Rinaldi, which was wonderful to have. We also knew that when we went through a depression, big lines like Michael Kors and Calvin Klein went right into Nordstrom's, went into a beautiful full-figured line. And when we were at the worst part in 2008, women were buying left and right because we were like, we have never seen anything like this before. And to think that the full-figured market actually really supported big brands to staying in business. It's never been any, no celebration has been given back to the community. So I think there's a lot of disconnect still within the industry. And that's why I was saying that in order for any change at all to happen, we have to dig in and see where we sit with ourselves in the word fat or the word curvy or the word plus size. And if we can push that aside, our personal thoughts and feelings about that, and just think, I want to service my customer. I want to really supply a whole multitude of things, different levels of distribution, and get the fit right so that all women can show up in their lives in a great way. In the early 90s, I had to cut up when I was on my Fashion Emergency first TV show that I hosted. I took 2 garments. I had 2 sets of stylists because it was a very hard job. We had to take garments and put them together so that it looked like it fit me correctly. But if I turned around, you would have seen electrical tape in the back showing the level. So we bought very high-end goods to reflect what I wanted to reflect. But the back end of this was women were writing me and saying, where did you get that? So when I would walk on red carpets, I had to start saying, no, thank you. I'm going to find what's in market so that I can reflect and women could actually get into, instead of me being an exclusive situation. It was a bit of a bummer because I was happy to do it, but it was so unusual that I was in that situation. But it's true. I would wear these beautiful things that these designers would make for me, but then they weren't able to get into it. And I said, I can't do that. It doesn't feel right. So yeah, we're moving in the right direction by having conversations like this, and lines like Lauren's coming out and looking beautiful and celebrating women. I don't see it as a plus size line, but it is a plus size line servicing a purpose and a reason in the luxury market. Your reflections are of celebration of women. It's just, it's really important.
So yeah, I want to go to, Lauren, I just want to go to Arwa for a minute. Yeah, sure. I'm sorry. And I think we've talked a lot about inclusivity and what it takes. And one of the things that we talk a lot about is confidence is beautiful. It really is about, how you feel, not what you look like on the outside. All women are beautiful, regardless of shape, size, religion, age. And so I want to go, Arwa, to you about, the Saudi woman who I am in love with. I was there recently in Riyadh, and it was the most incredible experience. And so even from modest clothing, are you finding that some of these big designers are incorporating modesty? We became very great friends with the brand Muslim Girl and talking a lot about that. What are you seeing in your part of the world and fashion and inclusivity?
Yeah, this is what I wanted to reflect on, from my own society. We're happy now to see the modest fashion as a mainstream and many brands. Having the choice to wear what you like and that express yourself, and it's in line with your beliefs. Is really amazing. The thing is, modest fashion liberated women in so many levels. Other than giving you the choice to choose what you want to wear, it made women capable of going to work places with confidence. It allowed them to go for entertainment. We have seen now hijabi models like Halima Aden. She was posing in bikini, swimming, and sportwear. So we are seeing hope in the industry, and actually, from my own background, women empowerment has been one of the key topics that that is discussed here in Saudi. The government is pushing us forward, and this became the culture of our nation.
I think that that's really wonderful, and we need to keep pushing the progress. When I was there, what the women in Saudi said to me is, we are making so much progression. We need to share that with the world. And, you know, even though you are late in coming in, you were very quickly, you know, catching up and modernizing, and I think accelerating and jumping ahead, which is really so exciting to see. Another big question came in, you know, from addressing inclusivity in footwear, but also addressing inclusivity with visible disabilities. What are you seeing in that space from inclusion? You know, we talk about gender equality is not just about gender, it's about race, religion, age, intersectionality, LGBT questions are coming in around that, as well as disability, accessibility, mobility. Are we seeing evolution in that area as well? And then we're going to cut very quickly to some solutions for change post-COVID.
It's slow in coming for the handicapped community. I do have to say, I don't see that reflected as much as I'd like to see. However, there are posts that I see in my feed for people in wheelchairs and garments, coats. But I have not seen as much as it should be, because we do have quite a few people from all the wars and people that are needing adaptive clothing. And that's a very big white space.
So, you know, one of the things that I thought was very important in Project Runway, I saw a whole, you know, effort focused on disability. And when we look at magazines and we look at media, and I'm the co-founder of #SeeHer. If you can see her, you can be her. Media defines culture, culture defines change, change defines action. This is how we can also start shaping and writing the narrative, not waiting and watching, but creating and pushing and writing that narrative. I want to get to quick advice because we only have a few minutes left and we have so many amazing questions coming in. So I'm trying to get to all of them. What advice would you give to a female who wants to achieve a senior leadership role in the fashion industry? Lauren, do you want to start with that?
Sure. I mean, I think that the first thing is believing that you can be there and do it, and going for those opportunities, and, you know, taking the interviews, doing the work, hustling on your own. I think that just as the sentiment of the times, like now anything is possible, but post-pandemic, everything is up for rewritten rules. And so to have that notion within you, I mean, we can do it, you know. It's almost a funny thing to give advice on, because to me it's like, yes, go do it. Just take the interview. You'll get it. You'll be there. And I don't really see any advice that would be necessarily different from somebody who identifies as a woman versus a man, or any, you know, yeah, it's almost a funny question to me, which is a good sign. I think that fashion is such a progressive industry and we lead so much of the change, and when we're talking about culture. And so, yeah.
I liked how you talked about rewriting the rules. So I've been well known as the chief troublemaker. I break all the rules that make no sense and I write the new ones. And I think that this is our moment in time to write the rules. And, you know, one of the questions came, when do we see the stores opening and business back to normal? Will the buying and fashion pattern change post-COVID? And, you know, for me, I hope we never go back. I hope we always go forward. And, you know, so I think my question to each of you is, what is the new normal in fashion for you? Arwa, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Actually, we've seen a lot of waste in the fashion industry lately, with the you know, people just buying and, you know, disposing and, you know, not keeping even the items for as long as it should. Previously, fashion was meaningful. It had its aesthetics. It had its beauty. Designers spent time to create beautiful pieces. I think we're going to get back to slower fashion. The fast fashion world is going to get slower post-COVID. People would, I think, would be happy to own pieces that had the creativity that we all loved in fashion when it started. So pieces has to be meaningful. It has to have, to convey a message, or to convey static that people looks forward to.
I think that's wonderful. I'm going to go to just a quick lightning round of advice from each of you. And Lauren, you had talked about female small business owners or small business owners in general. What advice would you give to small business owners today of not only staying visible, relevant, present, but how do we pivot with positivity and proactivity? And Emmy, why don't you lead us with a piece of advice?
I think within the industry, those individuals that are in the industry, they still have their jobs still, to use your voice. If you feel that there is something that needs to change, please write up a plan and step up and into an opportunity to help the company that you're currently working with to slow down 2 times a month, every week production or deliveries, to setting up a different type of plan. And if women that you are surrounded with are not being reflected in the lines that you are producing, step up and into the opportunity. You can help this company make lots of money, but more importantly, you can make millions and millions of women feel good every single day.
That's fantastic. Lauren, what about you?
My
What
advice
are you going to do?
Yeah, my advice for small business owners is foremost not to panic. Nobody ever made a good decision having a panic attack. We are now in week 6, and just for reference, if anybody's listening and it helps, my personal, the cadence of my emotions was the first 2 weeks, I was just trying to feel it out and a little bit in denial of the seriousness. The next 2 weeks was a full-blown worry fest, and everything seemed like it was really going to be horrible. And then the last 2 weeks, bringing us to week 6, have been positive. They've been about regrowth. They've been about pivoting. They've been about what we can do next. And so to know that not to panic, go slow, be observant, watch what other businesses bigger than you, more established than you are doing, saying, how they're behaving. And then on a very, tactical side of things, make sure that you're looking up all the loans, grants, and help that you can get financially as a small business owner. There's in America, there's Paycheck Protection Program. There are loans state by state. And so, yes, go to sba.gov in the States to start that research.
And get up early and be the first one in for
That's
the
right.
loans.
That's right. I have one thing to just add, if you don't mind, Shelley. Build your social presence, build your community around your business. If you can almost just focus on reaching out to your community, build that community now where everybody is home, and build it not for them to just buy what you're selling, but be there for your customer. This is the greatest time to do that.
Arwa, I want to go to you for quick advice, and then I'm going to prep you all for the next question, which is this a good moment in time to also really pivot with our processes and go more sustainable, or create a real pivot moment which deviates from where you've been to where you could go? Arwa, let's start that with you first, with your advice, and then let's move into, is this moment in time where we have opportunity?
So first of all, I would like to tell, all young designers and emerging brands that we are all in this together, the whole world. It's not one country, it's not one, nation. Everybody's going through this. So what applies to you applies to everyone. Second of all, try to seek, collaboration and get empowered by your community. And one very important point is moving, production locally. You don't have, and this would empower other, people in terms of jobs and in terms of, as you said, maybe rewriting, the way things are gonna be addressed in the future.
Act up locally,
So,
great idea. Wow, that would be great if we could.
yeah, I think so. And do you think a lot of retailers and small brands in particular are really starting to, I always say with every challenge comes a new opportunity. What is the silver lining? If we are a small business owner, are we starting to do more digitally online, waiting to go back to the physical stores, or are we starting to, really evolve our moments? And, the question about sustainability, do we think there'll be an increased focus on that now that we have this moment of pause?
Of course, I think
oh, go
okay,
ahead.
Go ahead. No worries.
No, please. We haven't heard enough from you actually, so.
Okay, so of course, as you said, it's a chance to to reevaluate things, how the processes were done, and reevaluate the situation and think about sustainability in a different way. The way we used to consume fashion was not working. We've seen a lot of waste in previous years. Now I think it will be the era of maybe amateurs, new talents, craftsmanship. So I think there will be a great shift toward that.
Yeah, I think that one of the important reset things for small brands is going to be the way that wholesale works, and many small brands have businesses that are majority still made up of wholesale dollars. And while that may not look like the case, if you peel back the curtain at a lot of them, it really is. And the terms for which small designers and small brands get treated by retailers has been very tough and not beneficial to them. They can send clothing back that is seasonal at the end of the season that didn't sell, which leaves brands with outdated inventory that they overproduced, yada, yada, yada. That's, just one of the ways in which it's tough. And so I think that really, hopefully that will change and benefit small business owners. But yes, the second thing I definitely agree with Arwa is that, God willing, fashion slows the hell down.
Yeah, so you have joy more. So you can get back into the joy instead of just being in a hysterical motion of trying to just push out product. That's where a lot of mistakes, that's where the return rates are so high. Oh, yeah. Billions and $63 billion in return rates. That's going to fill any business. The majors are getting hit hard. I can't even imagine what small business owners are dealing with. The joy, getting back to joy, getting back to helping the environment and slowing the heck down. And if we can act up locally, it would be great to see that. But I think that's a very, very big hurdle when we don't have a lot of factories in motion right now. But that might be a long-term goal to be able to get business back into our local communities and then enjoying fashion again, really, truly enjoying.
I will say that hopefully all that we're talking about and all that change that we say we need to see from the manufacturing side and the corporation side and the support side also translates to a sentiment within consumers broadly that embraces slow fashion and understands why it's important, understands what it costs, understands that they vote with their dollar. Henning makes slow fashion clothes in New York City. The fit is the most important thing. We make timeless staples. Everybody gets, ethically treated, and we have a hard time. Honestly, we've had a hard time explaining to the consumer why that's important, why things cost that much, and why if they want a black blazer, they should buy one from, a brand that makes one that's going to last forever versus the one from ASOS that season. And so hopefully it's a full circle mentality change.
Yeah.
So Lauren, go back to that and just a quick one, because we have to wrap. When you talk about slow fashion, can you just explain what that means to everybody that's on very quickly?
It's the opposite of fast fashion very generally. I think that much like sustainability, it is a loose term and different for everyone. And for us, what that very logically means is that we don't make trend clothes, we make staples. We We do seasonal
Beautiful.
drops at the moment. We only produce small quantities. We produce locally, so you're not, shipping things around the world. We use natural fabrics. The list goes on.
Seasons, by the way, is very important as well.
Natural
We
fabric.
see like 6, 7, 8 seasons a year. Like you cannot have time, to have mindful, creativity in that.
Yes.
It's just like produce and send. That's it. So I think
It's so cyclical, because that conversation also goes back to Emmy's main point, which is fit. Because when you're making 6, 7, 8 things a year, right? You can't fit that. We wear test everything we make for months, right? When you're turning out new product constantly, then then we're talking about our $63 billion return problem. It's all linked.
And then
Well,
we all have to be on the same page. Every one of us in the industry have to say, halt, slow down. And if we all can do that and slow it down, I think that this is achievable, that to have more joy, to have a better fit, to have a better, consumer and retailer relationship where people are happy.
Thank you. I mean, we have to wrap. I just really want to wrap by thanking all of you, and really with the hope, but if we put our minds to it, anything is possible, that it's all about inclusive fashion for all, and confidence is beautiful, and you are all the most incredible women. Thank you for sharing all of your wonderful insights.
Thank you so much
all
for
so
having us.
much. Honestly, I just have to wrap this up by saying that was so genuine and so real and so thoughtfelt and so much knowledge and inspiration. You guys did such a phenomenal job, which doesn't surprise me, because all of you guys are powerhouses for everything that you guys do. So thank you for doing this today with us. And I really, it was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you for having us.
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Take care.
Masalama.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So without further ado, I am thrilled for our next panel, which is just going to be incredible. We are going to have some incredible people that you're going to hear from Jacqueline Brennan, the founder. So we have Jacqueline Brennan, we have Jason Naylor, we have Tanya Peck, and we have the Bella twins, Nikki and Bree. I'm going to leave this now for Jacqueline to take over. It's going to be an incredible conversation and all about social impact, the entertainment industry, lifestyle, fashion, something that I know lots of you are excited to hear. So without further ado, take it over, guys, and thank you all so much for being here.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. Super excited to be here for Fashinnovation Virtual. Today, we're going to be talking about fashion as artists in the entertainment lifestyle industries using their voice for social impact. So we have an amazing lineup, some really good questions we're ready to ask. We're just waiting for our the Bella twins to be joining us. They're going to be logging in shortly. And in the meantime, just to give you a little bit of background information, I am the founder and CEO of Creative Duality and the co-founder of Feely Executive Mastermind. Right now, I have here with me Jason Naylor, an amazing, super talented artist, and Tanya Peck, the creative director of Catcher in Style. And perfect timing, we have Nikki and Bree Bella, two beautiful and kind, amazing entrepreneurs and the stars of Total Bellas. So this is our panel today, and I'm going to pass it over first to Tanya to just give a brief introduction. We'll all kind of say a few words, and then we'll get into our questions.
Hey guys, I'm Tanya Peck. I am a fashion blogger by trade, And the past 2 years, I've been consulting brands, and this year I'm working on public policy in fashion industry. So I work a lot in sustainability, and I work with the UN, Remake, I work with Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and I kind of just try to educate consumers on how to be better at what they're doing. We have a huge problem, and we can't just do this by ourselves and go blind through life without being sustainable. So that's what I do. It's like kind of me in a nutshell right now.
Thank you, Thanya. Jason?
Yes, thanks, Jacqueline. Hey, everyone, I'm Jason Naylor, and I'm an artist. I do a lot of street art, murals, and I'm also a designer and creative director. My body of work is all about messaging. The ongoing theme of messages that you'll see in my work is kindness, love, positivity, and this week and this month, rather, I've been focusing a lot on hope as a message. I try to find messages that resonate with people and that also are current. So the messages that I like to put into my work are usually something that I feel and that I want other people to feel as well. And I think the emotion that goes into the work, you know, when you see something visual, to be able to experience the emotion that I put into it, you know, that's the way I like to approach it. So I'm excited to be here, and thanks for having me, Jacqueline.
Thanks, Jason. And Nikki and Bree?
Hey, what's
Hello,
up?
everyone.
Hello.
So Nikki and I are the co-founders of Birdie Bee, and Birdie Bee started off as a community we wanted to build, just women globally connecting, kind of uniting and building each other up. The one thing that we learned from the wrestling ring is when you stand in that ring, there's nothing that made us feel more fierce and more like superheroes. So we wanted to carry that message into our brand. We started off as a lifestyle brand to get our feet kind of into the fashion industry because it was new to us. I mean, professional wrestlers in fashion, a little unheard of.
What do you mean? We wear costumes every week in the ring.
Actually, that's very true. Look at Glow. That is very true.
That's true. I love that show. And you're the most fashionable wrestlers I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, right. And so we wanted to kind of take that strength and that fierce into our brand. And so we came out with our athletic line. And kind of like what Thania has said, the one thing that we have been doing at Birdie Bee is we are becoming more eco-friendly, more of just a brand where we're starting to use with our leggings, plastic water bottles. We want to be at the forefront of the change because, like she said, I'm really big on changing the consumer. I think, you know, we're at these times that it's, you know, all about reduce, reuse, but still have some style. So it's good to see that a lot of people are trying to be at the forefront of that and helping everyone out.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. So now I have a group question. I'd like everyone to kind of answer this one before we dive into individual questions. And I want to ask, how has messaging or communication changed over the past few months for you since quarantine? Do you find your inner voice making you, you know, like, is it more vulnerable? Do you feel more connected to people? Do you feel more open or more like closed off? So how is this affecting you?
We could take it first. I know, you know, the one thing that Nikki and I are really lucky is we're next door neighbors. We literally have a zero property line. So social distancing for us, maybe it's a twin thing. We are lucky that we didn't have to experience it with each other, but being partners too, we've realized in, gosh, how long have we been quarantined, you and I? 6 weeks? 7?
No, you and I have been like 8 because we started early.
Because we started early because being pregnant. And the one thing that we realized is just kind of like, I think sometimes in a company, you might lose your values a little bit because you get so caught up in the chaos. And because we've had all this time to think and kind of find this quiet place, I know for myself, I started to realize like, whoa, Brie, like, is your reflection in your company as strong as you would like? And I started to realize that some of my values weren't 100% there. So it was kind of going back to the business plan. And all those little missing pieces that you just got too busy to think about, I'm starting to put them back in. So really starting to look at my values and what I believe in.
Yeah. And for me, I've always been the bougie twin. And I definitely have to say, like, being in quarantine has really put so much perspective in my life of like the things that matter, the things that I truly miss. It's not always like getting the next best thing, but I miss human interaction. I miss going to coffee shops and staring at people and just going into a wine bar and getting a glass of wine. I mean, I've missed that because I'm pregnant, but I miss like the little things. And like I picked up bike riding, and like who knew bike riding was so fun? And I've been biking like 10 miles a day. I'm pregnant, and it's been like so amazing. And I think, you know, my sister, I've always called, she's always been like the hippie out of us. And I have a lot of values that I respect for Mother Nature. She's always been my girl, but I feel like being in quarantine, I've had more respect for her than ever. And I think we all can look up in the sky and realize like, wow, we didn't realize how beautiful you were till we gave you a break, and what we've seen around the world. So for me, I think when we get out of this, I'm not going to be as bougie as I used to be.
In a
Like,
very organic way.
Right. I'll say the bouginess for my wine palette.
She used to hate the word granola, but she's going to be a bougie granola.
Well, I'm going to think of my own word, but yeah.
I love it. I love it. And Jason?
Yeah, I mean, messaging, for me, messaging is such a fundamental part of my brand and my work. And so for me, it's kind of like on a daily basis, I'm evaluating what is the message that's in my heart, what's the message that I'm feeling versus what's the message that is appropriate for my work today or for my client today, you know? And so I think in the past 6 weeks, the messaging that is constantly kind of swirling around, like in my process, has evolved, and maybe it's sort of dumbed itself down, or I've found that I'm dumbing it down to these sort of core things. And like some of the core things that have appeared in my messaging in the past couple of weeks have been very, like, obviously my work's always about positivity, but it's been very like optimism, hope. And I think that it's like maybe the messages that I'm feeling are the same things that other people are feeling. And so that limitation of messaging has sort of presented itself in a way that's helpful for me to channel my work, narrow my focus. And I think we're all kind of thinking the same things. So to make work that's about what we're all thinking makes sense.
You gave me chills.
I know, it was good.
Like legit.
Absolutely.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah. Jason, do you find yourself being more vulnerable on your communication and your social media platforms, your messaging?
I mean, yeah, I think, you know, I've been thinking about how Zoom and how these technologies have changed the way we communicate. And to be honest with you, I feel much more confident in person. Like I get a little nervous getting on Zoom, but I'm totally confident to walk into a meeting with a bunch of strangers wearing suits and be like, here's my work, you know, check me out. So I think that there is some newfound vulnerability to some of this. And to me, vulnerability is so key to my work. Like sharing something that you feel, that is a vulnerable thing. And so I'm used to the vulnerable feeling, but I have noticed that the vulnerability in general has sort of evolved a little bit. And I've been talking about this a little bit, but I think there are certain people who may be shy in a meeting, but in a Zoom or on the phone, they're like, you know, they're like the more powerful one or something. And so I think this may give opportunity for people to reveal a little bit more or to open up and be more vulnerable than they would have been.
Mm-hmm. Totally. And Tanya?
So the first few weeks of the quarantine, I kind of, we had a lot of different initiatives going on around Earth Week, and we were planning this stuff for 6 months, especially with +1 vote. So we had a rally with climate activists, older and youth climate activists. We were working with Congress people and just all this stuff. I work with the governor of New York as well, and senators and things like that. But this was for us. This was like going to be this rally that we were just so excited about. And it was just shut down, completely shut down. You know what I mean? Like we cannot get together to do this. So we had to reconstruct our model digitally. So we ended up having a rally last Wednesday, just discussing our initiative of Earth Week and what we were doing and who's all involved, who the key players are. And then on Friday, we launched a digital filter where you can, it says vote on your face or whatever. So we're just pumping that every day, just so people can get registered to vote. So the thing is, if people get registered to vote, it sets everything off. So it's very, very important for everybody to get registered to vote. And I know some people, they'll argue to say that the Electoral College decides what's going on. But what's the most important thing is who your congresspeople are in your area. Those people are gonna make or break what happens in your sphere of influence for you. So it's important to get out and vote, and everybody needs to, regardless of what party you're going towards. You just have to do it as a civil liberty, as a civil right. I'm originally from South Africa. So when I got my citizenship, I was like, my family and I were like, oh my God, we get to vote. This is so exciting. You know, so I feel like, I don't know where you guys are from or whatever, but I just think it's like such an exciting thing for everyone to be a part of. And, you know, you get to talk about it, and plus you get a sticker. So that was something.
For the sticker. Social media.
And so, yeah, so that was a big thing that we were working on for the past 6 months, and we had to shift our gears to go digitally, and we did it, and we're still doing it. And so Earth Week Live kicks off on Friday, and the co-founder of Plus One Vote will be on there talking to all celebrities and everything like that, getting everyone to decide who their plus one is that they're going to add to, you know, their filter, and you get everyone registered to vote. So that was something that I was working on. This year I'm working on policy, like I said. So the policy in fashion is new, but I'm working with a bunch of innovators. We're trying to get transparency in fashion to be policy, and circularity to be policy. I think it's important for the fashion industry to take this seriously and for everyone to be involved. Like I said, I work with Remake, so we're running a campaign for pay up for a lot of big brands like Gap and Primark, and H&M and Zara decided that they wanted to pay their workers for the things that they already ordered, their orders that they already made. So that's what we're trying to do, because as the fashion industry is kind of at a standstill as far as brick and mortar stores, people still made those clothes. And so in sustainability, it's a humanitarian issue, it's a climate issue, it's an ethics issue. So we need to get everyone to kind of mobilize and think outside the box. Like, it's just not about this outfit. It's about what that outfit, who touched that outfit? What farm did that come from?
Yeah, where it came from, what it means.
Yeah, and that's like something that's really dear to me, because I started asking questions. I was very curious as to, I was like, who's making this stuff?
Yeah, it's important. And I feel like your messaging has pretty much been consistent before quarantine. So we love the work that you do and how you're redefining the term influencer. So thank you for all that you do, Thanya. And Nikki, I have a question for you. I want to ask this because this is a very special time in your life. And it can also be a bit scary right now with everything that's going on. So I want to know, what is your biggest worry or fear right now as a first-time mother, multi-business entrepreneur, and global influencer? So what's your biggest fear at the moment?
I mean, you know, I've wanted to be a mom for so long, and I'll be 37 in November. So the fact that this dream's, you know, finally coming true, it's just so exciting. And the beginning of my pregnancy, I got influenza B really bad, and I was bedridden for 2 weeks, but then really couldn't do anything for 2 months. And then right when I got better, we walked right into what we're going through now, the coronavirus. And I have to say, it's definitely been unsettling. I don't know what I would do without meditation and all the crystals and essential oils I have invested in, because that truly helps calm me. And like spiritual books I've been reading, I'm very spiritual. And I try not to get down on things like, I'm never gonna have a baby shower as of now, and like a maternity shoot, but then I'm like, I'm healthy. And I'm someone who, when I wake up in the morning, I like to tune into CNN, and I like to see what's trending on Twitter, because that's where I get my most recent news. And I feel blessed that I get to be with my sister and that I'm healthy. But
you know, you think at times like, is it okay bringing a child into this world right now? But then I look at like my bump and the feeling, and I just pray that I have this light warrior that's going to come into this world and make a change. I pray for it twice a day, maybe even more. I feel like sometimes God's like, okay, yeah, we get it. We know what you want. But I can't stop because I just am like, I look at people like Greta, and I see this younger generation that I feel are these warriors that came onto earth for a reason, to rock the boat, to help with change, because I feel like this was coming. And I can't help but feel, my sister and I, that we have these warriors that are going to join the pack. But you just try to stay positive. And I think I couldn't have done it without Brie. I'm so happy she's pregnant with me, because being a first time, I mean, my baby didn't kick at all during the weekend. And I got so down and I felt like something was wrong. And she's like, it's normal. I'm like, no, it's not. And then this morning I woke up to so many big kicks, and like the world just felt perfect. And so
I love it.
Yeah.
And Nikki, one more question for you. How do you think the entertainment industry is going to change after all of this? And I don't want to say go back to normal, because things aren't going to be quite normal, but how do you think this is going to change entertainment in general?
You know, when we all kind of first had the lockdown, we saw TV went up, I think it was 60%. But then a lot of shows got canceled, because unfortunately, to make entertainment, we have to be closer than 6 feet within each other. And just when you look at it backstage, there's so many people. I definitely think things are going to change. I think they're going to be pickier about content. I think we're going to see less of it in a way. I think though, entertainment has always been so creative and has adapted for centuries. And I feel like we're going to see things that we never thought we would see, and it's going to get really creative. But I do think entertainment industry, unfortunately, will take a hit for a bit. I mean, I know as far as being an LA girl, we're closed down as of now till August. Even our show. I mean, Brie and I are on air right now for Total Bellas, but we are supposed to start filming again soon, and that keeps getting pushed back. So I think I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that we'll see less content, because sometimes I'm so overwhelmed what to watch at night, whether I go to Apple, Hulu, Netflix. I'm like, I can't, sometimes I just turn it off because I'm like so overwhelmed with content. But yeah, I think
will be self-produced. Do you think we'll see a lot more self-produced content?
I mean, when you think of the first week everyone's in lockdown, YouTube couldn't even handle the streams. They literally shut down. And we're YouTubers as well. I definitely think, I was telling Bria, I think this is going to be the world now of self-shooting, YouTube, and you have like the Quibbies, but I do feel like more things will be self-shot.
We even learned within a week how to set up our whole podcast at home. We usually have someone come do it.
Right.
It took us a week to like learn everything, but I can't believe now her and I
and
can
all
do
of
it
our
ourselves.
media, like, I mean, we've done everything from Zoom, and even media. We're doing Good Morning America. I think it's next week or in 2 weeks from home. Everything's from home. And I've already made my fiance start learning how to be a videographer and an editor, because I'm like, I need someone and you're going to do it. Poor guy. Been like
social media husband. I love it.
He's a boss. So now I'm making him a videographer, but I'm like, hey, you want to be on this team?
You got to help. I love that. I love that. Thank you. And my next questions are for Brie. And Brie, you're such a beautiful, inspiration-filled content platform. Everything you post is about positivity or hope or nature or connection. So what has been your greatest learning lesson in cultivating positivity through your social media platforms? And what advice do you have for viewers who are just starting their business and want to grow an authentic and engaged community? Because you've done such a great job.
Well, thank you. That change isn't bad. I think sometimes we're afraid of change, especially when you're kind of just settled in your ways. When change hits, it scares us. But I think, you know, I've always looked at change in a positive way. And people will say, well, you haven't lost your job or all this. And I have. I've actually lost a lot of work. But I look at the positive in all this. I'm like, I think what's going on right now, we have to kind of be like, okay, how do we evolve? And that goes into business as well. I think of a lot of people have startups, because we even have, we have our startup wine, Bonita. And it's scary because like
You save up your money, you're ready to rock and roll, and all of a sudden this hits and you're just like, wait, what? But I think what's important is you learn how to evolve with the times, because what you have to think of as not only a human being, as a mother, as a wife, and as a business owner, is this could be the new normal. So we might not go back to what we used to think life was. So how do you evolve? And I had to think of ways to evolve with she's going to be 3 in a couple weeks, 3-year-old daughter, even with my marriage, because my husband, he still, has to travel here and there, but we're together a lot. And we weren't used to that. So how do you create space and not want to get a divorce? And then with business, like with Bonita, we've been coming up with some really great virtual ways to kind of put that new brand on a platform to get it out there, because our biggest thing, like a lot of people, is the connection of other human beings, going out, doing a wine tasting, talking to people. Yeah. And now you have to kind of think of how do you do a wine tasting, over the web. So I just think it's all about, think of change as a positive thing. And so for me, it's just all about evolving with the times, because we evolved our brand since we've been a brand for 15 years.
Well, and I feel like when you're authentic too, like all your brands, you already have an amazing connection. So whether the times change, it's crazy. People are still connected if you're authentic, like in your brand.
So just not being afraid to be yourself and putting your voice out there.
Right.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, guys. And my next question is for Jason. As an artist and creative leader, how are you finding unique ways to cultivate your own inner creativity right now during these really tough and emotional times?
I think that's a good question that everyone's asking themselves, especially like in the creative community, how to stay inspired, and I think it comes to creativity is tied to inspiration. And my philosophy on inspiration is that you should always be filling the well, and inspiration doesn't necessarily come from looking at Instagram or Pinterest or whatever. True inspiration comes from experiencing things around you, like walking down the street or going to work, or on the subway, you see an ad, or you talk to a person, or you see someone's outfit, or you like someone's shoes. These are all sources of inspiration. And so that's changed. So for me, I've been kind of digging into the past a little bit. I've been looking through old sketchbooks, listening to old music. I played Led Zeppelin the other day. I grew up on classic rock, and I haven't really listened to Led Zeppelin for like 15 years. I don't know. So I was listening to Led Zeppelin, and I was just feeling like, this is so legit right now. What's that?
You were jamming out.
Totally. And I was feeling like youthful, and like I felt so inspired, and it wasn't because I was outside seeing something that was so beautiful or powerful or inspirational. It's because I was like recalling feelings from 15 years ago, and those inspired me. So I think obviously like change is very important. Change happens, like Nikki and Bree were just talking about change. Change is something that we're going to have to deal with, and we're going to have to pivot, but we can also choose to change things in order to keep inspired. So it's like, you can't do the same thing all day, every day and stay inspired. You got to listen to different music, watch different TV, or like maybe take a walk around the block and take a different route or something. You got to change something. Yeah. And that's what I've been trying to do to maintain the inspiration and then maintain being creative.
And how has your work changed throughout all of this? Like, how has your art been affected by coronavirus? And what do you find yourself creating now that you weren't working on in the past?
In that same vein of looking through old things, like I've been pulling out some stuff from my sketchbook from the past that I didn't like, and then reworking it. I think, 5 or 10 years ago, I was doodling or sketching out ideas that somehow didn't work for me at the time, or I didn't actually put in the time to make them work. So I've been rejuvenating some of those things in a way that fit where I am now in my body of work. So that's been something that I think has been kind of interesting. And then in terms of the messaging for my work, like I said before, it feels like the messages are being chosen for me a little bit. Like instead of digging through like my brain and like my heart, like what can I say today, or like what's actually important today to share with the world, it's sort of like, here's what's important, make art, and that's, in a way, it's like made my life easier.
There you go. I like the positivity that's coming from this. I mean, this situation can break you, or it can kind of help you reinvent some things in your life, or reconnect with yourself and the people around you. So thank you.
Yes.
And Tanya, my next questions are for you. I want to know, when did you first realize you were going to use your platform and voice to discuss topics that are more meaningful and have more depth than typical fashion trends? When did you decide to make that decision, like, this is how I'm going to use my voice?
Thank you, Jacqueline. That's a really great question. 2 years ago, I had a job with Procter & Gamble, and it was a consulting job. So they flew a bunch of influencers from all over Texas, Washington, to Cincinnati, Ohio, where they have their headquarters. So we were just consulting on different brands. In the back of my head, the burning question was, what about all the plastic? That the whole time I was just biting my tongue, just like, what, we haven't talked about that. So then I raised my hand, and I was that annoying kid in the back of the classroom, like, hey guys, so are you guys working on any initiatives for plastics? And then in the back of my head also, that kind of sparked the interest in my mind, like, I should be talking to all the brands that I work with about their initiatives. And people are very open, because I know it is like a fact, I am an activist, but I don't necessarily call myself an activist. I call myself an advocate for change, because I'm not like, oh, down with this. I'm like, hey guys, what's the hang up? Like, what can we do to help you move that paradigm shift forward into be a positive realm? So I want to say 2 years ago is when it really sparked in my head that I can actually, talk to brands. They actually take you seriously when you bring up questions and stuff like that. And now Procter & Gamble is doing a huge initiative on plastic, and so that's great. But yeah, every time I take a meeting, I still consult all my brands, and I sit and talk to them about the processes, the ones that aren't doing anything. At the moment, we talk about, like, who do they need to connect with? Is it a budget issue? I connect them with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation if they want to kind of just get a view of how that process needs to start, or the UN. UN's pretty helpful with that stuff as well.
I love that you help them. So you're not criticizing them or just saying, hey, why aren't you doing this? You're saying, hey, let's have a conversation, and what resources do you need? Because maybe I can connect you to the right resources to help change.
Sure. Well, I feel like we need activists. We need activists to cancel culture, but then I can't do that, because I work with these brands, and we have a steady relationship and things. So I have to do it differently. They're my friends. I'm not going to be like, well, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I found out you're bad. I'm going to be like, hey guys, this is what so-and-so is doing. It's pretty innovative. Like, what's up? Do you need me to connect you with some people? So that's been really fun. And now I'm at the forefront of it because I've been doing it for so long. People are asking me my opinion. What should they do? How can I help them? All this stuff. And I'm open to it because I'm all about humanity, and I want this change to happen. And, I like a thought of a Green Deal and being mindful and, less consumption, better consumption,
smarter consumption. And Tanya, how would you define your true purpose for your work? How would you define that?
My true purpose with my work is aligned with humanity. I really care about our future. And if we don't work together right now, we might not have those animals and the wilderness and stuff like that. I grew up in San Diego, and all we did was hang out outside. We went on hikes and everything like that. And I want to bring some of that to my present day living in New York City. And I want future kids to be, like, obviously you guys are pregnant right now, and I want your kids to be able to have a green future, and not have to deal with all this crap we're dealing with currently. I think a lot of things could have been negated if it wasn't for our current model that we live in right now.
Yeah, Absolutely. Thank you so much, Tanya. And just one last question for each of you to answer before we take questions from our audience here. And this is interesting because I've been asking everyone I have a conversation with. And I want to know, what have you learned about yourself over the past 2 months of being in quarantine? Have you had any like breakthroughs or awakenings? Because this is the first time we've been forced to actually pause and listen to ourselves. So I'm curious to know if you guys have had any breakthroughs or what have you learned? So whoever wants to answer, please do.
I feel like for myself, what I realized is I love being an entrepreneur, but I have a lot of companies, and I realized I've always just have worked so hard. And when I see 7 days in 1 week, I feel like I need to fill all those days up. And being in quarantine, I realized, you know what, I'd like to take on half that load. I definitely realized I enjoy my slow mornings. I like my early nights with my daughter and my husband. And so for me, it's not overworking myself, like to take a step back and make more time for my family, for self-care, and just to have days where I don't have anything to do.
Yeah, and be okay with it, like not feel guilty about it, right? Totally.
Yes. And, you know, for me, I've had two, like Bree talks about work, and I've always been the workhorse out of us. I feel like if there's an hour in the day, like dedicated to work, and I've been that way forever. And I have to say, it's the first time my eyes have been open that I really truly need to stop and smell the roses, and I've been forced to. And I actually enjoy it. And I realize that the rest of my life, I need to live more this way. So whether I have to step away from a few companies, or I just need to put less on my plate, especially bringing a child into the world. I don't want to be that mom that's never around. And I also have to say, like, this might sound weird, but like, so I have a shitload of grays that I didn't know about, and my eyebrows are growing out of control. And, you know, we have a reality show on E, and we always feel like
you have to be perfect.
We have to like always be glammed up, and I don't know how to do glam that great. Like, this is like my go-to is throw on red lip and mascara and like do black cat eyes that way, and I look somewhat decent on Zoom. But I'm
with you on that.
Yeah, right. I've really have accepted like who I am naturally. I feel like in the world we're in today, and Bree and I have always promoted being more natural, but like this is a no filter way. I mean, in quarantine is like no filter. Like you look at yourself different way, because we haven't done, I mean, my manicure and pedicure, like, wow. But like, I've really truly have learned to love who I really am again.
So all those times you made fun of me for not doing manicures and pedicures?
Well, no, your shit looks nasty at times.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I at least do my own self.
They're just natural.
No, but I've really, it's made me like, when we do film reality TV again, like I'm not gonna care about always being so glammed up or trying to keep up. And I'm just gonna be more me. It's given me a breakthrough, and I think it actually feels great. Like accepting yourself more, not feeling like you have to keep up with Instagram and the expectations of certain looks. So that's like a big breakthrough I've had.
Thank you. And Tanya and Jason, any breakthroughs?
I think that I realized I need to have my entire place organized every day for me to be creative.
Yeah.
I was just feeling sad, and I was like, oh, what is it? Is it the pandemic? Like, what's going on here? And then I realized, I was like, I have my shit everywhere.
Yeah.
It was as simple as that I needed to just pack my things away, do my dishes every day. I started gardening. I have a whole thing in my kitchen. I'm a farmer now, guys. So
awesome. I love it. I love it. Thank you, Tanya. And Jason?
Oh, I love that. I think I'm kind of similar to Tanya. It's funny when you were talking earlier about getting dressed every day. Like I'm like that too. I have to like put my shoes on before I can accomplish anything. Like I can't sit at the computer and not have shoes on. So I have to like keep my space tidy and like clean and like be dressed, you know. But I've also I've had this sort of like there's nothing to lose kind of feeling in my work. And it's been, I don't know that this is like a breakthrough, but I have been enjoying this sort of like je ne sais quoi to my work, to where I've been experimenting more than normal. I feel like when I have client work, there's so much, there's money and there's expectation and there's an art director and there's clients and there's clients' mothers and sisters' opinions. You know, there's so many cooks in the kitchen weighing in on everything that I'm doing. And so with having more time to do personal work, I've been in this state of like, well, it doesn't matter what I do. Like I can really do whatever the hell I want. And that's enabled me to feel like I'm experimenting a lot more. And that's felt so good, because when you're working with a client, you don't have room for experimentation. You have deadlines and objectives. So that's been really great for me. I don't know that I've done anything breakthrough, but it feels nice.
I love that. Thank you. And before we leave the last 10 minutes for questions, where can people find you guys and learn more about you, follow you, connect with you? Everybody can just share that information.
Well, if you really want to get to know us, you could tune in to Total Bellas every Thursday night, 9/8 Central, only on E. Season 5 is currently on air. And then Brina, I mean, we're on all the social media platforms. It's either the Nikki Bella, the Brie Bella, or Bella Twins, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. So come join our wild life with us.
Love it. Love it. Tanya?
Mine is at Catcher in the Style or at Thanya Peck. It's Thanya Peck on Twitter and Catcher in the Style on Instagram, and Thanya Peck on TikTok.
Awesome.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. And Jason?
Instagram is the best place to find me, and it's Jason Naylor, Naylor.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. And then just to plug in here, you can check us out, my female executive mastermind, Feely, which stands for Tribe, at feelynyc.com. We have a boatload of amazing virtual workshops and educational sessions that are free for everybody globally. So you can check that out on our website, and my Instagram is at Jacqueline Brennan. So now we have like time for maybe 2 or 3 questions. I'm just going to look in the chat box here and see what questions we have. So Thanya, for you, what brand do you feel is currently using their voice in the best way when it comes to sustainability right now?
That's a great question. I feel like a lot of people give H&M a bad rap for being fast fashion, but they are doing a lot of things in the sustainability front. They're working with they're working with HK Rita, they're working with Better Cotton Initiative. A lot of people should be mindful of that. And then your regular brands that have always been into sustainability are still, they've already kind of created the model, so they're just continuing to do their thing. But that's one. I know there's a lot of other brands coming up. I can't really discuss which ones at the moment because they haven't really opened up kind of their conversation for sustainability, but a lot of fast fashion brands are going to go that route. Also, Ralph Lauren is releasing a initiative this week with recycled bottles. So that's going to be pretty amazing. So they're going full forward with that. They're also working with BCI for their farming initiatives and everything. Let's see, who else? I'm trying to think.
If you think of more, we can come back to it.
Sure.
But that's great. We'll keep on the lookout for Ralph Lauren. Our next question is for Nikki and Bree. You are so genuine in a way that is shocking, considering how much you're in the spotlight with so much fame. How do you maintain true to who you are to stay so sweet and genuine after all of your success?
That's sweet. I would say just always being surrounded by family. I feel like your family really does keep you humble, and because they've known you since the beginning, they never let you get on a high horse, which is good. They'll knock you right off.
Oh yeah.
And I think too, because Nicole and I are pretty much a tag team in everything we do, we stay very true and honest to each other. And I think with that kind of honesty, it's always kept you in just like down to earth.
Yeah, and we've always had a purpose. Our purpose was never to be famous. When we got into the wrestling industry, we wanted more for women, and we fought hard 13 years to break barriers and to make women equal. And we happened to get a reality show that really helped us spread that word. And the reality show, when we started, was never like, oh yay, we're going to be famous like these other people. No, it was like, oh my gosh, this is going to put more eyes on women's wrestling, and that means that we could be equal to men. And I think when you know your purpose, it really keeps you down to earth and authentic. And we still always have that purpose of wanting better for women, wanting to be more eco-friendly. So I feel like that helps. And this one, putting my ass in check all the
Are
time.
you wearing Birdie Bee right now? Can we see that set? And
it's
I
not
love
even
it.
maternity, so
I know,
it's so raw.
cute. Cute.
Yeah.
I love it. I love all of your
girls.
pretty outfits. I mean, that's beautiful. Love it.
Oh,
Another question I'm going to pull from our chat box, Jason, is for you. What inspired you to become an artist?
Well, I don't know that there was ever an inspiration to be this. It's just always been. And I was the kid who, instead of playing basketball or soccer with my friends, was with the crayons and the colored pencils. And my mom is a very talented portrait artist. She's the one that started me off before I can remember, with the crayons and the colored pencils. So it's always just been, a big part of me. And it's always felt right. So I don't know that I ever made a decision. I think it wasn't a decision. It's just been.
Who you are, who you've always been. Another question that just came in for the twins. Will Birdie Bee be making or selling face masks soon? Like face masks?
Actually, yeah, that's something we are going to be talking about or doing a press release in the next week or two. We have some big news about that stuff and to give back.
Right.
All of a sudden I was like, is that someone from our corporate office? And I'm like, how did they know? Literally, we're like, I know, I looked at Brie like, because it's been this thing we've been doing all weekend. So stay tuned. There's not just even for purchase of what we're going to be giving here to a lot of hospitals soon, but we've been working on it and it's finally coming to life.
Okay. I'm excited to hear more. Nadia, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I have some other friends. Ellen Fisher.
Design a pattern for one.
Yes, we would love that. I'm gonna email you guys after because you both have inspired. Bree and I, we've been taking notes, like writing about you guys. Like, oh my gosh, wow, we love them. I'm like inspiration, hope, advocating. Like, you both are amazing. Like,
back at you.
Yeah, thank you.
Jacqueline, I wanted to add a few more brands.
Sure.
Theory is doing amazing in sustainability. Their whole entire, they have cotton, linen, and cotton, linen, and something else. But they're all like ethically sourced. Stella McCartney, Aldo has recycled shoe made out of recycled bottles. Nike's recycling old dead stock, so that's pretty cool. Adidas is doing some amazing things, and so is Timberland.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
Now we're going to get our online shopping on over the next week.
Right? I'm serious.
Seriously.
Also, I wanted to just add for people to be mindful of the brands that they are shopping for. Ask questions, research, do your own research, and make sure that they are doing good stuff.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Now we're going to wrap up this session. I really appreciate all of you spending time with us this afternoon for Fashinnovation NYC. A really big shout out to Fashinnovation's co-founders, Jordana and Marcelo, husband and wife duo. We love you guys. Thank you for putting this together. And you all were amazing. Nikki and Bree, have known you for years. You guys rock. Thanya, you know I have so much love and respect for you. And Jason, you are so inspirational with your messaging. So keep up all of your good work.
Hi guys, I just wanted to quickly come on here and just say, honestly, this has been such an amazing panel, and I am always awed at all of the genuine spirit that all of you guys carry. Honestly, you guys inspire me for different reasons. So thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart. This would not have been a success without all of your participation. So thank you, thank you, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
So now I hope you guys all enjoyed that, by the way, because that was really incredible. And there's just so much raw, genuine connections being made, but also feelings being portrayed. And I think that's super important right now. And without further ado, I'm just gonna announce the next panel that we have taking place, which is actually a fireside chat between two incredible women, Alex Dickerson, the CMO at the Daily Front Row, as well as Katia Bouchamp, who's the founder of Birchbox. And it's going to be a really phenomenal conversation in regards to just a lot of different topics and how the industry and the beauty segment is changing and adapting and pivoting and a lot more. So I cannot wait to have them come on. And as soon as they do, I will come back on here and get a glass of water, lots more to come. And we'll see you in a minute. Hi, ladies. Hi, are we all on right now?
Yeah, I'm on.
Perfect. There we are. So thank you guys for being here. I've already announced the two of you, and I'm super excited for this conversation to begin. So without further ado, take it over.
Great, thank you. We're so excited to be here. You've already introduced us, but I'm Alex from the Daily Front Row. I'm the CMO, which in many ways I say I'm the glorified cruise director of the magazine. The Daily, for those that don't know, is a website and print publication. We have social media accounts galore, multi-channel media destination to learn everything about fashion, beauty, lifestyle, celebrity. We like to say we're for the fashion insiders and for the fashion obsessed. So there's something for everybody. And I'm so thrilled to be here. Thank you. And to have this conversation with Katia from Birchbox, who is the CEO and founder of this brilliant concept that took the world by storm 10 years ago. So this is a great time. You started the business in an interesting time. We're talking now at a very interesting time. So we'll kick off our conversation. First, I'd love for you to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about Birchbox and how this came to be.
Absolutely. Hi, everybody. I'm Katia. I'm from El Paso, Texas, and I've been, out in the East Coast now for, I guess, almost more of my life. So almost becoming native. I started Birchbox in business school. So in undergrad, I studied economics and international studies, and then I went into finance for a few years. And in business school, I applied to business school. I started just kind of thinking about what would happen next for my career, whether I'd stay in finance. And it was there that I found entrepreneurship, which had not been on my radar at all. But when I found it, I became obsessed is a light word, and very intentful about wanting to try to pursue it. Mostly because I was obsessed with the idea that I wanted to meet myself and I wanted to know what I was capable of, not because I was expecting it to work. And so I'd say most days I'm still kind of having a pinch myself moment. Not that it hasn't had hardships and headwinds, and there's been moments when I don't know if you would definitionally say it feels like it's working, but because I've had 10 years of running Birchbox, adapting Birchbox, and really changing, I think, the beauty industry and ultimately a lot of commerce in general into reconsidering the way that we build relationships with consumers. So the insight with Birchbox was a very simple one. In business school, my co-founder and I, we felt like we were smart women who weren't particularly passionate about beauty. And we just noticed that we were both kind of underwhelmed by the options of how you discover, and maybe overwhelmed by like, why are there so many options and why don't we understand how to take care of ourselves and where to invest and when it's worth taking a little extra time or when it's worth spending a little extra money. And at the same time, we noticed that beauty was really underpenetrated in e-commerce sales. So 2010, it was 2% sold on the internet. And those kind of ideas of like the emotional desire to feel smart when we were shopping and also have fun when we were shopping came together with this market opportunity of, you know, people aren't buying beauty on the internet and they're going to. So why not us? Why can't we figure this out? And basically our insight was that the reason people weren't shopping online was because the options were too much and because there was an expectation in beauty that you would touch something and experience it before you purchased. So in about 24 hours, we came up with the idea for Birchbox, which is a way to limit the options in beauty and grooming and allow you to touch and try a few things at a time that are personalized for you through a subscription. So in a cadence that is very regular and over time, giving consumers an experience of having a lot of intent and a lot of confidence when shopping for beauty.
That's amazing. And wow, how much this has changed from 2% purchased online in 2010 to, I don't know the figure now, you may know this. Is that something you
It's
have?
low. I think it's still pretty impressively low, just given that there's, you know, I think retail and offline is still the incumbent channel. So I'd say under 15% is still what's happening, but surpassing, yes, that 10% mark. And definitely at this very moment in time, I'd say uniquely online.
I was going to say, we are now more of an online community and culture than we ever have been. So I'm excited to talk about how that's going to evolve for you guys and how you'll be able to serve us all. But, you know, just going back to the subscription model that you were so innovative in all of that. And we've seen a lot of people that have come forth with it since. How has that model changed since your launch? And what challenges did you face from the beginning? And how have those morphed into something else now?
It's a great question. When we launched Birchbox, I don't know, you'll know this company. I don't know if all the people on will know this, but the other subscription company who I think had just launched was Shoe Dazzle. So it was, you know, a subscription business as well. Obviously fashion, if you don't know it, is of the month shoes. And we were also obviously around the time when even Prime was becoming more of a known quantity and a way of kind of really engaging and showing loyalty to a company. So one of the first things that I really remember in running this business was when a lot of people started coming into the subscription business, us kind of like pulling our heads up and thinking, well, we didn't launch Birchbox to be a subscription business. We launched Birchbox to be the best way to discover beauty and eventually grooming, because we launched that a bit later, and kind of reclaiming for ourselves what this business was, because we didn't invent subscription. Obviously that had existed, magazines, even like Steak of the Month, but we didn't want to be known as something that was really just about putting customers on this like endless cadence of purchase. And more so, we wanted to showcase the intent behind creating new demand for consumers via like using samples as a discovery tool and then leading them to make a purchase. So the idea for Birchbox has always been that it allows you to kind of change your routine, add to your routine, and feel very confident and smart when you invest in products because you know you're going to use them. And then you purchase the full-size products, which we sell also. And so in the very early days, you know, we were just really focused on, execution initially, but eventually also just trying to help define that, because subscriptions were becoming so hot. And we were trying to show, well, there's different kinds of subscription. There's replenishment, there's kind of an of the month, and then there's what we do, which is a marketing tool to generate demand and then having a e-commerce business to capture demand. So we did spend a lot of time trying to clarify that, trying to help the market, our brand partners and consumers understand the intent behind what we were doing. And I'd say in the early days, the biggest challenge was getting suppliers to participate. Initially, it was because we were small. In a few months, it was because we were too big. And also because we were just an unknown brand and an unknown place to put their like very, well invested brands in. And it took a lot of time to showcase to them that we would care for their brands, that we would show an ROI in the sampling, and building that reputation was a huge effort.
Well, congratulations. You've done a very good job with that. And that's no easy feat, especially getting, a 20-year-old heritage brand to come in and start sampling with this type of thing. I know how challenging that can be. And it's a truly genius marketing platform. I think a lot of customers may just look at it as this is a cool subscription sampling, but when you really go into the numbers and what you can build for these brands and then send that back to your own e-commerce or just give people the sense of discovery and that customer loyalty acquisition happening so early, it's genius. So marketers across the world, anybody that's been in business school has read about this. I'm one of them, so kudos to that. And it's very cool to see the platform continue. So the topic of this chat is fashion is the future of the beauty industry, which that can mean a lot of different things depending what side of the world you're coming from. I'd love to know, with you coming from primarily beauty and me coming primarily from fashion, even though we do, of course, parlay in there. What's your perspective on this topic and what does that mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's speaking to the idea of trends. And I think trends in beauty used to equate a lot to something that we could really easily see with each other, which was makeup. And that's where we really saw the initial intersection of fashion and beauty. For Birchbox, we've been really focused on a different aspect of the industry, I guess, starting with the fact that we're focused on a consumer who doesn't love beauty. So we're focused on, we call the customer the casual consumer, not obsessed. This isn't a passion. And so therefore, this customer isn't coming to beauty for what we would traditionally think of as fashion, like transformation, really changing what they look like, spending time playing with makeup. This customer is coming with more intention of like, how do I save time? How do I look my best? How do I invest in the right things to kind of take care of myself, but I have a limited amount of time and I want to, do the most with what I have. So I think that has like pushed us towards, how do we make it trendy to care for yourself? Both because having an underlying foundation of good skin health, good hair health is something that is important even when you're adding on more of the layers of makeup. And it does help you have, just a sense of like, I know how to care for myself. I know how to make myself kind of, basically exemplify that it's like the health that I have in my body is like coming through. But also I think because we just feel like it's normal that women and men, they don't come to the mirror and feel, like confident and feel amazing about themselves. And we really believe like having that underlying knowledge and confidence in what you're doing and then having it show in your skin health and your hair health does just improve your sense of well-being and your sense of self-confidence. So we're trying to push that into like the trend. And I think it's more so, especially in this moment, becoming trendy to focus more on those like underlying aspects of beauty versus just the color makeup, which is also fun.
Absolutely. When I started in this industry almost 20 years ago, fashion was its one category and beauty was its other category. And I felt that the two didn't really necessarily mix as much as they do now. And I think a lot of that has probably happened with the boom of social media, because now people more than ever have a huge platform to show what they look like and to recreate these looks themselves. Back when you were just reading print issues and there wasn't necessarily a way to share that with your hundreds or thousands or millions of fans, you did your beauty, you did your fashion, and you moved on. And I think beauty offers a really interesting segue into fashion and some of the higher end labels, because you look at brands like Marc Jacobs, who has a beauty line and a fashion line. It's a great way for people to experiment with his brand and the magic of everything that he's doing when they can't necessarily purchase the clothes right now, or they're not in a position where the clothes are appropriate for their office. Maybe they have a different, work outfit that they have to wear. So just over time, I've seen such an interesting play between the two, and you've seen so many different fashion brands try to find a way into beauty. With that said, what are some of the most interesting fashion, like the direct fashion and beauty collaborations that you've seen? And have you tested any of those in Birchbox?
I'm trying to think of what's the most interesting. I mean, I think it's been interesting, honestly, to see. I know that like Tata Harper did a lot of like runway shows this year using skincare on models, like for the actual shows. I find that to be like really interesting, kind of those, again, shifts away from just being about like color, cosmetics, makeup, and nail to this like underlying, like making the entire body look radiant with face oils and, those kinds of things I think are really fantastic to see, like a celebration of just like natural looking self, with a little bit more oiliness, which is beautiful.
I think we call that glow, not oily.
Yeah, I really like a nice oily skin.
An oily complexion is what I'm going for here.
It's so attractive to me. It's so bizarre because I feel like as a teenager, I thought that was the worst. And we were like powdering and mattifying ourselves nonstop. And now I'm like, how do I make myself appear to be damp?
I have 1,000 pounds of highlighter around my face for this. It's the first time I've worn makeup and since going to collection. So no, it's so true.
Yeah, so I think that's an interesting shift that people are, trying to like meld these things. You're seeing like oils and things like that instead of highlighters in some of these like shows and collaborations. So yeah.
We have a question from the audience, which actually segues into what I wanted to talk about, which is, as we're talking about this, aesthetic trend of the glow or the oily look, what are some other trends that we're seeing in beauty? Have you seen sustainability impacting a lot of what's happened in the industry? How have you guys tackled that as a brand? How do you look for that with partners? And just other general trends, there's CBD everywhere. What's kind of cool and next?
I mean, I think right now we're still seeing the growth of what is like very misunderstood and widely defined category of clean. Sustainability is on its very, very early legs, but I think promising and interesting. So kind of going back to clean, it's very on trend for people to understand better what's in product. And then there's kind of a wide array of definitions from like very organic, only found in natural, to just like simple ingredients that are safe and proven not to be doing any damage to you in any sort of way. So I think that shift in consumers building awareness around what is in product, what are ingredients that they like to see, what are ingredients they don't like to see, is
Katya is having a little bit of internet freezing difficulty. Let's see if we can get her back.
Let's just wait a few minutes because I know she mentioned she had some difficulty.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
So until then.
Yeah, I can talk to you until she pops back up. How's it going on the side of communications when it comes to Daily Front Row and pivoting in these times?
It's going really well. It's going as well as can be expected. I think anybody these days is maybe a little hesitant to say it's going great because we're all dealing with a completely new paradigm in our lives. But being able to work in media and communications right now is really, there's a big opportunity because we're in a position now to really relay news, to set a tone for what's going on, and to participate in a worldwide conversation that everybody's interested in. And also everybody's trapped at home, so our website traffic is through the roof, and all of our engagement is so high, which we love seeing. We've hit an interesting stride of what sort of content do people want to read, how much do we weigh in on the COVID situation, and what's our place and what's our voice. And at the end of the day, we're not CNN. Or whatever news source people want to use. I just picked that one, but you don't need to be reporting live grim facts about everything. We're all getting that everywhere else. And we are happy to be a bright spot and to offer relevant content, fun content, things that are aspirational to give you that escape, but also do so without being tone deaf.
Yeah,
there's a lot of interesting stories that you see out there on other sites that I'm like,
Yeah, no, you have to have that balance. And I think
how people are feeling when they read it.
yeah, and it is important though to take out that, COVID go 24/7 and focus on something that will give you some type of hope and just let you have an escape. Of course, like you said, a tone deaf thing is super important, but I think that's really great. And while we wait for her to come back, so I have a question, so I'm just gonna so my other question, so Daily Front Row, I know, every time like I would go to a fashion week show, New York Fashion Week, for example, it would be there. As far as like runway shows, what do you think what's going to happen with that in the near future or in the future?
Yeah, that is a hot topic. I think I look forward to the world being a safe and healthy place where people can get out and can gather in groups. When that's going to happen, we don't know. Obviously, September Fashion Week is something that's on the forefront of everybody's mind, because not only do we have to take into effect the fact of the gatherings and the safety and wellness, but there's also a lot of supply chain stuff that's going on behind the scenes right now that's going to impact how designers are going to be able to show. So speaking strictly from an event side, because that's where my expertise is, I would expect to see smaller, more curated events. I hate the word curated. It's so overused. It's like that and authentic, and you're just gag me. But I think what we're going to see is a focus on the smaller group that designers need to be in business. That's buyers, that's top editors, that's, people that are consuming that.
Yeah.
Fashion shows and events had largely become a place where it was
Sorry,
just
everybody.
Hi, Katya. How are you?
It just turned off. Zoom just went away.
Well, you're back. I'll finish answering this quickly and then we'll get back in. I think we're going to look at smaller presentations that are more thoughtful, but broadcast in a large way digitally, which is really cool because it's going to give everybody an opportunity to see things where they might not have had access before. So it's going to be a thoughtful group of people that are really decision makers and thought leaders, and then it's going to be the rest of the world, but through platforms like this.
I like that. That makes sense to me. I wholeheartedly agree with that. Thank you, Katya, for coming back. We were just having a little chat, but I'll let you guys take it from here.
Hi, Katya. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I warned you. I knew it was going to happen at one point.
Internet happens. It happens to all of us. So, we were talking about sustainability and clean beauty and things like that. A few questions have come in as you were rebooting about the sustainability aspect, which is important. How do you address that in terms of smarter packaging and the sampling? Because obviously sampling is also something that does produce a tremendous amount of waste. Maybe it doesn't, but what's your view on that? And how are you addressing that?
Yeah, it's always been a part of our kind of underlying foundation of Birchbox is to think about addressing it. And one of the big motivations for launching was this idea that we were all wasting so much product and creating so much garbage through the way we were discovering products, largely for our target customer, for myself, like through mass buying beauty at grocery stores, buying beauty in drugstores and not using it, and then kind of stockpiling shampoos and creams, and because you're not loving it and you're trying the next thing. So one of the natural ways is by creating smaller things, discovering what you love, and then purchasing the thing you love and using it to the end is like a very important step to reducing just creation of garbage. From a packaging perspective, everything we do is from recycled material and can be recycled, but we're also looking at changing packaging further just to reduce. So we've always looked at how thin can we make it, how can we make it, even though it's recyclable and comes from recycled materials, just less and less and less. But still, we're looking at, again, a big revamp because of that for either end of this year or early next. And then I think in terms of brands and product, I mean, that is a part of a much bigger question of shift in terms of consumers' willingness to refill containers and to use things that don't have containers. But we're starting to see like really interesting movements. I'm sure you're seeing them too, where shampoos are coming in bars so that there's no bottle. And, I think that's part of something that could shift, but it requires consumers to decide it's really important to them. And that's how those businesses go from being small, kind of niche, to having the groundswell and to being able to be part of a movement.
Very cool. Well, I want to transition and talk a little bit about the workplace and where you straddle a very interesting line of being a powerhouse entrepreneur, but also being a mother of 4, which congratulations to that you're even able to do this call. So how has being a mom made you think differently about being an entrepreneur?
I mean, it's completely 100% changed me in every way, and definitely as a business person or as an entrepreneur. I think, I mean, the first thing it did was it really just helped me reevaluate priorities and recognize that the most important thing that I want to have an impact on is the day-to-day of my life and of everybody's life. So creating opportunity, a culture, and a place that really just celebrates the everyday, versus is only about kind of these fleeting milestones that I think we all experience and don't really celebrate. So how can each day be a celebration of how we change the opportunities for our colleagues, how we grow and learn as individuals, and how do we actually take moments to reflect on that? Because I think for a lot of us, you know, it's hard initially, especially initially, to leave your children, especially when you're first time mom. And I feel so grateful to have something else to do because I know that that helps me be a better mom. But initially, it felt like it needed to be worth it. It needed to be something that I felt was a great expression of being a person. So that has just really impacted me in thinking about how I think about winning. You know, again, shifting from just like these milestones that are monthly, quarterly, annual, which I obviously are part of my life, but to just recognizing in the moment when someone's had an amazing growth experience, whether it's like a skill set or they're getting a great promotion, or the way that Birchbox is impacting their expectations for their careers and their trajectory, and celebrating that every day, and kind of bringing more of our team's awareness to that being a really central aspect of what we do, I think is a really big thing that's shifted. On the other hand, I've also had experiences with raising kids that have really impacted me as a manager and leader. I remember when I was sleep training my first kids that were twins, I had this like realization that when I went to them because they were crying and soothed them, that that was for me. And it was a very short-sighted experience of making myself feel better versus helping them understand that they're okay. And I think very similarly in the early days of running Birchbox, when someone came to me and said, I have a question, I gave them an answer because it felt good in the moment, right? To just be like, and here you go. And then felt like that's what they wanted. They asked, I had, and realizing that that doesn't actually create the kind of engagement and the kind of growth that people come to us for and that people deserve in their careers. And so just that also has really informed my thinking. I feel like the experiences are constantly informing each other, where I'm like, wow, this thing that I'm experiencing as a parent is so relevant as a manager and vice versa.
How nice to be able to apply that. And I would imagine you can apply things even more directly now that we're all working from home. And people are
the first few days of this, I would be so flustered if like my kids came in the room, or, you know, I'm trying to have a serious conversation. And now I, you know, just dialing it back and saying like, what's so wrong with someone seeing me, you know, as a parent, you know, what's the big problem? Why am I getting worked up about it? It's not worth getting worked up about those things. So
great. Well, talking about Birchbox, you guys are a global company and you operate in 4 countries, if I believe I read correctly, which that is such a huge opportunity, but also provides unique challenges because the way we operate in the US may not be how we operate in the best practices for other countries. How have you successfully handled globalization, and what has been your strategy to get you into those other countries securely?
Yeah, well, first thing I'd say is that this experience has completely like impacted our global business positively, because it's totally evened the playing field in terms of how we communicate and how we're sharing information, which is a huge part and an advantage if you can get that information flowing well to being global, right? Because we're in different markets that are at different stages of maturity with business models like ours. And it's very helpful to use those different stages of maturity to test different things or to avoid different things. But the communication has to be there. The connections between the teams have to be there. And right now, since we're all communicating this way, it's just really improved that overall. The way that we went global is through an acquisition. So when we launched, there was immediately a lot of companies that were inspired by Birchbox that launched. And we ended up acquiring one of them in 2012, 2 years into launching. And that business had also acquired a few other businesses. So that took us into France, the UK, and Spain. And we recently sold our French business. And now we are in the UK, who's also serving Ireland and Spain. So it happened through an acquisition. And I'd say operating it well has been quite a learning experience, going from trying to really be coordinated on everything and not do anything, without informing the other, and making like it very kind of rigid, to being very different and kind of operating independently in every market, to now finding real balance where we have the same shared vision, the same target customer, same brand, same style guide, and we're collaborating on global partnerships and on how we're telling our narrative to media, to consumers. So it's just taken a while to calibrate, as things do. And typically, again, as one would expect for a first-time entrepreneur, you kind of swing the pendulum hard in different directions, only to realize, which is what is obvious, which is something in the middle is probably more ideal. But we just had to learn that.
Yep. Well, I'm going to ask you one big COVID question, and then we'll head to more questions from the audience. You started Birchbox 10 years ago, right after, or in the middle of a recession. Then you've had a big amount of growth and you've had a lot of successes, and here we are heading into an economic downturn. We don't know exactly what's ahead of us, but with all of your experience, how are you preparing for what's ahead, and what advice can you offer to those that might be in the position you were in 10 years ago, or those that are just sort of worried about the economic climate now?
I mean, I wish I was all knowing. I think that one of the things that always attracted me and my co-founder to Birchbox and to the idea was that it was in beauty, and we knew just from being, young students of economics that had a pretty strong record in terms of managing through recessions. So we were very attracted to like the strength of beauty in kind of counter-cyclical times, and felt like that was a really underlying strength and foundation of what we wanted to build. I also believe like we were really focused on the attainability of the product, the price point of the product, kind of helping us also get through what could be seen as big challenges. And in the early years of Birchbox, but all the way through today, people really did describe it as being like the one thing they did for themselves every month, the one investment, $10, $15 in other markets, but just this like very reasonable way of getting a treat and getting a gift. And I don't think we fully appreciated that until we had launched, how important that was for our success in the early days, where people were going through financial challenges, of creating something that was very accessible, that basically hit on the intersection of like, kind of does a job, like it helps you get exposure, helps you be smarter at consuming, helps you discover, but also is just joyful in this moment for yourself. And being at that intersection has been so core to how we think all the time, is how do you think very practically about like, does this get the job done today? How can we make the job better? How can we make that clearer? And also, is it fun? Is it joyful? Does it show that this is a category that's discretionary? So for us, I think having that moment and then being able to reflect on it has been really helpful. I think if you're launching during this period of time, showing two things that really occurs to me as I talk to entrepreneurs, like showing your tenacity right now is valuable, and showing your scrappiness and figuring out how to get your product to market, or some, really not what you had in mind version of it, because showing that you like will not be stopped, showing that you are figuring out a way to get consumers in front of your idea, even if you can't bring it to life in the way you want. I think ultimately that's what anybody who backs you wants to see, is that you're resilient and you really, nothing will stop you in kind of bringing this forward. And I know that's easier said than done. I also think that if you feel like, this is a stopping point for the idea for one reason or another, that's very practical. It's also a good thing to note too. If this is a stopping point and you need to kind of rethink about a different idea or what you want to do, I think taking that as data is good.
Absolutely. Everything is data right now, and it's all opportunity instead of necessarily opposition. Let's look at how you can change and rejigger things a bit. A question on trend related. What about men? Do you have any specific trends you can share, or things that you've experienced with Birchbox for the men out there?
I mean, grooming continues to be a very interesting growing category. I think the most interesting trend about trends for men that we're actually going to start seeing happening more and more now are just the willingness to add to the routine. So we probably all know that grooming has traditionally been kind of distilled down to like one step, one soap does it all, maybe like a couple soaps and a deodorant. But we're seeing, and we've seen since we've launched, a lot of engagement in like, how do I care for myself? I want to know how to, make my skin have less wrinkles or less blemishes. And I actually was talking to somebody kind of new to the team and telling them about some of my favorite reviews on the grooming products, where those customers are saying like, this is why women look so good, and how have we not known about this? And my husband was telling me that he's seeing people, on social media, like husbands and some celebrities like use face masks right now because they have this downtime, and they're saying, that downtime is leading to the woman in their life using it. And so they're interested and curious and have time to kill. So I think it's just this like adding of the steps that is going to continue as a trend. And I think right now we're going to see it pick up a bit.
Cool. There's a question that came in for me when I was speaking with Jordana and you were having internet issues. It was about being tone in the time of media, and that there is a lot of news that's scary and negative out there. And coming from a fashion outlet, where do we fit in that? And somebody asked, what is the one piece of news that's recently been published that's put a smile on people's faces? I mean, number one, there's just fantastic cat content out there. So anybody, like, I'm a big animal meme person, and there's so much going on. But as a serious answer, I think what has resulted from all this is there's been a tremendous amount of creativity, because people are stuck at home, and people always feel a bit braver and a little bit more ready to share things when they have this distance of the computer and the internet and Instagram posting. So there's been some really great things that influencers have posted. Jessica Wang has brought the biggest smile to my face on Instagram. She's created this whole series where she's wearing high fashion and she's doing her day-to-day chores. And the reason I love it is, number one, it's artistic and it's beautiful, and she's really put a lot of time into it. She's taking a cheeky nod at what's happening, but she's also doing it in a way to say, listen, we all are not living our absolute visions of best lives right now. How do we bring that in? How do we have fun with the situation? And how do we just evolve and still feel like ourselves? And I think that's something that's really important. And the other news that I've loved is just watching the fashion industry get involved with how to help, seeing the designers make masks for the nurses and people on the front line. It's just, it warms my heart to see people getting involved in ways that they couldn't before, or they're not able to do their own business and they're putting it forward. I think it's really just incredible to watch that and to see the rallying and the support behind it. So that would be my answer. But if you want to laugh, go to Jessica Wang's Instagram account. She's brilliant. So a question for you: how does Birchbox fit in with the current crisis and fashion, which we've touched on a little bit, and how the beauty industry is resilient during this, but how specifically do you think Birchbox is going to fit in right now?
Well, I mean, I think Birchbox, again, in this position of like this small thing that you do to invest in yourself, is continuing to see that opportunity, and people are at home kind of a little bit more engaged in what they do to care for themselves and learning about how to care for themselves. So for us, we've really tried to take it as an opportunity to express kind of what's beneath the surface of Birchbox and what really differentiates us about our ambition, our intent, the relationships that we really want to have with customers that are non-transactional, but where we are really able to express how much we care about your experience with beauty and grooming, and the confidence you have, and the way that it feels to actually take those 5 minutes you have every morning to get ready, the intent that we have to make you feel just like a badass during that. So it's given us an opportunity just to go a little bit deeper with the customer, because there's a little bit more time to talk about what we care about versus I think what we felt like we've had to do is like captivate someone in 3 seconds with great merchandising or like a beautiful image. And now just, taking a minute to talk to our customers about who we are and really what what the ambition is for the relationship we have with them has been really wonderful. And then COVID specifically, like we've been very focused on how we can give back, and in as much as we can afford to, just continuing to take what we can and give back. We've been donating birch boxes to the front lines just to have like those little moments of joy, which our customers have been really engaged in. And we're launching a campaign. We've been trying to find a charity to donate proceeds to, and it's been tough. They've all been basically saying that they're not taking donations. So we're still looking, if you have ideas for who we should be donating to. we're playing with other ideas around, how can we help people who are out of jobs right now, and how can we be a part of that solution? I think this isn't going to be a fleeting thing. This is going to have a lasting impact. And like I said, I believe like our goal is to think about like what are the things that we can do every day to help build the world we want to live in. And we have to be, very thoughtful and participate in that right now. And it's also just been really motivating to see how much the team cares about that too.
That's wonderful. And that's so nice to hear that you guys are sending things to people on the front lines. I think it makes us all feel like we can do something, or we've done something, when you see that content happening, and those people really deserve it. Speaking on the content side, what sort of content do you think people are wanting to see these days? I'm talking about, here's a joyful piece of something that made me smile, but what do you think from a brand side? What do people need to, what should you put out, and what should your goals be?
I mean, for Birchbox, we're really focused on the brand being human and not feeling like a corporation. And I think humans have different sides to them, right? There's moments when you want to stand on a soapbox and talk about something you care about that's very deep. There's moments when you want to look at cat videos or look at beautiful imagery, and like, we're humans, we have different sides of ourselves. And I think the brands showing those different sides is what we all are trying to do and trying to focus on. In as much as we can create for us content that looks and feels different in beauty, that's what we are trying to do, because since we're going after a customer that's not obsessed, who the industry hasn't focused on, we don't want our content to seem similar to what's out there. We want the content to feel different. And so we're playing with things like where we're weaving in tutorials with some of these other like business advice or, entrepreneurship advice. We're trying out things to try to make it feel useful in different kinds of ways, and still very human and relatable and approachable. But I think that's, what we're all trying to do is figure out what is it that consumers want to see. And I think it's a simple answer. They want to see like actual, people, actual souls, actual hearts. They want to see like real things. So what do you actually believe in? What do you actually stand for? How can you bring that to us in a way that is simple, it's easy, we can understand it, and we can care about it.
Yeah. You brought up an interesting topic on weaving in professional advice with some of the beauty advice, which is a great way to have sort of a hard serving of news and then a softer side. With that said, what advice do you have for those that might be furloughed or facing unemployment right now? Is there anything just from your incredible background that you could give as a pointer, or to give some hope to people? Because there is such a tremendous amount of those that are out there in the workforce or are no longer employed, and it's a tough time.
I know. I cannot even begin to pretend I can solve this problem or understand exactly what it must feel like. I think, you said something earlier about creativity coming out of this. And I remember feeling a little bit that way in 2008, 2010, graduating from business school, feeling like, there are less jobs. And so maybe this is a great time to like fail at starting a company, because it will be incredible to learn about that and to get that experience on my resume. So that is something that you can think about, like, how can this be an opportunity to change what you're doing and to reconsider, skills you want to acquire. I think, a little bit of a jolt and a reset to consider how you want to spend your time can be good if that's something you can do. I also think that being creative about how you apply to jobs, one thing that I remember in the early days of hiring for Birchbox is finding people who said, like, here's the job I will do for you, and just were so explicit about what they could do. And that was so valuable.
That's great. Is there a book that you've read that really helped you from like a business side? You said you became obsessed, for the light word of it. Is there something that people should be reading now that might help give them ideas on creativity?
I don't think I had any specific book that was like a light bulb moment for me. I've enjoyed reading the Brene Brown's and those kind of books recently. In earlier days, it was kind of the Andreessen Horowitz. I read Reboot, which is a book about entrepreneurship from Jerry Colonna, who's an executive coach. And they definitely all inform it, but I still think you kind of have to experience a lot of the stuff for it to resonate and to be meaningful.
My mom recently put on, as I came home for the COVID crisis, so I'm in Virginia. My mom put a book she had given me, I think at college graduation, like, what color is your parachute? With a little note of just like, in case you're thinking about things as the world changes. So that was one that sparked my question, because it appeared on my pillow.
That's so nice.
Yeah, it's a fun time to connect with family.
Totally.
So, but with that said, we don't have any additional questions from the audience. So do you have any last minute words of wisdom to share with us?
I mean, I think that the most valuable thing that happened with Birchbox was just that we decided to launch it when it was not ready and not perfect and not exactly what we wanted. And something that I always just advise entrepreneurs is if you can try to launch some version of it and get out there so you can start to adapt, it's it's so invaluable versus kind of all the planning and all of the perfecting that you could imagine doing.
Don't let the perfect get in the way of the good. So that's a good one. Well, thank you so much for your time. And Georgiana, thank you for having us.
Oh my gosh, it was such a pleasure. I learned so much from this chat, and what you just said at the end, Katya, honestly really like drove true to us, me and Marcelo in Fashinnovation, because only 2 years in, it's exactly what we said. Let's just try and do this. And I'm so happy that, both of you, such powerhouses, were, supportive and came on board to speak and inspired so many people today and on demand for days and days and months and years to come. So thank you, really from the bottom of my heart. It means a lot.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Stay well. Thank you.
You.
Bye.
Bye.
So that was incredible. I feel like personally, it's like a fan moment for me in a lot of ways, because I aspire to all of the people that are speaking today. And with all of the just, being scared and being anxious and all these different feelings that I felt since the pandemic has started, we've been in lockdown for all this time. It's like it's so good to hear all of these people give words of wisdom and knowledge and hope. And it just makes me feel so much better about everything, just having everybody united. And I hope that all of you are gaining that same experience from being here thus far. We have so much more to go. And next, we're going to have a fireside chat with someone who's spoken at one of our live events, Pierre Nicholas Herstel, who's the founder of Ariani, and Jean-K Ahmed Tylee, who's a stylist. And you've definitely seen his work in the likes of Kardashians, Beyonce, and the list goes on and on and on and on. So I am thrilled to have these two incredible people with us right now that are going to be taking on this fireside chat. And I'm waiting just for them to sign on, say a quick hello, and then I will sign off. Hi, Pierre. How are you?
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you again. I know I've said thank you so many times, but we are very grateful for all of this, and I cannot wait to hear your conversation.
Thank you so much. I think Jenke is joining. Thanks for having us. We're delighted to be there and to support. It's been great. I've listened to a few conferences this morning, and it was really great.
Thank you so much.
I'm such a big Mara Hoffman fan,
She's incredible. She speaks, you could feel her heart when she speaks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, you guys are really well organized.
Thank you.
I'm like amazed, like, wow, main stage, backstage, it's quite good. So this is actually a great way. It's like, it's an experience, like it's quite cool what we can do digitally,
Thank you. Honestly, it's the first time for us too. So all of this, we're doing it together. And that makes
fantastic. Bravo. Bravo.
Thank you. Bravo to all of you for all of your work. I will let you guys take it on from here, and let's start.
All right.
Amazing. Well, thank you very much again. Thanks a lot for having us. So I'm Pierre-Nicolas Herstel, and I'm here with Jenke and some special guests that will pop up during the conversation. Jenke, do you want to first introduce yourself and tell the audience who you are and what you've done?
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Pierre, for having me. And thank you to all the team involved for such a great way of putting us together and sharing ideas.
Jenke, you need to turn on your video. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, sorry. How do I do that? Okay, 1 second.
The bottom left, you should have bottom left of your window. You should have a turn
there
video.
You go.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm all set now. All right, cool. I'm Jenke Ahmed Tai. I'm a creative director, stylist, consultant. Been working, mainly in fashion, but also in music. I was Beyonce creative director on album 4 and collaborator on many other projects. I've done different campaigns for different fashion brands. I've done fashion shows and I've consulted for different entities. I've done campaigns for Pepsi, for Coca-Cola as well. Voilà. So I'm from West Africa, grew up in Paris, went to university in New York, and sort of consider myself as a global citizen.
Well, thanks, Jenke. Thanks for joining. So I'm Pierre-Nicolas Herstel. I'm CEO and co-founder of Ariani, which is a consortium building a digital identity standard for valuable goods using the blockchain. And I'm also founder and creator and curator of Foundation, which is an Instagram page and community discussing how innovation is transforming fashion and luxury towards a more sustainable future. Well, thank you also to the Fashinnovation team for putting this together. So as I said, Jenke will bring us some special guests to open the conversation when we'll get through the last part of it. Today we're gonna discuss how the relationships with brands and consumers are should or might change in the upcoming future, in line with what we are experiencing right now. Social distancing, raise of concerns, right, privacy, but also maybe an acceleration of all the things that we've seen these past years, and the raising concern about more sustainable brands and more responsible behaviors. So after this intro, I'd like to tackle the first question, and you'll see that both Jenke and I, we will jump on each question and bring two different angles. We were excited, him and I, to do that together because we share some very strong same values and vision for the future and for the world, but we bring two very different angles. I'm more on the innovation and business side, and he's more going to bring the creative, humanistic side to the conversation. So when we look at what's going to change in the relationship between brands and consumer after what we've been through, I think there are many things that have to be different and that will be different. The first thing maybe is the difference between a transactional interaction versus a relational interaction. Many brands are working today on a one-off. I show you something, you buy something, then you take it home with you. I think there's a huge opportunity to move this towards a relation that is going to last and that is going to be built on something different than just buying. The whole move towards circularity, if you put the consumer, the product, and the brand relation in the middle of that, you can totally foresee a way of being in contact with a client, for a brand, of being in contact with a client, with a consumer, along the life of the product, helping the client and the owner take care of this product, help him make sure that it's going to last longer, and maybe when the life of this product is over, help him recycle it or resell it. And this way to embrace the relationship in a more relational and circular way versus transactional is something that is I think, going to become extremely important even more, and we'll talk about that later, in a world where we have a very different approach to stores and to physical interactions. In line with this, there's the idea of product versus service. When we are looking at what I was just describing, this transactional relationship, it is based on, I produce something, I design it, I advertise for it, then I put it in front of you, and then you're going to buy it and use it. But what if brands could invent an economy of service around the possession of their goods, and again, be with their customers and be with their clients on a more permanent way towards the ownership of the product. So these are kind of my two takes on this question. Jenke, what's your point? How do you see relationships changing between brands and consumers in the next coming weeks and months?
Well, I'm going to use a phrase of the great Simone de Beauvoir. I was watching this documentary the other time about her life and like the impact she had on Jean-Paul Sartre, and she said something amazing. She was talking about memories, and she was talking about what is the thought, what is the main objective on buying something. And she said, l'achat d'un objet, c'est un peu l'achat d'une mémoire. So mainly a purchase of an object or a product or something, it's actually buying also a memory. So to me, when you say brands have to find alternative ways to change the relationship with what really means a transactional rapport a consumer has with a product. For me, I think brands now need to really sort of elevate the substance of what the consumer means for them. I think nowadays with what's happening, what will be really, really important is how would, as a consumer, I would feel connected to the product or the brand that I'm trying to acquire. Do the brand really understand me? It's not only about selling me a product, but it's knowing me as a person, as of how like the ad things are tracking people with only what kind of product you buy and what kind, maybe how can they influence my buying in a more substantial way. So for me, brands only have to know who the consumer are, but also their values. What are they, where are they from, what do they stand for, and I think all those elements are really, really important. I think even besides going in depth with presenting the perfect product or having an excellent customer service, for me it goes way more beyond that, because what we're noticing with this lockdown is that we're going back to fundamentals, what we really need, what really change our life. So maybe questions of productivity and questions of profit. It's like, how many proposition can we have every season? How many products can I acquire to make my life better? Maybe a more decrease, a more sustainable way of offering. For me, also brands need to stick to their identity. What is a signature? If I go to a brand, I know I'm going to this brand because of their values first, but also because of the quality of the product that they're proposing to me. You see that brands now who started, doing maybe eyewear, only footwear, are just like expanding their product offering. So all of that for me is quite important, because in Michelle Obama's book, she spoke about how she selected the designer and the brand she wore. She was so great at using at offering the platform she had to so many different kinds of artists and designer, but that throughout the world, when Michelle Obama wore something, it meant something. And I was quite flabbergasted. I was very, very happy to hear that before she asked her team about it, before she actually accepted to wear a certain brand, she would, not only about the beauty or the artistic technique of the artist, but she wanted to know what kind of a person is that artist? Is it someone who has value? How they treated people? How do they treat their own people? And all of that, all of those aspects had like an impact on what she would choose to wear something. And I thought that was brilliant. So for me, like brand now how to really go to their core being. Who are they? So for us consumer also to be able to consume in a more efficient and a more intelligent way.
Yeah, that sounds great. And I'll come back a little later. We'll come back on this question of how a brand can know their customers, because as you were saying, knowing more their values, understanding who they are, but then how do you do that? Where do you ask these questions? Where do you store these data? And myself, I don't want to have all my values
exactly. So that's a great
stored
question, because for instance,
any database,
Yeah, but like for instance, why as consumer we're so reluctant to give our personal email to a brand? Because we're constantly bombarded with information we don't really care about. Like I love your brand. Seeing another celebrity wearing your brand doesn't make me want to buy your brand. So you have to stop sending me email to telling me such and such was wearing this and that. I have other sorts of media to educate myself on that. But I think it's also about, for me, it's about what kind of relationship do I have with you, If I go out of my way to go buy, I don't know, organic, cotton underwear from an organic company who cultivate their fabrics from Ethiopia and like have an organic way. So I want to develop that thing. Why do I like your company? I like your company because maybe you're utilizing artisans from a local place. Maybe those are values that I like. So it's like really engaging in a very honest, not in a marketable way, not in a profitable way, because we have to remember first, if I become a florist, why did I decide to become a florist? Is it my love for flowers? Is it my love for well-being? But we all want to be successful because it's art and commerce, and without commerce, art can't exist. But the core, it's quite a delicate moment. So I think, we must, as an industry, as a community, as member of humanity, come with ideas, on the table to propose. So then, leaders and people, decision makers, can improve, the relationships between consumer and brands.
Yeah. So let's move to another part of the relationship, which is the one that happens when we meet physically in a store or somewhere else, which hasn't happened in a while and looks like it's not gonna become back to normal anytime soon. But what's your take on that? What's going to change in the way we shop? Do you think it's going to be completely different? What's at stake? What do you think?
I mean, I wish I could answer that question, because I've been wondering myself, what will be the future of retail, But let's go back to what retails mean, What does it mean for a brand to have a flagship store? It's because in that flagship store, you are able to elaborate in a very concrete way, who you are, from your window display to your marketing elements that you will have in the shop, from your campaign affichage and all of that. So, like going to buy lipstick at the Chanel store in Rue Cambon, it's a great experience because you come, the vendor tells you the story of Coco Chanel, you have a glass of champagne, you just buy a $20 lipstick, but the experience you have is not the same as if you are behind your desk and like ordering that lipstick that you saw on something. So there are things that will be very difficult to replace in terms of the real experience that you have in a space. So for me, with the digital, with this digital revolution we're living, which I compare a little bit to the industrial revolution. It's something completely new. So I think like now we have, you know, a huge round of creativity to dig in to come up with, you know, amazing solution. Because, for instance, myself, I'm not unless I know product, like, you know, maybe a pair of Stan Smiths that I know I've worn all my life. I could maybe order a new color, a new thing. But in terms of new product, I'm one of those who need to see it. I need to feel the fabric. I need to try it on. I need to see how it fits on me, you know? So how do we find, you know, with technology, ways of still maintaining those experiences that we were having in the real retail space, but maybe digitally, you know? Is it that, you know, I can see myself in a silhouette, you know, just with the thing, with my menstruation? Is it like a 3D things of me? And is it something with touch I can feel and feel the fabric from, you know, all those elements will be quite interesting to explore. But, you know, it'll be really great to see where the future of, you know, concrete, you know, experience with retail will take us.
Yeah, and you know, I think digital is a lot. It's a big part of the answer, and it comes with its own issues. You know, with as we were saying earlier, we want more alignment with the brands we like. We want to share the values, but sharing means also telling more about ourselves, which we would be fine doing to have this better alignment, but we don't necessarily want to be tracked, or we don't want our data to be stored anywhere. And so if now we start, you know, trying things on and telling more and having more this relationship dematerialized, what does that mean? And how brands, you know, I think have to change. You know, when I see many commerce stores, and sometimes of very well super sustainable brands, etc., where the brand is ready to pay 15% of your first baskets for your email, and give you this discount just to get your email, and then being able to bombard you with more advertising. What does that mean? You know, where? So I think brands should question how they should align better with the values of their customer. How should they be able to interact with them in a more meaningful way, but being extremely careful about the way they manage or play with data, and the way they use marketing and direct marketing to push for consumption. Because if we, bouncing back on what you were saying, I think when there's a strong value alignment, then the desire for purchase is good. It's on time. It's when the product is needed. It's based on some strong foundations. And if you add with that the idea of a longer circular relationship that is not transactional, brands should not be afraid of not making revenue, because they have this permanent way to interact. So I think it's really, it's a kind of a shift, because this is not the way the data-oriented marketing is made now. This is not the way e-commerce strategies are built on right now. So I think the less we'll be able to shop as we used to, the more will be digital, and the more careful we will have to be, and brands will have to be, about the way they interact with us and the way they learn how to know us and please us, with, again, being aligned with their values and our values. Which, you know, brings me to the last question, you know, we have about privacy. Let me just, if I can reshare that and share my screen. So, yeah. So, you know, when we see, I don't know, the debate is not that high in the US, but it is definitely in Europe, and it's been in Asia, around all these apps that are popping out after COVID to track people. I think more and more people are starting to wonder, you know, how much of my data is out there, what kind of control do I have on that? And I'm convinced that this is really going to make a big big impact on brands. But that also opens a question on how do we advertise? How do we, you know, we've been fighting, I mean, brands have been fighting to have super segmented database to push like the supposed perfect content that will make the purchase, which has also driven a certain way of building content and advertising. So what do you think about that? How can we combine meaningful content, relevant advertising that makes revenue, and, you know, privacy, value alignment, and all the things we've mentioned during this conversation?
What is your take on that? I want to hear yours. And I mean, we spoke about it earlier, but I think your point was quite interesting, and I will rebound from that. So can you tell the audience?
So, you know, for me, if I think about my closet, you know, I look at my closet, it's generally behind me during the Zoom meetings that I'm doing all week, but you know, I changed the background for this one. But if I look at my closet, it is private. You know, no one gets in my closet, but it's dumb. You know, I don't know what has been here too long. I don't know what would have a good price on the resale market. I don't know what I should recycle because, you know, I'm not using it enough. I don't know, you know, it's just like a dumb phone versus a smartphone, but it's private. You know, I'm 100% convinced that no one that I haven't invited is going to show up. I would love to have more intelligence around the fashion things that I own. I would love brands to help me manage the end of life of a product. I would like all these things to happen, but I'm not willing to give up on the privacy of my home. And the more things will become digital, the less I will have, you know, my hands on where my data is, and more data I give, and the less in control I am. And I think that is just not okay. So I'd like to have a solution where we get everything from the smart digital and keeping the privacy of my closet.
Interesting. My take on that is that, first of all, I feel like, you know, the elements that brands are tracking from our behavior as consumer, I don't know if they necessarily, to me, the best way of knowing, you know, your consumer, because not only you invade a certain privacy, like you were saying, but then you subtract elements and information, I think, the way you analyze it. And I think that's what really, you know, mess up the whole aspect of it, you know. For me, I find it quite intrusive, like you're saying. Like, what will make me trust a brand and say, okay, you know what? I think you're trying to really know me, and best, I think you're trying to make my life better by proposing me products or services that will help me enjoy, you know, my lifestyle better, you know. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm very skeptical also about, you know, these privacy issues. I think it's really an issue, you know, like, you know, these track and analytic information being shared with different entities. But what else? So I absolutely agree with you.
But what about content and advertising? What do you think?
This is where I want to introduce our surprise speakers. I've invited two people I wanted to share some of their insight with us. A friend of mine, his name is Florent Farinelli. He was a director at Carl Auto. He helped brands like Off-White, Jean-Baptiste Valli, Iris Van Appen, Rochas, just to name a few, with their communication and their fashion show, and also managing their collection to features in different magazine and editorial content. So he organized like amazing events during fashion weeks and you know, special launches for great products. So I would like to invite him, and we would like to pick his brain and ask him what he thinks. You know, sharing is caring. So voilà. Welcome, Florent.
Yes, welcome, Florent. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, thank you for having me.
So what's your take on that? What's going to change? How ads and content should be built differently in the new world coming?
And even more after, Florent, how do you see the evolution of fashion shows or different events? Like, yeah, I would love to hear that.
Actually, that's why I started my own company, and now I'm not working for brands but for artists, because I think like the ambassador of a brand and like the people around the brand will have a full impact of like what the brand will, where the brand want to go, what is the purpose of a brand. And actually that's why I'm just, maybe it's back to the roots, because people need to just have a pleasure to buy something. They need to reconnect to that and not to market something. It's because, oh, my friend has that, I want that, I deserve that, but it's not a real desire. And now people, and even advertising, that's not a real meaning that's on that. And I think the investment on brands need to focus on special project, on like video.
Like, let me jump on that. Like, for instance, like brand, like something I'm just thinking about, like, let's say brand using celebrities or artists to promote, to become the égérie or to promote their product, when the artist has nothing to do with the value of their brand. You know, it's just about like pouring, oh, this actress just got an Oscar, so she'd be a great, you know, spokesperson for the brand. So maybe all of that also, you know, talking about sincerity and like, you know, maybe an artist that has only 10,000 followers has a better connection and shares more values with the core of the brand.
Yeah, that's true. It's just to be sincere and not, it's like, oh, you have 2 million followers and it's great. It's not that. It's just to reconnect to the true DNA of a brand, of like the people you want to talk with, and to talk and to sell your products. So you mean like through your communication, your advertising, or what you propose, you need to be more creative, and brands really needs to be more creative and to talk like, you can talk like whatever you want, because like you can have like so many different consumer, but just you need to be aligned of what you want and not because it's a trend. And I think that's the main work for all the brands and even artists in music. And that's the new positioning of communication, just to be
amazing.
Thank you so much, Florent. So we have 5 minutes left, and we have a couple questions. So there's one for you, Jenke. So so the question is, how are you pivoting with styling?
How am I?
Pivoting. What is changing with styling, with the current climate, the way the business model, the ways of doing things, you know? And the question continues. People still must want to feel good and look good, and looking good always helped with that. So what are your thoughts? You know,
well, a very, very good question. I'm thinking, you know, okay, like as Kylie saw around the world, what we do is we work with main brands, and main brands have, you know, a collection out, whether it's a couture collection or resort collection, and we will put that on celebrity on different occasions, promote also not only the brand, but to also enhance the image of, you know, the subject, you know, the artist. So in my case, my way of approaching my styling work has been evolving so much throughout the years. You know, I've always tried to giving it more substantial element to it. You know, so for me, it's all about knowing the subject I'm working with. You know, not only, it's not necessarily associated to the brand. You know, for me, I like to know what the person likes to eat for breakfast. Like, what are their favorite books? What are their favorite movies? You know, I kind of like dérouler my Proust questionnaire to know really my client. So I feel like I try always to build a very sincere and deep relationship with my client. And with now, what I'm thinking, I'm like, wow, this is a great way to really reinvent styling, you know? So maybe now it's all about custom, you know? So I think because, you know, the way it is now, I mean, for the next 2 months, if I had to do something, I would ask like, you know, specific people to create specific thing without a commercial or without a brand necessarily be behind, but more of a stylistic, you know, point of view, you know, so.
Yeah, cool. Last question, and it's for all of us. So I'll take the question and I'll answer and I'll let you continue. So would we currently share our wardrobe closet, or do we prefer to keep it completely private? So the question is for all of us. So for me, I think you got my point. I would love to be able to get digital features from my closet, but I want to keep it private. So I want a technology that keeps my things safe on my phone, privately, and that allows me from there to interact with the brands I love the way I want without having them storing my data anywhere. And I think that when I get these guarantees, then I'm happy to interact more. I'm happy to be in touch regularly. I'm happy to do a lot of things, but I need the guarantee that my privacy is respected and that my stuff is safe. That's my take.
And that I'm not being tracked for some other whatever agenda. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, we wanted to have another guest, but I don't know if we have time. That will be maybe for another time.
Yeah, I think we have just 1 minute left. So
okay, yeah. Well, thank you so much. I hope you guys, you know, enjoy our talk. And oh, Emil is here. He can talk for 1 minute. Okay, Emil, guys, Emil is an amazing artist I love. He's a creative director. He does content for Mercedes-Benz. He works with amazing other young artists. And Emil, you're coming a bit too late, but you have 1 minute to tell us what kind of content would you be doing now with this lockdown? Like, what will be your content? What will be the purpose of your content? Quickly.
But where is he? I don't think he's
here. I see him.
No.
No.
I don't think so. I don't think he connected.
No, you know what?
I got excited for nothing.
No, so
okay, next time.
I want to first off, thank you guys. I could hear you guys speak about this all day. I'm so intrigued by just what's going on now with the pandemic, how it's being acclimated into styling and everything else you guys spoke about. It was just a phenomenal conversation. With that being said, we do want all of you, if you have 10 minutes, to go onto your Instagram and join our blue carpet host on our virtual blue carpet, where maybe your guests can join us there and speak for 10 minutes on our live to our community, which would be great. And so we really would love for you guys to do that and continue the conversation. But thank you all so much.
Thank
you really inspired us all.
Thank you so guys. Much. Thank you for having us.
Thank you,
Thanks for having everybody, Pierre.
Thank you, Florence. Thank you, Jenke. Ciao.
Thank you.
Miss you. See you soon.
Thanks to the auditor.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Laurent?
So that was amazing. I think I keep saying that was amazing. It's a reoccurring sentence today, just because I'm so blown away by everybody who is speaking from all over the world coming together. And I am thrilled to announce the next panel. It's actually going to be, the title is Fashion is the Future of Fashion Post the Current Climate, which all of us are wondering, where is the future of fashion going? Hi, Laura, how are you?
Hi.
And I would like to welcome the guests, Chris Lacey, Laura Lanteri, and Tiago Valenti. And I'm gonna let them take it over from here and start the discussion. Thank you all for being here. And I will mute myself now, and I cannot wait to hear what you all have to say. And hi, Christopher, I didn't get a chance to say hi before.
Hi, Jordana.
Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you for having us.
Of course.
Thank you so much. It is a pleasure to engage with all of you this afternoon and being invited by Fashinnovation. My name is Christopher Lacey. I am an assistant professor at Parsons School of Design, part of the School of Fashion program. I'm also CEO of Christopher Lacey Consulting and co-creator of Retail Revolution podcast. So I'm joined today by two amazing colleagues and friends, We have Laura Lantarini as well as Tiago Valenti. Laura, I will give you the opportunity now to kind of say a few words, tell everyone about you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for having us here. So I'll tell you a little bit about my background. I also teach at Parsons, which is one of the most fulfilling experiences of my professional careers. I just absolutely love it. And I love it, especially when it's with these two gentlemen here who are absolutely brilliant. I also work in advertising, digital advertising. And my background is in fashion and most specifically in the luxury sector. So before I started working in advertising, I was working as a head of strategy at LVMH as well as Gucci. So I have that experience in both worlds, the big corporate world and I'm on my own now. I have my own business world. So I'm thrilled to be here.
Thank you, Laura. Tiago?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. It's great to be here with you guys, and thanks for having me and having us. So my name is Tiago Valente. I work as an innovation strategist. I am an experiential designer and a multidisciplinary artist. And that is actually the base of my practice. I am a connector. I connect different ideas and concepts by observation of human behaviors all over the world, and I mix them with multiple fields and industries, and then I help people articulate their voice in a more creative and efficient and meaningful manner. I also teach at Parsons in the programs of MFA and BFA as well as executives. And I work in the areas of integrated design, storytelling, experiential design, and embellishment and innovation. And as Laura was mentioning, that is also a beautiful and huge rewarding part of my practice. It's absolutely wonderful to teach and help other people growing. So I'm very happy for that and very happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Tiago. So as you both have mentioned, I think it's what's great for the three of us is while we are on the educational side of the industry right now, we actually all have our foundation in industry from a retail perspective, a creative perspective, marketing perspective, and understanding how consumers engage. But really one of the things that's been a running conversation in the industry for quite some time is sustainable and ethical fashion and what this really means. So I'd love to have you, Laura, first, go in and say, what does this mean for us? And is ethical and sustainable fashion possible?
I hope so. I'm going to focus on ethical fashion just because that's where I have the most to say, and then I'm going to leave it to you guys talking about sustainable fashion. I think ethical fashion must be possible, but it's a huge undertaking and we should not sort of take it for granted. I think ethical fashion right now should focus on paying people. That's the first thing that we should be focusing on. Paying people starting from garment workers. I think there are about $3 billion in orders that are being canceled at the moment from major Western fashion chains. And that's going to leave about 2 million Bangladeshi workers basically on the brink of starvation. This is just a matter of life and death. And it's exacerbated obviously by the pandemic, but these are forces that were already in place. And we see them everywhere, not just in Bangladesh. We see them in Vietnam, we see them in India, we see them all around the world, we see them in the US. So I would say, in my opinion, ethical fashion starts with fair pay, not just like average pay, but with a living wage that allows workers to actually live and prosper and put food on the table and not bring their infant baby in the factory and leave them on the floor in a toxic environment because they have no other places to go. So for me, pay, hazard pay, health insurance, living wage are absolutely fundamental. And if we think about it, I think Oxfam did a calculation where if every shareholder reduced their compensation by 1/3, I think 2.5 million workers in Vietnam would get to living wage. And this would just be for the top 5 companies in the fashion industry. So a lot of executives are already showing leadership. François-Henri Pinault reduced his compensation by 25%. Anna Wintour reduced her compensation. Ralph Lauren did the same. I personally would love to see more of this, because I think fashion is made not just by top leadership, top creative, the people that we see on the front page of publications or on editorials, but it's made by garment workers who are literally risking their lives and their family's livelihood right now. So to me, ethical fashion is very simple. Let's pay everybody what they deserve for the amazing work that they put in.
Thank you, Laura. Tiago.
Yeah, to build on that, I absolutely agree. And to build on that, I would say that to speak about these two issues, we need to have a much bigger conversation, which is around social values. I do think that we are, and we've been going through a long period of a crisis on social values, and moreover, lack of empathy. These two, the lack of empathy and this crisis of social values, have been driven by egos, fueled by economical interests that have brought so much inequality. And so I do believe that ego and lack of empathy are the biggest enemies of innovation, and a big part of what's going on at the moment. And this is a very personal opinion, I truly believe—
How we lose connectivity, right? It's how we lose connectivity with the rest of the industry. I so agree.
Exactly. And, you know, I do believe in the power of things, in the power of human beings, and in the power of the energy that we put into things, and the power on how we create. And these two forces, those toxic egos and the lack of empathy, you know, have a huge weight on what is going on in the world. So imagine you're throwing this out there in the universe, and, you know, hey, we're living through a cosmic reset. This is how I see the moment that unfortunately we're living now today. This is a cosmic reset that the earth was saying, hey, you guys, everything was going too fast, and this is not. So now we can see it. And, you know, that's the romantic side of this situation, the dolphins in Venice, the clear air in China, and animals taking over those cities and towns close to the countryside. But hey, at what price? Look at the drastic measure that the universe or the earth had to take. So social values and ego, big conversation.
Yeah, I think you both hit on amazing points there, and I would round this out with saying, when we talk about sustainability, we really do have to look at what the value chain is across the system, and I think while we might be able to fix it in one spot, we all have to take a step back and go, what does this look like from the beginning process all the way to the end? And when we start considering how we want to use capital as a retailer or as a fashion brand, and we say, okay, well, let's take capital and let's put it into the remodeling of a store, or let's take it and let's open up another brick and mortar location, or let's take it and invest in CRM, really thinking about how do we take that and invest in things like textile technology, supply chain technology. And I think we will be in that direction. I think the positive thing about what we're going to see happen, you know, post, you know, the COVID-19 pandemic is there is going to be a push of shareholders wanting to go, how do we invest our money so that our companies and our businesses are sustainable, not just for a crisis, but really how we are impacting each other as people and impacting the environment. You know, I think one of the things we have to consider about this particular situation is it really opens our eyes in going, well, this virus doesn't say you know, your socioeconomic background, and it doesn't say your weight, your color, your gender. It impacted every single person's life across every supply chain, value chain, industry. And so it makes us level set. And I think it's really
I want to say something about that though, because I think it does. I kind of disagree. I think it does look at your socioeconomic background, how much money you have, the color of your skin, unfortunately. And I think that is just absolutely horrifying, because if we look at the people who've been impacted the most, in the US alone, by the virus is the poorest segment of the population, the people who don't have a choice and they have to go to work when they're sick. They have to sacrifice the health of themselves and their family. And I myself have been thinking, you know, what a privilege do I have to be able to stay home? And this has impacted me so much in thinking about how little as a society do we invest in people who are the absolute cornerstone of society, from our teachers to nurses. I know we hear that a lot, but I think it's not just empty words, you know, like those amazing workers who are refilling my Amazon orders with my son's diapers, or, you know, those amazing nurses who keep going work. These are unbelievable. These are really the backbone of our society. And I do think we haven't invested in them at all so far. So I do see there's a level of discrimination that's being brought about that it's going to get so striking that, you know, we were going to have to change it.
I agree with you on that, but I would say that it's something that's impacted all of us societally, because we all feel it. Now, are there areas where it has impacted more? Absolutely. And I think because of that, we really do have to, and I think that's why there will be a push to really understand what does the value chain look like, and how are we really managing our businesses as leaders in a fashion industry. And that leads me to something else that, Tiago, I want to address with you, because you know this really well, which is when we talk about sustainability, you know, and we talk about these movements across the fashion industry, one thing I can't help but to think about is just packaging design. And you know, it's one of those things, you know, we really don't when we talk about sustainability, we do talk a lot about textile. But there's the other side of it about just, I mean, if we think about how much we have all maybe purchased online, or when we go to a store, just how our product comes to us packaged, that's pretty wasteful. So you've looked into this. So can you talk about that a bit?
Yeah, sure. I'm actually going to talk, because you touch into in another keyword, which I think it's important to mention, which is the part of the textile waste. But I'm going to make a leak much later in a bit about that. But yes, to begin this answering to your question, or to this topic, I'm going to give you first a number: 90 billion. 90 billion with B. That is the number of card boxes that are thrown away after one single use in the US alone. And that is in a normal year. So you can imagine the disaster that it's going on right now about, you know, all these people that are ordering in their homes, because, you know, that's what people are doing right now, and receiving all these card boxes and packagings nonstop. So this is something that needs to be looked at. In fact, Samsung had initiated already this funny project in which they deliver their TVs, or there's a specific model of their TV in a card box with a QR code that then you scan, and that will take you to a website with instructions to repurpose the card box. So that can be converted into a coffee table, or even a little house for your kitty cat. And what is interesting and funny about this, it's a part of my expertise of what I'm passionate about is experiential, and how can we bring experiences from online to real life and vice versa. And it's very interesting how they play with this, because then it becomes this experience, even though, okay, we cannot go to the store, but then suddenly it becomes playful. And then we tap into social consciousness. Now, I'm gonna ask out there to, not only the established brands, but to all those startups and entrepreneurs listening to us, what is it that you can offer that can, perhaps lead to a healthier behavior from your consumers? And the reason why I ask this is because, startups are the ones that usually have a bigger capability of adaptation and versatility and flexibility, just because, not everyone receives an injection of 100 million to start their businesses just like that, or, whichever the money is, right? It's not easy for most of the startups. So that requires a huge sense of adaptation and flexibility. And what we're going through at the moment is an unprecedented moment in which we have to adapt, and at a much faster pace than ever before. Also because we are in the era of technology, right? The next industrial revolution. So these are times in which startups, more than ever, and startups that focus in sustainability, will have a louder voice to go out there and lead the world. I think we need to implement, as a matter of fact, startup thinking, entrepreneurial thinking as a strategy in order to move forward in the fashion industry and in the economy in general. And when you were referring about the textile aspect and the textile waste, there's also something that I always like to look in, as I said, unexpected spaces or technically unrelated spaces to find connections. And there is so from tomato plants, the waste of the tomato is now being used as bioglue that combined with nanocarbon particles and sprayed on a regular cotton t-shirt can make that cotton t-shirt able to produce electricity and even charge your phone. This is amazing. And this is just one of the examples of how, if we really think in other spaces and think about waste, but not just like focusing on our own industry, we can find solutions. This is the era of collaboration. The future is no more collaborative than ever.
I love that you just use, the point of being collaborative. And there is going to be a need as we come out of this for larger brands that it might be difficult to have agility at times, because when you're really big, it's hard to kind of move quickly, right? And when you're smaller, you can navigate that space and have some agility to how you make decisions. But the collaboration between the two are going to be extremely important. With that means that there's going to have to be an added level of transparency. And I don't think you can talk about sustainability and ethical behavior without there being the discussion of transparency. And Laura, this is something, you and I have talked about, we've even done a fashion systems and strategies class around, and talking about transparency. So how quickly and how should brands start reacting when it comes to this level of transparency, and how do you see this evolving?
I think brands should be totally brutally honest, completely, especially if you're a startup, if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a smaller business. I think the starting point should be, I'm gonna just tell my customer, what's happening step by step. I think that's what customers are in fact demanding, because I think there are a lot of forces at play. And to touch upon what you guys are saying about pollution and sustainability and practices we can take, I think I want to go back a little bit and also sort of raise a flag about the fact that we should never be complacent, especially now when there is some hope, all of a sudden for the planet, and we see indeed less pollution around the world in general. we should not forget that the last 2 years have seen air pollution in the United States increase for the first time in decades, which is sort of incomprehensible given where we are right now in our history and where we are in terms of climate change. I think there are a lot of things that are happening right now in the world beyond the pandemic, and we should absolutely pay attention, and we should take personal responsibility, because I don't see governments, especially in the United States, being accountable, taking any sort of responsibility. So we shouldn't think, we are abiding by the current law and that's enough. That's not enough. That is absolutely not enough. That's not the kind of transparency that we expect. I think that customers expect right now. I think the kind of radical, brutal honesty and transparency that we're expecting now goes completely above and beyond, is to take matters into your own hands and say, you know what, this is what's needed for my business to function, but I'm going to think completely out of the box, exactly like Tiago said, and I'm going to apply processes here that are applied in biotechnology, nanotechnology, in industries that are as far away from fashion as we can possibly imagine, because that's going to work. That is smart thinking, it's efficient thinking, and at the end, it's going to bring your business forward. I really think, once we start seeing a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel in this pandemic, we are going to realize in fashion that we're not going to be selling products anymore. We're going to be selling processes. We're just going to be selling a way of making things that's going to be completely and radically different, hopefully, from what we were doing before. I think from us, we're in Western countries where we're lucky enough where I'm not going to say I'm buying this denim shirt because I need it. I don't have any denim shirt. I don't need anything. There are a lot of people, most people buying fashion, they don't need things. We have a desire, we create desires, but I think this desire is not going to be ignited by yet another $5 t-shirt or yet another dress that's going to be completely disposable. I think we're just going to be selling a new process, new radical thinking that's going to bring us into a completely new universe of transparency, and it's going to bring the customer inside the process as well.
I love the point you make, Laura, definitely, when it comes to, we really have to learn how, as a brand, what means something to our DNA. It can't just be about what are the regulations that are enforced by a government, right? We now have to really go, because a lot of government regulations, if you look at them, are pretty lax and really serve some other purpose. But as we think about how the consumer reacts and the transparency, the role that a company needs to play, there's also the fear factor of the consumer as they start to go back out again. And with that, our normal behavior has been to make sure something is safe and that it hasn't been touched, we wrap it in plastic. Right? Something's okay.
Wrap it. Yeah, absolutely.
It's wrapped in plastic, and you feel comfortable with that if it's wrapped in plastic. So, Tiago, Laura, what do you think? Will this cause kind of a shift to that mentality of let's put everything back in plastic? I
think there's a huge danger to that. I see myself regressing in terms of behavior, like the billion tons of cardboard that Tiago was mentioning. I see it in my house and I'm absolutely horrified by it. But at the same time, I'm sort of restlessly thinking about what can I do better? How can I consume less? How can I order less things? How can I eat better? How can I make my kids eat better? For fashion, the exact same thing. I'm really willingly trying to reward companies that not only do less packaging, but they tell me who is producing what, where, and how. I want to know that, and it's not just to make myself feel good, but because I truly think the product is better. The product is going to be, more competitive than many other companies. I think Everlay and the Reformation, they have shown us that they can create amazing product with greatly improved processes. So yes, I think there is the danger of regressing is there. I think especially with, the current administration, where regulation are actually bringing us backwards instead of pushing us forward. So I think it's going to be up to the individual to push and resist and say, you know what, I'm just going to create my own thinking, create my own business model, and I'm going to step up to the plate because that's the right thing to do.
Thank you. So when we all think of it, I guess, and when I touched on, the ability of brands, larger brands not necessarily being able to have agility, relative to some of their supply chains. And while they've been able to, say there are things that we will stop, I think when we really look at some of their systems in a larger scale, and we look at manufacturing, even in some countries where one of the reasons they kind of had to stop a lot of what they were doing is because there was no forethought or really true business continuity planning from a manufacturing standpoint to go, okay, well, we're doing all this manufacturing out of China, or we're doing all this manufacturing out of India, and really diversifying how we manufacture, but also diversifying how you manufacture in other places in an ethical way, and making sure that you're supporting those communities so that they can compete on a global scale. I think that's where we need to be, like that foresight in the future, where you go, okay, we're here and we know that we need to be sustainable, and we've started to input some things, but really let's look at our back end and see what we're doing on our back end to make sure that we are not just sustainable from an environmental perspective, but from a social perspective and a socioeconomic perspective. So my question to you and Laura and Tiago is there a brand you feel that's doing this well?
Well, I just mentioned the Reformation, Everlane. I think they were definitely thought leaders, process leader, business model leaders, especially when they started. I think they are pushing the boundaries. I think there are a lot of smaller brands, but when we're talking right now, I was thinking of one of my favorite designers, and it's a huge designer. It's not like a small designer, but I've always loved what Miuccia Prada has been doing for fashion for the past few decades. And when you guys were talking about collaboration, I don't know how this is gonna, develop now in this environment, but she always do collaboration in such a creative, original, incredibly Prada way. And the fact that she hired Raf Simons to be co-creative director, I think it shows us where the industry should be. It shows us that collaboration at the very top can really promote and move forward collaboration at every single level of the fashion supply chain. And I think, leading by example and showing a designer like Miuccia Prada, who is obviously an icon and a legend, and she has her own, sort of throne in the fashion industry, to be so humble and to say, I want to create with this unbelievable mind, who is Raf Simons, and we are going to do better together. I think that's so incredibly inspiring. And I think it should be emulated at every single level for other brands, because I think that's really the spirit of collaboration in its truest form, to say, I'm going to put aside who I am and what I have done just to create something better and different. And I don't even know what that is, but we're going to figure it out together. I think if that starts happening at every single level, and people, CFOs and COOs start saying, we're not just competitors, we're colleagues, we come together and we solve problems together, I think the industry will start really leading by example a lot of other industries.
Thank you. Tiago, you earlier, and it's still on my mind, you mentioned the tomato waste. And at Parsons, I have to say, when I joined Parsons, the things I saw our textile students doing, and you are one of the professors in this textile program where amazing things are being created with onion skin and blankets that can be watered and they grow. So, one is, where do people learn more about things when it comes to using waste in a way that it's beneficial, and how can they find out about that? But then, is there a brand or a designer that you see doing that well?
Well, I think that right now it's everything it's in a very experimental stage, and I think that brands went first, or they've been going first to the hype of it, in the sense of I don't know, like for example, Fendi was showing very recently one of the coats and jackets in the fashion show that changes completely the color with UV light, right? And it goes from white to yellow, and wow, and that's the wow effect, and it's beautiful and it's fantastic. And that is also part of an experiential approach from design to end experience. But I think that more so now we're going into an era of more looking into the natural, the traditional, the experimentation, the cooking. I think cooking, it's, since you mentioned tomato, cooking is a really great example to me, and I make these, like, I always give this example to all my students in all different areas. Cooking represents very well creative process, because when you creating is about curating ingredients, is about experimenting, is about leaving them baking for a little bit. It's coming back, it's respecting the timings. It's not going to eat it before it's too hot or cold, or like it's really about that. So with that concept of cooking, what these students are doing in their homes, in their kitchens, it's absolutely fantastic, because they're cooking their own fibers. You would be surprised of how many students I have that are developing bioplastic from all sorts of components, from agar and then mixed with seaweed. One of the students is actually weaving with seaweed and creating architectural structures. The bioplastic, as I was saying, you mentioned growing gardens from growing gardens from actual tapestries, and being able to water them. So we're rethinking also farming systems from a textile perspective. So going back to your question, I think that brands are still very, I think that now that this will be a great time in a shift of, okay, let's forget about the hype of things, and let's really invest in these new ways of producing these innovative systems and textiles, and even smart textiles, but with a more social and environmental consciousness.
Okay. So
I think, sorry, I want to add to that. Think about how much independence that gives you, that level of creativity, that level of proactivity, to just say, I just rely on myself to create these amazing innovations. And so it's not just good, it's a good thing, it's a right thing to do, but it's good for you as a business, because you become so much more independent. And especially now, we see how important it is to be flexible and to be nimble. So I think that, checks all the boxes.
We have 5 minutes left, and I want to give an opportunity for us to speak to this, because this is really where I think the mindset is going to shift. And that is, we have a pandemic that occurred that really shut down the ability for markets globally to interact. And it caused a shift in supply chain, which kind of forces this idea of, should we start looking at doing things on a more local level? Do you think that production will return now to the US because of this? And not maybe even just the US, but that local things will become more localized relative to production?
Sorry. Yeah.
Tiago, I love that you raised your hand.
Just hesitant. Okay, I'm just gonna dive on it. Yeah, I absolutely think that globalization has been great, but has been a monster that has destroyed so much, because globalization has been neglecting the power of local in favor of global. And now look at the disaster that it's happening with those factories that were relying exclusively on that business model and production model. So that doesn't work anymore. To your point, I think that to begin with, these factories need to start reorganizing their structures in alliance with federal governments and creating different strategies and smaller ecosystems or local ecosystems, rather than this huge big monster that supplies, and then look, if something happens, then nothing. The other reason why I think that for sure local is going to emerge and it's the future is because with all these factories, and especially those that affect handcraft and artisans, especially in India, for example, these workers had abandoned their factories, okay, because they cannot work there, and they are even abandoning their craft in favor of other jobs to feed their families. So, you know, we're also in danger of losing handcraft, and so preservation of cultural heritage. This is going to lead to these creation of local ecosystems that I think they're so important, and production at small scale everywhere worldwide.
Thank you, Tiago. I completely agree. So we have just a couple of minutes left. Closing thoughts, Laura.
Well, if I have to have one closing thought, I think the realization that we must have right now is the increased agency of our customers. And with that, the increased agency that we have as business owner, as small businesses, as startups, and as fashion brands. I think we have lived in an amazing moment in fashion for many years where we could just rely on thinking of the customers as, you know, passively absorbing the beauty that we were creating. But I see now that, you know, unfortunately in the US, for example, we live in a failed state. There is no federal authority, there's no government taking care of the citizens. And we see day after day, really people picking up the slacks and rising up to the occasion and doing so much more to fill in the gaps, you know, from the people who are volunteering to donate lunches, to help the elderly. People are really wanting to chime in and help. And I think this rise in awareness and this willingness to chime in and to give everything we have to help our neighbors, to help the people who need it, is going to result in a completely different type of demand, even for fashion. Customers are more aware, they are louder, they demand more loudly, so we should treat them, you know, consequently. We should treat them like, you know, they have their own agency.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We want to thank everybody who joined us for this particular panel. It's been exciting for us to explore this topic with you. Hopefully we've prompted some ideas and maybe answered a few questions that you didn't know about sustainability and ethics in the fashion industry. Thank you so very much.
Thank you guys so much. That was
Thank you so much for having us.
Knowledge filled. Honestly, I feel like I have so many questions still and so many ideas that came out of all of this even. But I really appreciate your knowledge and your honesty and just the ability to be here today with us. And yeah, we look forward to continuing the conversation. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Jordana. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Take
care. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So now, that was amazing. And I'm going to say that was amazing to end every conversation, but I am thrilled for this next panel. I feel that we are now at a day, an age, a decade with a future where positive mindset is everything to get us through all of this. And I couldn't be more grateful to have this next panel come on. It's going to be moderated by Ricky Mendez, who actually was already at past live events of ours and have become a personal BFF of mine, as well as David Meltzer, who is such an inspiration. I'm going to say the same, such an inspiration about everybody on this panel. But I've gotten to know Dave from previous live events as well. And I really do consider him a friend and a mentor. John Asaraf, who I've been listening to and heard about for years and years. And this is the first time that I get to meet you. And I thank you so much, even though it's virtually. Yeah, I feel the same privilege about it. So thank you for being here. And the same with Tom and Lisa Villieu, just such a power couple, and also individually. So I'm gonna leave you, and thank you guys so much once again.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Jordana. And first off, thank you to everybody on this panel. The education that you guys have given me has changed not only my life trajectory, but my family lineage, and the return on investment that I have gotten from my time, my energy, and my money has been infinite, but it's also made a massive impact on me and the people that I work with. So it's an honor to share a digital stage with 4 iconic mentors and global thought leaders. So thank you. Now, you all have allowed me to change my perspective on how I view the world, not only when times are great, but when times are challenging. And I think right now I have been called an unreal optimist and somebody who doesn't look at limitations, because I think right now is the greatest time to ever be alive, to develop new skills, to expand our mind on what's possible, and to grow relationships. And I think the world is starving for empowerment, and even more so, women empowerment. So I'd love to start with Lisa. And Lisa, I want to know, what is your perspective on the world? How are you choosing to look at the world right now so it serves you and the ones that you love?
I mean, I think you just said it, right? A, it's a choice. And then B, it's a choice on whether you want it to serve you or not. So, you know, for me, I've definitely struggled with the negative voice in my head that's always telling me I'm not good enough, that you can't do something. And then it eventually came down to that voice doesn't help me. It only holds me back. And so if I really want to get to my goal, like the no BS, actually to get to your goal, to actually achieve it, to actually, you know, see it come into fruition, what do I have to do to get there? And it all starts with the way that I frame things and the way that I think about things, right? Perspective is everything. I can believe right now that the world is going to complete, utter crap, and, you know, like it's going to end and the world's never going to be the same. And I can take it from a fierce standpoint, or I can say, oh my God, it's never going to be the same. How can this be the most amazing thing possible? Because I've got a choice to look at both perspectives. And one's going to keep me where I am, and the other one's going to propel me and encourage me and push me to start thinking outside the box, to really experiment and see what is possible. I think freaking the thought that human potential is limitless is so exciting, even if it's false, right? Like it's the thing that he says all the time, but it's so exciting to believe that that could be actually true. So I just always go back to that, like what perspective is going to serve you, and then just reframe.
And that's why I learned so much from you, Lisa, because the first thing you said, you led with vulnerability. And you know, everybody, somebody that looks at the panel like this, it's like, oh man, they're way above and they don't think negatively. I'm like, no, bullshit. They all do this, converted. So, right, I think that's beautiful with leading with vulnerability. So I want to ask everybody that same question. Tom, how are you choosing to view the world right now?
Yeah, so following Lisa is always a bad idea. It is that, so recognizing that it's a choice. So my obsession is getting people to understand they're having a biological experience. And for as much hype as this industry puts on spirituality and things like that, and I love that is part of the biological experience, is tapping into that awe and wonder, but to recognize that everything that you do and see and believe and taste, touch, all of it is happening through your brain, right? And so whether we actually live in a simulation or not, I think is irrelevant, because your brain is creating a simulation for you every day. Your brain is encased in total darkness, and yet you feel like you're seeing light, you feel like you're perceiving this world that's out there, but in reality, you're not. For all you know, the analogy of a brain in a vat is literal. It is literal. Your brain is in a vat. It just happens to be that you carry that vat around with you in your body, but you're interpreting this world through electrical, chemical stimulus, and that's it. And so for me, understanding the way that the brain works and understanding there's a region of the brain called the deep limbic system Its job isn't to tell you what's happening. Its job is to tell you how to feel about what's happening, and that different things will inflame your deep limbic system. And when your deep limbic system is inflamed, you're more likely to perceive something as negative. And that to me says, all right, there's biology going on here. What do I need to do to keep my deep limbic system from getting inflamed? And that is but one part. So one of my favorite quotes is, it doesn't matter what you look at, it matters what you see. And what you see is a choice. So being very careful to choose to see things that move you toward your goals, which I'll shorthand as empowering. But at the end of the day, it's either what you're believing and choosing to see and act upon move you towards your goals, or they move you away. And to me, that's how people should define everything in their lives.
I love that. Thank you, Tom. And now I want to go to two global thought leaders that have taught me so much about perspective. And every morning when I wake up, I read a gratitude poem, but I'm grateful for the challenges first to be able to convert that. And Dave, when I met you, I went and I interviewed you and I asked you what your favorite word, and I've heard kindness and I've heard gratitude. But share with me how you're using gratitude, the best antioxidant on the planet. And then I want to go to John for the brain science of it. But you tell me how you're choosing to use the word gratitude in the world of today.
Yeah, I think there's a kaleidoscope of gratitude that includes productivity as one lens, accessibility is another lens, and then gratitude itself. So if you look at things within light, love, and lessons and everything, and taking off of what Tom said at an extraordinary level and bringing it down to where my brain works, we create outcomes or visions or goals. And if we know that we control our mindset, our feelings, what we say, what we hear, and what we do, if we detach those four things from the outcome and learn to enjoy the consistent, persistent pursuit of that outcome instead, then it changes the entire truly quagmire of gratitude, productivity, and accessibility. Productivity is you will feel good when you're producing things, meaning giving value. And regardless of the illusions that surround us, you control the value that you provide in any circumstance, and you can feel good about it. So if you're in the Holocaust, Viktor Frankl, he's feeling good about the value that he's providing in a very dire circumstance. Then accessibility is the connectedness of all. So if we're accessible to all, then we automatically have that throughput of inspiration. And true, how are we accessing what we want? And there's only one place to access what we want, and that's source. There's an extraordinary light, love, and lesson that comes through everyone. And the problem is we create all these clouds by the ego and separation, inferiority, superiority, anger, frustration, anxiety, whatever it may be. And then that allows itself to talk about what Tom was, as far as gratitude for me is that simple. I asked him earlier today, that simple choice, what's the better way to look at it? People ask me all the time, do you really believe in past lives and multiple lifetimes? I'm like, absolutely. And they're like, why? I said, well, scientifically, they'll never prove it. But I know one thing, if someone gives me a choice of one lifetime or multiple lifetimes, I'm going to choose multiple. And that's gratitude in a nutshell. So I think if everybody learns you can control what you think, what you feel, what you say, and what you hear, especially what you hear today, and what you do, and then detach that from your outcome and enjoy the consistent, persistent pursuit of your potential, understanding incremental growth with exponential results, you can understand gratitude as a science, as a practice, and truly as a perspective.
Awesome, man. Thank you. And I use that every day. And it's something, the persistent pursuit of my potential, I use every day with me and with everybody that I talk to. So I'm one of your 1,000 to inspire 1,000 to inspire 1,000, 1 billion people on the planet to be happy. John, I still have the gratitude coin that you gave me. I bring it everywhere. Thank you. Another life moment for me. And so I've heard you talk about the Einstein brain and the Frankenstein brain. Tell us how we can use our brain, the most marvelous, miraculous, inconceivably powerful force the world has ever known, to choose a perspective that can serve us and are the ones that we love right now.
Well, hi, Ricky, and hi, everyone else. And Ricky, just so you know, I've got my gratitude coin right here on my desk too. So Tom, when Tom was talking about, neurochemistry and biology, like I've had an ear-to-ear smile since he started talking about it, because that's my world. If we simplified our brain just for this examples, if we thought that within our brain, we have an Einstein part of our brain, and Einstein could imagine all the positive things, all the good things, all the possibilities for us in the world. And Einstein can make choices, I want this or I want that. And then we also said that within our brain, there's another part of our brain, that's the Frankenstein brain that says you're not good enough, you're not smart enough, this is terrible, this won't work. What if we also said that there's a part of you that can choose whether you allow Einstein to help you make decisions or Frankenstein to make the decisions? And when you allow Einstein to make the decisions for you, you can actually release those neurochemicals that make not just the feelings associated with those thoughts a possibility, but it also makes it a probability, because that's how you use your brain to allow you to see all the things that are in line with those possibilities and probabilities. And when you allow Frankenstein to figure out, like, what if it doesn't work? What if I fail? What if this is horrific? What if I get the coronavirus? What if I die? What if negative? Then you're actually releasing those neurochemicals associated with that negative or destructive part of your brain. Either way, you are right. Either way, as Tom suggested, you are creating that reality in your head, irrelevant of what is actually happening in the physical world out there. Because we don't see the world as it is, we only see it as we are. So the practice for everybody is to practice one of the greatest gifts that we all have. We all have a $1 trillion biocomputer without all of the user's manual yet. But one of our greatest gifts is the power of awareness. And awareness says that we can actually learn through some practice how to see both or many more possibilities. And then awareness is what gives us choice. And choice is where our freedom lies. It's not in the external things that are happening, it's in the internal representations and choices that we make. So the key is, yes, there's some things happening in our physical world that are horrific. People are dying. There's a threat that feels like there's a predator coming at us. I get that. And we are still a choice where we can respond instead of using our animal instincts, and we react. And so the key is awareness gives you choice, and choice is where your freedom lies.
And to the world that's watching, this is why these people have changed the trajectory of my life. And it's why right in front of me, I have WWYMD, what would your mentor do? So when my shitstorm comes or I'm having a tough time converting energy, I literally look at these four and I say, they might complain a little bit, but they're going to convert it. So that's how I use you guys as leverage to increase the quality of my life. And whether it's Meltzer University, Neurogym, or Impact Theory University, what has taught me is, like, look, coronavirus is going to start and it's going to stop. At sometimes this too shall pass. If I walk out of this thing with the same skill set, with the same mind, and with the same relationships, then damn, shame on me. So what I want the world to know is something tangible. What have you grown in this time? Where have you excelled, whether it's a skill set, whether it's a mindset, whether it's a relationship? And how did you work on that? And how did you start to work on it? But also, how did it serve you? Let's start with Tom.
So I'm going to give a lot of credit to my wife here. When we started with the coronavirus, she made a really interesting statement. And she said, look, I want to come out of this remembering the good things and not the bad things. And to do that, we're going to need to try some different things. So let's create our ultimate environment during this time. And I get very focused. I make rules in my life. And in the back of my mind was always this loop running that was like, hey, you've gotten so efficient at living your life the way that you live it now, you're not testing anything new. So coming into this, we said, all right, this is going to shake everything up. This is going to force us to do things differently. So let's run some pretty radical experiments. So we've been doing things like, I speak to my family more now during technical isolation than I did before. So same with friends. We've set time where we're doing dates just like this. I mean, you know, from our perspective, it's literally the 5 of us hanging out, and we've been doing that with our friends, not recording it, literally just, you know, like hanging out for a little while with people. I never would have done that when we weren't in isolation. And then also we've isolated with my sister. So my sister lives in LA, and we said, hey, come live with us. And so she's been staying at the house. And so we're taking time to spend like quality time every night, doing things that sort of work double duty, I won't lie, but you know, things that are both sort of research for some endeavors that we're doing, but we're doing it as a family and together. And so it's created this totally different texture and become a social experiment on our side of rethinking how we spend our time, sort of re-optimizing, making sure that we're pushing our business forward and all of that, but trying out different things. It's really been incredible and a powerful reminder that you can get deeply efficient, but if you don't challenge assumptions and test new things, you're going to forever be in that same rut, getting the same outcome. And so taking some amount of your time, 10%, 20%, it doesn't have to be a lot, and running new experiments, I think has really been beneficial.
Awesome. And I love that. Look, so whenever you guys say anything, I'm looking for takeaways, and just the simplicity of trying new things. What a great time to try new things. So Lisa, with the Wonder Woman figurines behind you and your women power, what is something that you are trying something new, or what new skill set, mindset, or relationship have you expanded during this time?
Yes, I'm going to kind of piggyback off him. Obviously, having Women of Impact, where I get to interview just incredible women. The thing that comes up all the freaking time is their story. The story they were told as a child, the story they held on to about who they were. Same with myself. I had extremely low self-esteem. The story I told myself was I was very creative and art wasn't a respected profession. And because I wasn't great at math, the story I told myself was that I wasn't smart. And so as we started going into quarantine, it hit me hard. I was like, this is a story that all of us, every single one of us is going to leave with, right? In 5, in 10 years, in 15, in 20 years, we're all going to have a story looking back. So the question is, what do you want that story to be? And to me, I was like, I want that story to be of utter fun, of utter celebration, of exploration of my own self-esteem, my own skill sets, my own confidence. What are the things that have really knocked me that I didn't realize would knock me, that I thought I was really good at? Okay, this is an amazing opportunity to reassess that, to work on those skills. The same with him. I mean, he literally, when the moment he wakes up to the moment he goes to bed, he is working. And so in this quarantine, it's like to be able to have a story of, oh my God, we had like a slumber party every single night for an hour, which we never normally have. So I'm actively working on what is that story and how do I make sure on a daily basis I'm confirming that story so that in the future I look back and it feels very real to me. So that's actually something I'm consciously doing every single day.
A coronavirus women power story. Like, what is your story, right? And Dave, man, Dave, I love Dave because he tells me what I need to hear, not what I want to hear. Dave ain't afraid to tell me, to rip me, which I love. And he's made me so much better. So Dave, what's one challenge that you've gone through or that you've been able to develop either a skill set or a mindset or relationship during this time that you don't think may have happened during this time if it weren't for coronavirus?
Well, without a doubt, it's my own kids. I have 3 teenage daughters, 2 home from college, and I sit there every night. I actually started doing some content on it, which just took off, which is hilarious. But, you know, for me, I came into it thinking I'm going to practice ending fear with compressed time and uncertainty and accelerated change. The faster, you know, I lived in years of fear. The story I told myself is, you know, I'm not enough, and I was poor, and it took me years. I lived in fear, which I didn't understand the difference between motivation and inspiration. Motivated me all the time, but I lived such a corroded, energetic life of just living in motivation, no inspiration. And I thought, you know, this period of time would help me practice ending fear, making, you know, what went from years to months to weeks to days to hours to minutes, but I bring it down to moments where I could, like John said, raise my elevation, my vibration or awareness to identify these needs of the ego so that I could go back to center and accelerate. But the real lesson came out that I'm not a great father. Well, I shouldn't say I'm not a great father. I can be so much better of a husband, so much better of a father than I thought I was being. And I had gone through in 2008 some tough times that refocused me on my family values and my health values. And all I realized was I have a long way to go, because I would trade every Super Bowl I've ever been to, Pro Bowl, Masters, Kentucky Derby, Breeders' Cup, all the things that people think, gosh, I wish I had Dave Meltzer's job, to be able to sit at dinner every single night. This is the first time I've slept in my bed 7 straight days since I've been 24. And I would pay money. I know they would take my kids if I televised my dinners because of the stuff that goes on at my dinners, but honestly, it is the most enjoyable, fulfilling event. I can't wait till 5:15 happens and I turn everything off and have my entire family. I brought my niece in as well. She's a character, but without a doubt, that's the lesson that I've learned, that I'm on the path of humility. And no matter where I think I am, I still have a long way to go.
So if people are hearing that, practice ending fear during arguably the most fearful time in our lifetime, which is a global pandemic. If that's not strong, I don't know what is. So John is the reason why I have a vision board behind me. And John, share with us one skill set, mindset, or relationship that you have grown during this time that might not have happened if it weren't for coronavirus.
So about 5 weeks ago, actually 4 weeks ago, I realized that I was not doing certain things that I had relied on my team to do. So for example, setting up my technology to do videos, ads. I've got a team that's been doing a lot of those things. And in line with what Lisa was saying before, I was telling myself a story that I can't do an event because I don't have my team. I can't do ads because I don't have a camera set up and I don't know how to use technology. I can't use Zoom or Skype or anything else because I'm technologically challenged. And so I wrote down, took a sheet of paper, wrote down, because of coronavirus, I can't. And I just started out filling out all these things I'm saying I can't. And I realized that these limiting beliefs of mine were really holding me back. And so, for example, this past Saturday, I filmed 24 little videos because I figured out with my team how to set up my camera and teleprompter in front of my office here. I've got lights in my home office, which I turned into a studio now. I've learned how to become so proficient at Zoom now that I could even do, some of the extra background stuff and do this while I'm talking to you. Now, listen, in the past, if you didn't like that, I can go, well, good, join me at my little, retreat. I had a hard time before sending out emails on my own, let alone doing any of these, little technological stuff. So now I know how to do Zoom. I know how to create my own appointments. I know how to do my videos. I actually learned how to freaking edit on my iPhone because I make mistakes on some of my videos that I want to put them together. And like, holy shit, I'm actually pretty good at it and I like it. And now I'm learning how to put some music onto it. So I am at 50, almost 59 going, holy shit, I can do all this shit that I thought I couldn't do before. And it's actually fun learning this stuff. So I've gotten myself way out of my comfort zone, doing things more self-sufficiently than I ever had, which is increasing my self-confidence and my certainty and my creativity. And so Lisa hit the nail on the head before, in that we all have this story, whether it's a story about how smart we are, how good we are, how whatever it is we are or we're not. And you know what? It's just a freaking story, and we can change the story. And as soon as we change the story, we change. And as soon as we change, then guess what? Now we're growing. Now we're really being alive. And this is a time, like I've been through, I think this is my 5th, recession, depression, pandemic, whatever you want to call it, back from 1980. And we will get through this. If you focus on how you can get through this better, you will get through this and end up being better some way, somehow. And the key is, what are you focusing on? Why you can't or how you will? Which one?
I love it. Thank you. And I'm cracking up as Dave starts sharing his background. Like, hey, I got this skill too, man. I probably learned this skill during coronavirus too. So Dave, I want to come back to you. And one of the things that you taught me that is so valuable, and I use it every single day, is ask and attract and asking for help. I think it's one of the greatest times to be alive because it's one of the greatest times that we can activate one of the greatest skills on the planet, which is asking for help. So when people are like, okay, that's great, these are our kind of global thought leaders, but I love how everybody's leading with vulnerability. So I know you're stop, drop, and roll. When someone says, okay, fine, I did that, but then I get kicked in the teeth again, and I get kicked in the teeth again. What is your one thing to actually implement when that challenge comes, and how does that help?
Well, when any challenge comes, I have two choices, right? First is to take care of it myself. The second is to ask for help. So I've been focusing on capabilities. I think I was with Tom earlier today, and we talked about the Bob Proctor, more millionaires are made during the Depression than any other time. Why? Because people find capabilities that are synergistic or supplementary to the opportunities that are available. And there's variants of places to find out where your capabilities, your story aligns with what you can do. Tom also said earlier today, which I loved, is if you're not developing skills right now, you're a fool, especially these young people, because what's happening is old geezers like John Asseroff and I, we're learning that you're just like lawyers. Lawyers made up this bullshit language called legalese. I'm a lawyer. And when I went to law school, I was so disappointed. I'm like, you took like these basic things and made up words for them so that we didn't know, and you could charge $500 an hour. That's what these 17-year-old little schmucks did with TikTok and all this BS. This stuff's way easier than law school. It's way easier than business school. It's way easier than dealing with mortgages and businesses. So watch out, young people, because guys like me and Geezer over there, we're coming after you. We learned how to do these little green screens. We're not afraid of learning. And guess how I learned? Humility. I asked my 7-year-old son for help, right? That's how I learned how to do it. I asked my kids for help, and I keep on asking for help instead of trying to do it myself. I'm not Midas, but I am completely humble. I'm going to find the people that know how to do it, sit in the situation you want to be in. And there's tons of them out there. And the best part about asking for help, no better way to make somebody feel good than to ask them for help. It's automatic. And you know, I'm a happiness guy. My mission's about happiness. The best virus in the world is happiness. It spreads by witnessing. It strengthens your immune system. So go out there, make habit of asking for help, especially now, and you will come out of this more than 1% better.
Thank you, Dave. And John, I want to come back to you because when you gave me that gratitude coin, I asked for your help and I said, hey, would you film this so I can watch it over and over and over again so it can make me feel awesome? Share one thing. I know you mentioned your staff, but one thing that you think people would benefit from asking for help, whether they know the person, whether they don't.
I mean, listen, when we're at home, in many cases, you know, alone or with our significant others, family and friends, and we're having our own mental or emotional struggles around how to navigate through this, I think it's perfectly a great thing to do right now to share how you're feeling and to say, hey, I just want you to know how I'm feeling, and is there anything you can do to guide me? One of the things I learned many, many years ago is we all do really need each other. We all really are connected. If you don't believe that, just think about why you're staying home if you don't think you're connected. We all need each other. And when we share our most vulnerable emotions in a safe environment, then it actually will elevate who we believe we are, and it will elevate the other person who wants to help. There isn't a human being that I have met in the world yet that when you ask them, do you enjoy helping other people? Almost every single person I've asked, without exception, said, yeah, I actually love it. And so when we are vulnerable and we say, hey, I need some help, what you're going to find is you will find so much help that lift you up when you need it. And if we lift each other up as we climb, we lift each other up as we climb, as we figure it out, lift somebody up and help them figure it out, and they will lift you up as they figure it out. That's how we raise humanity's vibration. That's how we recall, right? Recall that we are a spiritual species and we seem to be independent with these physical bodies of ours, but we're not.
And I love that, man, because as you lift other people up, it allows you to grow. And I just learned this about a couple months ago. Dave helped me with some speaking events in Australia, and they have a thing in Australia called the tall poppy syndrome, where they cut other people down when they're successful. So we, thanks to all your guys' help, are inventing a poppy lift syndrome to help people get to where we are so you can go a little bit further. So I want to come to Tom and Lisa. I mean, man, through Impact Theory University and just the generosity of Tom and Lisa, I was able to go and watch Les Brown the interview. And I said, hey, Tom, Les is like one of my favorite speakers. I was like, do you think I can get a picture with him? And not only did he get a picture, he actually interrupted the set and said, hey, this is one of your biggest fans. And he introduced me. I got to give Les a big hug. And then he did his poem for me, which I've studied Les for a long time. And it was just another life moment that the four of you have helped me do. So Tom, but I asked Tom for help. And I was like, hey, if he says no, it's okay, but at least I did my job in asking. So Tom and Lisa, who has helped you, or who have you asked for help that's helped you maybe in this time or any other time, so people can go out and ask for help?
Wow, you want to talk about a list that is extraordinarily long. So many people have helped me along my way. My father-in-law has contributed extraordinarily to my life. When I was a young punk kid who did not want to marry his daughter, by the way, he was still extraordinarily generous with his wisdom, which I didn't take in the beginning, and I have since apologized. I want to be very clear. I literally pulled him aside and I said, look, you gave me some of the best advice ever, which anybody who's familiar with my interview style can thank my father-in-law. He had pulled me aside when he realized that I was going to marry his daughter, and he thought, all right, well, I better give this guy some wisdom. And he said, look, the key to business is to know more about the subject than anybody else. And he said, you'll see opportunities where they'll only see obstruction. And I thought, oh, cool, yeah, thanks. And I was like, at the time I was an employee, I was like, my boss doesn't think like that, so that's not like super useful, but thank you, it was very sweet. And then of course, I don't know, 3 or 4 years later, I'm working in a startup and realized that that was the best advice ever, and is exactly what I used to go from copywriter to being an owner in the company. And so I pulled him aside and I was like, yo, I want to tell you, I ignored that advice for years at my own peril. It is the most extraordinary advice ever, and thank you so much for that. My wife has been amazing. I once asked her, hey, could you just really fast help us ship some of these protein bars out? Like, that would be really cool. We don't have anybody else to do it. I know the company's like super small, but we just need somebody to ship these couple orders out. And that turned her into now my business partner, and started her from going from, a housewife to really being an extraordinary entrepreneur in her own right. So definitely glad that I asked for that help. The guys who were my business partners were extraordinary and have contributed meaningfully to me in 1,000 ways. They were the people I went to when I was, I had no idea. I was eating less than I'd ever eaten in my life and putting on more fat, and went to them for advice on nutrition, and that changed the trajectory of my entire life. So there really, really have been too many people to count.
I've seen your before and after pictures, so I know. So I got Lisa. I want to finish with you, and then we'll go to some Q&A. But Lisa, I truly believe the world is starving for women empowerment, and it's something I have learned so much from women. I have Shanda Sumter, Mel Robbins, yourself, Sonia Hatter, Karolina Protsenko on my wall, and coming from a woman's perspective, like what can you share with women on how to ask for help, and that it comes from strength, not weakness?
Yeah, God, I was definitely that person that saw it as a weakness, 100%. Even when we started Quest, I was just working myself to death and just because I was so conscious of trying to be the best wife possible and the best wife to support my husband. So when he came home, he's like, hey, there's just a couple of bars. Do you mind just shipping them from your living room floor? My dialogue was like, of course I have to support my husband, but I didn't expect it to grow at 57,000%. So, shipping from my living room floor and being the boss of my 2 dogs, and within 2 years, shipping $80 million, and having 40 employees underneath me, I just kept going, and I didn't want to ask for help because I thought that would make me look weak, that would make me look like a lesser wife, that I couldn't, stand up for myself and support him. And so it got me into real health trouble. And that was really where I realized, okay, Lisa, you're trying to be strong, but in searching and trying to be strong, you're actually making yourself weaker. And I want to go to something what John said, which I freaking love, and this is exactly how I see it, is that I wouldn't see somebody else as being weak if they asked for help. So why do I see it in myself? I think it was Brene Brown that said, when people, the vulnerability, that when you go up on stage, you're so petrified that people aren't going to think that you're good, that you're going to be seen as being terrible, as being weak, as But she's like, but when you're in the audience and you see someone stepping on stage, when they show vulnerability, you actually see them as being strong. And so it's really that shift in perspective, right? That we said at the beginning. It's like, once you can turn that around and say, oh, actually, feeling weak and reaching out to somebody is actually a sign of strength, because it's freaking hard to do. Like, it was actually easier for me to just try and take everything on myself than to take everything off and turn to my husband or my business partner and ask for help. Like, that was harder. So yeah, I think that we need to shift our perspective as women and just say it can be a sign of absolute strength to admit when you don't know something, to admit when you can't do something, and then grow from it, right? I'm not going to then stay in that same place. I'm going to ask for help, see how someone else is doing it, and then grow myself. And that, to me, is like the biggest sign of strength.
Awesome. Thank you. That's extraordinary, because it's so powerful. And I think that's where people kind of miss the boat sometimes. We got about 10 minutes left, and I want to go with Lisa again. So this first question is from a dear mentor and friend of mine, Amy Sorter. You guys actually did a little video for her, and she has taken so much risk, and she's gotten knocked down and knocked down and knocked down, but she keeps plugging away and she keeps asking for help. Everything I learned from you guys, I share with her, and she does it. So that's the impact you guys are having on the world. But her question is, what's the best advice that you've ever received, and how did you implement it into your life? And if you want to say hi to Amy, that's cool too.
Hey, Amy. Oh God, I don't know if I can really pinpoint it to one to be, you know, like utterly transparent. It's really like been an accumulation over time. But I don't know if this is advice more than a statement from this man here, which is, you're not good enough yet. And I actually just did a post today, in fact, that was like, you're good enough. And the whole post is, I saw this whole thing that's like, you're good enough. In fact, you're actually overqualified, but let's stay humble for today. I loved it so much. I took a photo, I showed him, and he looked at it and just blank. So I was like, well, why are you blank? And the one thing I love about it, we have utter honesty. And he's like, I don't agree with it. And I was like, well, what do you don't agree with? He's like, but if you think that you're good enough, what's going to push you to grow and get better and learn? And I was like, yeah, I agree. And I was like, hang on a minute. I agree with also being good enough. And so it's really holding these two competing ideas in my mind at the same time. It's, I'm good enough so that I don't beat myself up and don't take steps backwards and don't feel bad about myself. But I also remind myself that I'm not good enough yet, so that I can keep growing and getting better and improving and getting strong. And if I had a husband that was just trying to be sweet and kind and stroke my ego, he'd be like, baby, you know, you're perfect, I love you just the way you are. But he doesn't do that, and I love him for it. So it's not really necessarily advice, it's really a statement of just saying, like, you can always improve. No, you're not good enough yet. That pushes me every single day to get better without feeling badly about myself or denting my own ego.
I love that. And I use that all the time, Tom, is that, like, man, I just haven't learned the skills yet. I'll have to be as average. So I'd love to go to Tom and then Dave and then John in the last about 5, 6, 7 minutes that we have. But what's the best advice that you've ever received, and how did you implement it in your life for Amy?
So the best advice that I ever received is what I was saying from my father-in-law, that the key to success is to know more about the subject than anybody else. This is my obsession that Dave and I were talking about earlier, is use this time to get better. Getting good is real. At the end of the day, your skills have utility. They let you do something. You don't read a book to be able to say I read it, or learn a skill to be able to check a box somewhere. You do it so that you can actually do something other people can't do. And, you know, as we go through this difficult time, staying positive is huge, but getting better, I think, is even more important. So that advice is really, really become the North Star in my life.
Awesome. Thank you, Tom. And Dave, best piece of advice that you've ever gotten, how did you implement it into your life? Oop, I think you're muted, Dave.
I'll learn how to use this eventually. You're safe, young people. See, very obvious. Be kind to your future self by being kind. And kindness is so important. I've implemented it out of manipulation, lying, cheating, overselling, thinking that I could control what I wanted, but instead to live in humility by simply being kind. I do want to add just real quickly, and then I'll let John finish. You know, there's so many people out there that are hitting me up that are depressed, anxious, even suicidal. And I only have one piece of advice for them. You know, you can't tell someone that's depressed, anxious, and suicidal, just look at the glass half full, right? There's people like all of us that were born with the quantum gene of happiness. We're going to be happy no matter what. It makes us accelerate what we're doing, just like LeBron James can play basketball at a higher level than I ever can. But what you can do if you're anxious, depressed, fearful, even suicidal, is before you lose all hope, go do something kind for someone else. Simply, that's all it's the only secret sauce that I have in life, no matter what position I am, whatever level I think I'm at emotionally, is the go-to. It's impossible. That's the true light and love of life, when you can go ahead and be kind, and you will feel better no matter what your quantum depression is, your quantum nature is. So be kind to your future self by being kind.
Awesome. And John, best piece of advice. Thank you guys so much. I'm just like, I'm antsy with joy right now. But John, take us home. And then I got one last thing before we close up. But best piece of advice that you've ever received, and how did you implement it into your life, from Amy Sorter?
So one of the best pieces came from my first mentor 40 years ago. When I was 19 years old, I was getting in trouble with the law. I had left school at grade 11, just an absolute mess in my life. And he asked me to write down some of the goals that I had for my life, for health goals and wealth goals, and relationship, career, charity, etc. And then he asked me a question that one answer changed the trajectory of my life. And he asked me this question. He said, every one of those goals that you want to achieve, it was a statement first. He says, those are all achievable. We know the how to achieve them. He says, but what will define and determine whether you achieve them or not is whether you are interested or you're committed to achieving them. And when I asked him what the difference was, he said, if you're interested, you'll come up with stories and excuses and reasons why you can't or why it can't be done. But if you're committed, you'll do whatever it takes. You'll figure it out. You'll upgrade your knowledge, your skills, your beliefs, your perspectives, your habits, and you will become the person that can achieve every one of those goals. So the way I translated that to my life now is, anytime I want to achieve something, I have this idea, I ask myself, John, are you interested in achieving that? Or are you committed? Are you prepared to do whatever it takes? Because listen, I think everybody on this panel will admit one thing. You want to achieve success, it takes effort. It takes work. It takes busting your ass to upgrade your knowledge, your skills, your beliefs, your habits, your mindset. And if you're serious, you'll do whatever it takes. And if you're not, then you'll just be interested. So I like to think through, am I committed? If I'm committed, let's do it. And if I'm not, then let's just drop it.
Awesome. And you guys are perfect with timing. We have 1 minute left. I love taking pictures, and I like documenting memories to use to serve me. And so one of my ways to convert energy from negative to positive is to have an album on my phone. It says, I am great, because I don't think we do that enough, but people can tell us the excruciating detail of what we suck at. But so I have an album of sense that says, I am great. So when my shitstorm comes, I just start reading, because I know, thanks to you guys, and you women, that my mind cannot be grateful and fearful at the same time. So that's a tool that I use. And I would love to get everybody to give a thumbs up and get a picture so I can put it in my I Am Great album. That would be awesome. Yes. And awesome. And I also want to take a quick video. Thank you to Dave, Tom, Lisa, and John, iconic thought leaders, global thought leaders that have changed the trajectory of my life and my family lineage. Your impact is known more over the world through me than I can ever explain. So I thank you, thank you, thank you.
Big shout out to Ricky.
Well done, Ricky.
Thank you all so much. This is so inspirational. I know we have so many questions that came in that we couldn't even get answered because it was just an influx of questions. But honestly, you guys, this is what I needed. I was looking forward to this panel very much because this inspiration is just amazing. And I'm going to take it forth with me for like weeks and the whole year and life to come, really. So thank you guys so much for being a part of this. It means the world to me once again.
Thanks, Jordana.
Thank you,
I
guys.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Later, guys. Later, John David.
Bye-bye, please.
Bye, Lisa. Bye, Tom.
See you guys.
Bye, guys.
Thank you, Ricky. Great job.
Great job.
Hi, everyone. So that was a lot of positivity, which I think we all need right now in a time that is so unsure, right? And right now, I have the pleasure of introducing to you guys Mrs. Maria Angela Zapia, and she's going to take over the floor and speak to you all on SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals during a pandemic. Thank you so much, Maria Angela, for being with us today. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Thank you very much, Jordana, and really a sincere thanks to the organizer of Fashion Innovation Worldwide Talk. It's a great initiative. I'm really happy to be part of this initiative and see how the fashion world is reacting with energy and innovation to the huge challenge we are all facing as humanity. Of course, fashion is one of the most vivid reflection of our society, and this is proving to be the case also in this unprecedented situation. The pandemic has put us in front of the reality of our fragility, I would say. At the same time, is testing our capacity to respond and to recover better. And I believe the fashion system has the strength and the energy not only to overcome this phase, but to become even more sustainable. I will try to focus on how Italy's fashion and textile industry is dealing with the pandemic, how it is reacting, and how sustainability, respect for environment, protecting human rights, and reducing inequalities will have to be at the core of this sort of, let's call it, renaissance for the entire planet. And I will start by quoting a great Italian master. We call him King Giorgio. I'm talking about Giorgio Armani, who a few days ago in a very beautiful open letter said, and I quote, "This crisis is a marvelous opportunity to slow everything down, to realign everything, to reshape a more authentic and real future." And so let's see what's the immediate emergency first. And as you know, the virus has hit Italy massively and everywhere. Major cities, small towns and community, in the north particularly, but it has not spared the rest of the country. Italy is paying really the highest price, and too many lives have been lost and still are, unfortunately. It's a terrible loss. Our country has been hit at the socioeconomic level as well, but it has never relented. In these long weeks, Italians at every level are proving to have exceptional resilience, sense of sacrifice, and they have shown solidarity. And our production system has been ready to respond, showing once again that Italy is a cradle of creativity and know-how in all sectors and in all times. Many fashion textile companies have promptly converted their manufacturing to help national healthcare system cope with this huge challenge. Not only the bigs like Prada, Gucci, Armani, but the sector's medium and small companies have begun to produce gowns, masks for healthcare workers, and have tapped into their global networks to find and donate ventilators and other medical equipment. Really a true example of solidarity and social responsibility. But second is how to cope with this crisis and avoid the risk of, how can I say, total paralysis. To keep your balance, you must keep moving, Einstein said. And this is exactly what our fashion and textile industry is doing. It is indeed moving. The heart of Italian manufacturing, hundreds of fashion textile companies are moving. They are adapting to the new reality, introducing new safety measures and placing even greater focus on the protection of their primary assets, their workers. So to go back to work by protecting your workforce, this is an imperative. But then there is the challenge, and the challenge is huge. Our larger company, the most famous global ambassador of the Made in Italy, have an innate ability to cope with crisis. However, to sustain their level of excellence, they need small and medium enterprises, which are really the backbone of Italian's fashion industry. And in the majority of cases, they are at the front line of long production processes. These SMEs in turn need to pool the pool of large companies to strengthen and open themselves to international markets. And in normal circumstances, this is a virtuous circle from which the various actors benefit. In a phase of crisis like this, the one that we are living, well, it is becoming, I mean, the risk is that it becomes a vicious cycle, dragging down Italy's entire fashion industry. I recently spoke with a few entrepreneurs and representatives of professional associations, but no one expressed the least hesitation. This is a time for our collective commitment to safeguard, bolster, and innovate Italy's production sector. We must aim for the authentic Italian product, for values of sustainability, and of course, creativity. The production processes of Italy's fashion textile is unique in the world. It ranges from cotton to fabrics to the most sophisticated apparel. It's an ecosystem rooted in the excellence of the made in Italy products, whose distinctive features are quality, know-how, and creativity. And of course, the crucial, strong connection with the local territory, which means respecting tradition in production, a sense of community, and widespread attention to social development in production district. So this awareness of how important it is for the country, this industry, translates into a sort of pioneer spirit of the industry itself. And when it comes to sustainability, Italian companies have been for years really at the forefront. Sustainability has become an integral part of business model of major luxury companies and SMEs. Companies have introduced green policies and controlled production systems to reduce their impact, investing in materials, productions, facilities, waste disposal, recycling, and upcycling. Sustainable fashion has developed research in new materials from vegetable-derived waste. Collections were created with eco-friendly materials, often taken from tradition, derived from fibers of nettle, hemp, bamboo, and many others. There is also a growing use of materials derived from recycling heavy pollutants, such as plastic. In waterproofing fabrics, the use of chemical is reduced, and many companies have curbed emission and consumption of water that is particularly abundant in these sectors. So this experience will become really fundamental right now in the moment that we are living. And another important thing is circularity. In the European Union Green Deal recently launched, circular economy is well identified as crucial. It's a strong sign of progress. There will be critical regulatory and technological issues, but we will overcome also that. So the fact is that sustainability and circular economy don't come free. And this is why it is important also for the end consumer to be fully aware of the effort made upstream by the production. I believe that one of the opportunities of this pandemic is that it will bring more and more attention to quality, to what is behind the product that is beneficial to the society. I believe there will be less acceptance of things which are superfluous. Also, it will accelerate our thinking, and it will put ourselves in front of some important questions. Should major fashion show entail the movement of so many people and cost so much? Shouldn't they become more environmentally friendly? Would this be viable for the industry and the creation? Other questions, greater sustainability for the fashion industry implies a less frenetic approach to the market. Are we sure we need all these collections, so many collections every year? Running too fast risks throwing off course or even limiting and exhausting creativity. So there are so many questions, and consumer will tend more and more to, I think, to privilege durable, non-disposable goods, while manufacturer will be more and more reluctant to flood the market with excessive quantities. Brunello Cucinelli said, this is not so much a circumstance. What we are living is a new era that compel us to rethink the purpose and consumption of things. And I think sustainability will be the key word of the times we are embarking upon. Thank you so much. It was a great opportunity for me, and I hope this was useful in this very beautiful conversation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Maria Angela. Honestly, that was incredible insight, and I learned so much just in this short time. And I wish I want to continue this conversation with you. So
absolutely,
it would be really incredible. Thank you so much for your time again. It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much for having me.
Of course.
And I'm ready to continue the conversation.
Yes, please stay safe with your family. Thank you.
Thank you. You too. Bye, Jordana. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to announce the next panel, and that was so incredible. I mean, to hear her speak about all of that, I just learned so much in such a short time, and I know there's so much more conversation to be had. As you all know, this entire event has been supported by both the UN Office for Partnerships as well as the Conscious Fashion Campaign, and I am such a fan of the Conscious Fashion Campaign and all of the wonderful work that they do around the SDG goals. Carrie Bennigan, I mean, it's amazing that I've known you for so long, and this is where we kind of, full circle comes around, and you're just doing tremendous work. And I'm thrilled for everybody now to have the pleasure of hearing this conversation on communicating impact. So Claire Press, MJ Day, Tracy Grinstein, and Carrie Bennigan, I'll let you take it over from here, but thank you all so much for being a part of this today.
Thank you so much for joining us today. As Jordana said, we'll be exploring how to communicate impact. I am Carrie Bannigan, the founder of the Conscious Fashion Campaign and a very proud partner of Fashinnovation Worldwide Talks 2020. Before we dive into the questions, I would like to just give a warm welcome to our speakers. We have Claire Press, presenter, Wardrobe Crisis podcast, MJ Day, editor, Swimwear, Sports Illustrated, and Tracy Greenstein, sustainability solutions reporter of WWD. Ladies, can you just each quickly tell us where you're dialing in from?
Shall I start? Hello, everyone. I'm in Sydney. It is the crack of dawn here, but I'm delighted to join you. Thank you, Kerry.
And thank you. Tracy, where are you?
I'm in Babylon on Long Island in New York.
And MJ?
Beautiful Montclair, New Jersey.
Excellent. Well, it just shows you through all of this that we do continue to come together in solidarity with Fashinnovation to encourage and inspire innovation and collaboration in the face of COVID-19. Claire, I'm going to start with you. You have been advocating for impact for many years via writing, speaking, and podcasting. Please share this journey with us and the evolution of your impact communication.
Oh, thank you, Kerry. And first of all, shout out to not having to get on a long haul flight and bust all those air miles and spend all that carbon and still be able to join you. So I'm based in Sydney and I've been zipping around the world on the conference circuit for the last 2 years and actually quite delighted to be able to do it from home. I was made Vogue's first sustainability editor it was February 2018. And so that's probably where people feel they know me from, but I've been working in this space as a journalist for 2 decades. I pivoted after the Rana Plaza factory disaster to focus purely on ethical and sustainable fashion and look at my industry through that lens. And I think it's really, really interesting to be having this conversation during Fashion Revolution Week. I know you've had Carrie Summers this morning speaking at this event, but on Friday coming up is the anniversary of the Rana Plaza factory disaster, which happened on the 24th of April 2013. And I can remember that day, and I'm sure that many of us in the industry feel that too and remember it. And all of the shocking news stories that came afterwards, watching the death toll climb. In the end, it was 1,138 people who lost their lives in that when those factory building complexes collapsed in Sabah, just outside of Bangladesh. And I remember watching it, workers, primarily women, primarily young women, primarily with children, trapped in the debris, family members looking for, their mothers, their sisters, their daughters, and not being able to find out if they were dead or alive. More than 2,500 people were injured. And I think it was something like 800 children were orphaned. And I remember very clearly thinking, I am part of this system. Okay, it seems like a long bow to draw, but I sell you clothes. I'm part of this system. I write these stories saying 5 new sandals for spring. And as a journalist who's putting forward product, I'm part of this supply chain. We often talk about your wardrobe is in the supply chain. So for me, that was a moment where I changed and I wrote a book. The book's called Wardrobe Crisis. And it looks, the subtitle sums it up. It's called How We Went from Sunday Best to Fast Fashion. So it's about that journey via which we lost connection with how our clothes are made. And as you said, I now present a podcast. It's in its 4th series. We've been doing it for 115 episodes. So weekly, I interview fashion insiders, but also those who are on the edges of the industry or perhaps not even connected, obviously. So it might be climate scientists, it might be economists. We've had Raj Patel on the show recently. We've talked to William McDonough about Cradle to Cradle. So I produced this podcast and that's now my whole focus. So in February, before all this, maybe I should have thought about my income before I quit, I left Vogue to focus purely on the podcast. And I'm also making a documentary, which again, as many of you probably relate to, like all the plans we were looking forward to, is now on a strange pause when we can't travel. But that's sort of where I come at this from. And I don't know if you want to pass on, I don't want to hog the floor, but I could say a word about where we're at now. I think maybe that's relevant. I think that when I began in this area, which was 2014, there were very few people inside the fashion industry in my world, so in glossy magazines, in any of the mastheads, who were focusing on this beyond a piecemeal, like a moment. It just was not a mainstream conversation. And now we are living through a complete change. And people keep saying, I often hear that refrain, consumers won't pay for it. They say they care about sustainability, but they won't pay for it. They don't really care. They haven't really shifted. And I would absolutely dispute that. I think we're seeing a huge consumer shift, a huge shift inside brands as well. And that I'm sure you've all seen, I'm always glued to them, the list statistics that come out that show the searches online for sustainability. And I wrote it down, what is it? Since the beginning of 2020, List has seen a 37% increase in searches for sustainability related keywords. And that happens every quarter. There's huge appetite for a more sustainable fashion product. So that's a sort of overview of me.
Yeah. No, that's great. And thank you. And it brings us to a key point that there is that demand, but with it comes the importance of the knowledge share, and how we're going to talk today about the importance of communicating impact and how to do it responsibly. Now, MJ, I'd like to just move over to you. Communicating impact has been weaved throughout your work, but nothing more prevalent than what we're facing today. Can you tell us how you're now using your platform and voice in response to COVID-19?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was funny because when Jordana asked me to participate in this, I think she initially called me an expert, and I am by no means an expert. However, I do believe in using the power of our platform and the power of who we are as people for good. And this is a very, very unique period of time and place in time, and being able to call on the community that surrounds fashion, not just Sports Illustrated swimsuit, but fashion, to me was something that we could all look to as we all sort of struggled to be part of the solution to this problem. And so many of us, myself included, wanted to do something to help, but didn't know the means to go about to be able to help. So I thought, well, I know a million designers, I know a million models with huge platforms and photographers with huge platforms and brands with huge platforms. I'm just going to put it out there. I'm going to say, listen, guys, like, we need masks. Right now, my husband's a physician, actually, at one of the hospitals in the state, and we are at the epicenter of the infection in the state of New Jersey. And so I was very well aware of the crisis that were surrounding the institutions in New York and New Jersey, and those areas heavily affected by COVID-19. And they were desperately in need of supplies, masks, gowns, PPE of all type. And I was aware of it very early on, obviously. And I would listen to him, and I would listen to my friends that worked in the field. And I really struggled with how to help. And what I realized is that even though I was not an expert in this field, I did have the power to tap into all of these other areas that could provide help. So were they fabric sourcers? Were they designers? Were they LTAs? Were they places where you could actually provide a pattern and sew a mask and create, you know, these PPEs for these places that desperately needed help? And I went on my social media channels and I appealed to my community. And the response was overwhelming. And it came from every imaginable walk of life, not just within the fashion industry, but the fashion industry resoundingly, you know, sprang to help with this. And it was incredible, the people that reached out to me, from Venus Fashion, who converted their factory and they were creating, you know, non KN95 or N95 level masks, but surgical masks, to Camille Kostick and Robin Krowski, who's my cover model for the issue this year, who through supply chains that they were aware of, were able to source 10,000 KN95 masks that we were able to provide to our local hospital, to Mila Jovovich, who just donated over 30,000 surgical masks that we're going to be delivering tomorrow to the VA hospital in New York City. So it's the power that one person holds, whether it's making a handful of masks, to thinking about the problem differently and perhaps converting your resources into something that can offer assistance in this current state that we're facing. But it's trusting yourself and taking the risk and just powering through and encouraging everybody else to understand that the power of one is very, very powerful, because the power of one creates a competitiveness of caring. You know, I like to refer to this whole thing as, where it's like one person hears that somebody was able to do something and they don't want to sit idle, so they want to do something too. Or they're inspired by the fact that here's a totally random person that has no business in the world making masks or supplying masks or sourcing masks, but sees that they can do it and then takes that upon themselves. And then you just have all of these little lights going off around the world, and they're either helping on a large scale or they're helping their own individual communities at large. And that, to me, is what I feel that, you know, we as brands, we as people with large communities at our disposal, have a responsibility to try and help activate. Not everybody's going to be able to help in the same way, but we can all do something to try and do our part during such a global, widespread crisis.
Thank you so much for that. And your energy too, I'm sure, is a great way that gets people involved with this, for sure. So thank you for everything that you're doing to bring everybody together around this. Now, Tracy, I just want to switch the perspective here and talk to you about a few things. So the COVID-19 pandemic and the mandatory place measures continue to affect the fashion industry negatively. How do you ensure in your role to deliver responsible messaging and accurate reporting at this time when responsible messaging is so key?
Well, you know, as a reporter, responsible messaging is what we do every day, regardless of the circumstances. But specifically during a crisis like the coronavirus pandemic, sources are critically important. And, you know, you can't say that a textile factory reopened in China if it didn't. And so, you know, ensuring that every piece of information that you get from every source is accurate, it's been well researched, it's thorough, it's comprehensive, is critically important to every story that we're writing right now. And so for me, the most important thing is fact checking. I mean, last night I was up until about midnight getting emails for only one story where we were going back and forth between like probably 10 or 15 different points that we were just making sure we had every single detail correct, because these stories are full of so much information and they're so sensitive and there's so much emotion behind it. People are afraid, people need facts. So I think fact checking is really probably the only way that you can ensure that, you know, everything you're delivering is with accuracy. And I think it's also a matter of, you know, staying on top of the updates as they happen, which isn't always that easy to do. But thankfully, because we have so many great contacts in the industry who are really, you know, have the best interest of brands and initiatives and movements who are all coming together to really try to tackle this thing and provide the best support that they can for everyone involved. We have like thousands of emails coming in a day of all of these great stories that we really want to tell. So, you know, staying on top of everything in real time is important. And then, of course, keeping the lines of communication between us and the brands wide open to ensure accuracy and that we're all being thorough.
I think that also builds a trust factor, right? You refer there quite a bit to the brands and the importance of that. And I think trust really plays a huge role in that. Now, Claire, you mentioned earlier the rise in sustainability as a search. Now, we all know in this world that impact is a complex topic, and with it, it can actually bring some rather negative and difficult subjects to the surface. What are your tips for delivering compelling messaging that can still create a meaningful connection with the audience?
I mean, I would echo, first of all, Tracy, in terms of do your research, know your stuff, and I would say go deep. I think that perhaps we have been guilty as an industry, and I'm talking about publishing, of underestimating our audience, presuming that they haven't the capacity to take on these big issues. I think it's ridiculous. I'm my reader, or in the case of the podcast, I'm my listener, and I'm hungry for deep stories that make me think, that allow me to question systems, and that arm me with the tools to start conversations in my own world and with my own community. So if I'm that reader, why would I talk down to her or to them? I think that you're right to point out that we're addressing big topics, and none more so now than with COVID-19. And I think we've all been, I mean, thank you, MJ, for the work that you're doing with the masks and with the PPE. It's fantastic. But I think that we're all feeling this urge for purpose. And that's something that really stands out to me at this moment in time of a kind of global crisis that touches everyone. But I think that purpose is, that's something that we've been shifting towards in general. And you see it in numerous studies that ask the next generation, what is it that drives you to look for a particular role in a particular company? And purpose is what they say. It's no longer merely about a big pay packet. People want to work for companies that stand for something. And I think when it comes to communicating for impact, people want to read stories that stand for something, that have a point of view. And actually, I thought it was interesting that Anna Wintour came out recently and said purpose, I mean, I'm misquoting, but that spoke about having to stand for something. I think that readers, consumers of media on all levels are looking for purpose. They're looking for communicators to stand for something, and then for them to back that up. And my advice would be that you must be authentic, sort of touching the surface of this stuff and then skipping along to something else isn't enough. I think that for editors, for example, you need to be looking on your team who is passionate about that particular topic and asking them to delve into it. You know, who's really wants to chase this down? Who's willing to be like Tracy and stay up all night looking for the emails that are going to unfold the story? But I think in terms of advice, it's got to be, don't fall back on platitudes, you know, dig deep. Be authentic to your audience. Be true to yourself. Do you care? What is it about this topic that really gets you going? And for me, actually, there's always been this kind of intersection between the human side and the environmental side. I don't think we can disconnect people and planet, but I'm enormously motivated. Even though I said I began with Rana Plaza, and that's obviously the human side, and I recognize the connection, I'm massively passionate about the environment. That's the bit that keeps me up at night. I would write a story for free about biodiversity. It's a huge pull for me as a communicator, having spent 20 years in this world, to only be doing stuff that matters. And I think that that comes through, and people respect it in me. And I guess that would be my advice to anyone communicating, whether it's on social media, whether it's from a brand perspective or in conventional media. It's pick your passion point and really be raw, be vulnerable, admit when something hurts. And of course, there's different tones. You're not going to be crying in a piece of serious reporting for WWD, but I do think that having that vulnerability as a communicator where appropriate is something that really audiences respond to.
Thank you so much for that. Tracy, could you please add to that, please?
Sure. I mean, I definitely agree about authenticity. I think that meaningful connections are mostly based on authenticity and depth. When you want to connect with a reader, I find that a strong and very compelling narrative is the best way to provide context for a story. And it gives them the information they need to know. It leaves them with something that hopefully resonates with them. And it's just, you know, a more enjoyable way of learning about something new and interesting in sustainability or any other field. Most of the emails I receive about stories I've written usually mention the story behind the idea. You know, the reader will look back to the beginning and say, you know, it was really cool how like that person became inspired, and that's where this idea eventually became a brand. Or you know, the story is what people remember. And so for me, when I'm writing something on sustainability, I'm thinking about how the idea is always to plant a seed. You know, you're introducing a new concept, an idea, or a movement, and you hope that the reader receives that message and that it impacts them in a meaningful way.
Thank you so much. MJ, I'm just going to move over to you for a moment. In everything that you're doing, many emotions are currently being evoked. What are you finding today are the elements of effective messaging for impact? Because no doubt you're seeing a whole range of emotions and also situations and scenarios on those that you're calling and connecting to in your community. And I think today really places us in a different moment of how we can get people to join our call to action.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you know, Sports Illustrated swimsuit as a brand, you know, has a lot of emotion attached to it, whether people are, you know, discussing body inclusivity, size inclusivity, you know, modesty, all of the different conversations that surround this brand when it comes out. I feel like that right now in this time, there's so many women and men who feel gratitude, you know, that they see themselves represented in what was traditionally a men's, you know, magazine, that they could look at women in bathing suits, and that they feel that this is a moment for them to be able to give back. And that might sound contrite, but it's not. You know, you have so many different types of talent that are involved in this world, whether it's a designer or a model or a photographer or a hair and makeup artist or someone who works on the back end of this. And they're motivated by change. They're motivated to see our industry and this brand evolve and grow and be better. And I guess it comes down to that for so many people. It's the want and the need and the drive to be better, and not just be a ... a model, a photographer, a designer, a editor. That we see this moment in time as a great leveler for all of us. You know, we are very fortunate to work in the industry that we do. And right now, we're all the same person. We're all sitting at home waiting to be told when we can continue to live our life again, you know, to some capacity as we used to know it. And that creates, I believe, for everyone that I have encountered, which has been incredible, an overwhelming need to be better and to do more. And if that is to help a fractured healthcare system, or people struggling in need, or those without food, or, you know, to think differently about the global, you know, environmental perspective, which may or may not have led us to this condition that we are now, situation that we are now in. You know, I think everyone wants to be better, and it's scary and it's sad and it's frustrating and it's joyful and it's all of the above. But I think that the unifying factor in this conversation that we're all part of is that we all want to be better. And if it causes every single person to sit and reassess and look at themselves and do something differently for the greater good on the other end of this, on the other side of this, like that's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm seeing. People can't help enough. People can't talk about doing more enough. And it is the perfect opportunity, and it's the perfect place and time to actually realize that conversation and to act upon it, I think, from what I've seen.
I think we're all agreeing with you. Thank you so much for that. I would love to hear from each of you on this last question before we jump over to Q&A with the audience. And Claire, starting with you, can you share some examples of those that you believe are successfully communicating impact that our audience could look to?
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the first ones is a friend of ours, actually, Kerry, we both know him, I believe, anyway, Cameron Saul, who runs Together Band, which is an extension of his brand Bottle Top, which is an ethically produced social enterprise that makes bags out of originally upcycled ring pulls. But what Cameron's done is joined together with Richard Curtis's organisation, Project Everyone, to put this huge consumer campaign, bringing in influencers, all kinds of glamorous names from all different fields, whether it be fashion or modeling or sport or film, and get them to talk about the SDGs. And you're wearing your pin there, and I forgot to wear mine. It's a cult, we should all be wearing it. But when we talk about community and about communicating passion and being part of something, the SDGs actually provide such a brilliant framework for that conversation. And it was interviewing Cameron actually for my podcast that made me dive deep into the SDGs. And, you know, shameless plug for Conscious Fashion campaign, but I think it's really worthy. And as I said, everyone knows that I only will speak the truth about what I care about. This is something that belongs to the world. The SDGs were produced in collaboration with grassroots people involved in every single country over, what was it? I don't know, like how long? Can't remember.
Yeah, it was just 8 over fast years. Yeah, it went on for quite a while and then was launched in 2015 after a lot of consultation from many different people globally.
And so what I discovered from diving into this world was that some countries, including the one in which I reside, Australia, do absolutely nothing to put forward this framework for a sustainable future, a roadmap for how we could live sustainably by 2030. And so for me, in my general job of railing against the Australian government, which is very right-wing and super into coal extraction, etc., not very good on climate, for me, this SDG framework is such a powerful communication tool. So I would say that Cameron's done really good work about making it fun, making it inclusive. On that inclusivity thing, it struck me, ladies, I'm sorry, but I'm calling it out, that we're a bunch of blondes talking about sustainability. One of you is a blonde, but still, this whole kind of white girl face of sustainable fashion is something that freaks me out. I think that we need to do a lot more work on representation, and I applaud you, MJ, for the stuff that you've done in the magazine to really bring that forward. But one of the people I would hold up as being very inspirational to me is Sinead Burke, and she talks about making space at the table and looking around saying who is not in the room, and if you notice that there aren't enough diverse voices in the room, making space. And that's something that I think we've all got to work on. So not to be criticizing you, but you know, let's call it for what it is. We need to make more space at the table, and I think that Sinead is a brilliant shining light on that. And if you haven't watched the footage of her at Davos with, you know, blue silk Gucci, she stands at 3.5 foot tall, but she is the tallest woman in the room, and I think that she's just an absolute legend. And I could go on. Oh, actually, one more. I just did a podcast about COVID-19. I did it with the help of Aisha Barenblatt from Remake, and she was the connector that put me in touch with some of the union leaders and garment workers, and one of them was Mustafiz Uddin, who I do know already. He spoke at Copenhagen Fashion Summit, but he is the founder of and owner of a factory in Chittagong in Bangladesh called Denim Expert. And if you hop on his Twitter feed, you'll see that he's been an incredible communicator in terms of giving space and voice to his workers during this horrible time. So they'd be my 3.
Great, thank you.
Plus my rant about being blonde.
No, all is good. Well, we are joining a very diverse lineup. We're only 4 of 90 plus speakers, but I get your point, and I don't aim to be the face of sustainability.
Oh, me neither, but don't you think it's really a thing? Like, I know that you and I talk about it all the time.
Exactly, we go on about this a lot. And I love actually that you highlighted Sinead, and also being able to watch her work is actually not just inspiring, it makes me laugh a lot. She brings so much humor and entertainment, and you just want to sit and be with her for a long time and just follow and be inspired by that. But moving on, Tracy, could you please highlight some brands or people or contacts, please?
Sure. So, you know, as a reporter that is usually covering mostly textiles and denim, I think the changes within the denim industry and sustainability have been really extraordinary over the past 5 years. As many people know or don't know, denim is one of the worst and most aggressive, harshest textiles that are created, that's really, really hurting the environment. It just requires a ton of water. The dyes are an issue. There are a lot of problems with denim, and there always have been. So these new denim companies have really gone out of their way to figure out the best way to make denim as clean as they can. And companies like, Outland Denim in Australia, which was founded by James Bartle, are really incredible. I mean, not only are they responsibly creating denim, but they're also integrating this really unique business model where they are basically finding vulnerable women, sex trafficked women, and training them and giving them job opportunities and having them work for the company, giving them a life, giving them income, giving them skills, giving them an opportunity to be part of something really big and part of something that, I mean, is critically important. I mean, the way James puts it is that he wants to eradicate sex trafficking through denim. And it makes you wonder, it's like, can you do that? I mean, these business models are really powerful, and they have a lot of potential. So I think, honestly, the best part of my job is coming across people like that, people who just became inspired for one reason or another, and then decided to create something that makes a major, major impact. So I think that would be one. And just the denim industry in general, how hard people are trying to change it. And then, all of the textile companies are really amazing. I mean, especially right now, they're all coming together to retool, and they're working with their clients to make as many, PPE materials as they possibly can, and really all coming together in a way that I don't think has ever happened before. And they are sustainable. A lot of the textile companies right now are solely focused on being as clean as they possibly can. And then, of course, organizations like the Ellen MacArthur organization or foundation, or Conscious Fashion Campaign, UN Global Compact, they are all working together with the brands to really help enhance and grow sustainability within fashion. And it's been a really great thing to see, and even better, it's been a great thing to be part of. Also, some female leaders, Celine Simon, she's amazing. I mean, the way she uses social media to communicate everything that she's working on in sustainability is great. There's so much storytelling, and there's so much passion behind everything that she does, with so much purpose. And, it's just been a great learning experience for me, and I'm really glad to be part of it.
Excellent. MJ, have you got anything to add before we jump over to audience questions?
I mean, real quick, I mean, there's three different groups that kind of pop into the front of my mind. I mean, Christian Siriano, which huge shout out to him, because he really led the charge with the conversation around designers and their LTA and SIRS converting over to create PPE and masks very early on in the conversation. And he really did an incredible job at, motivating the rest of us to competitive caring is and to get out there. Vita Coco is another brand that, I've the pleasure of working with, but they're one of those brands that are actually benefiting in this current situation. People are going out and they're stocking up on coconut water, and they're doing well. And so their CEO announced that they were giving back in extraordinary ways, as a result of that. They also invest heavily in the area that they do a lot of their work in the Philippines, and they take care of the population there where their factories are located. And they're just a really great example, I think, of a brand that that leads compassionately and consistently and with authenticity. And then Aerie, I mean, I love Aerie's very consistent message that they have, where they have a no retouching rule. They work with a broad array of women that represent, the broader spectrum. And it's amazing that, to me, that they continue, to forge ahead with that consistent authenticity. So I won't drone on and on, but those are my three.
No, this is great. Thank you, everybody. And Claire, there's just a comment come in just saying thank you so much for your comment you brought up also. They don't have a question, there's just a thank you. So there's a lot of questions coming in here. I'm just going to randomly pick a few to get us started. And this one actually is for all three of you, but whoever wants to take the lead, please do. As a small brand in the ethical fashion space, how do we get our story to get your attention?
Mm-hmm. Is that one for you, Tracy?
I mean, I think the most compelling pitches that I get are really just giving explaining the brand, but before that, just giving a little bit background about the context of why, what's the story behind how you came up with this brand, and why now, and just keeping it tight, but compelling, just like tell me exactly what this is really all about. And it kind of just makes you want to learn more, and then you start a dialogue and you get to tell that story.
I could talk about this for 2 hours. Can I say something?
Yeah, and I was actually just going to, can I just add to that, is there maybe also some do nots?
Yeah.
That when people write to you, that actually is something to be considered. So Claire, you look like you've got something to share, so please do give some advice.
I'm going to go there. Okay, tomorrow is Earth Day. Do not send me a pitch that says, on Earth Day, I want to sell you something because it has 5% recycled content in it. Earth Day is not about selling you something. I want your Earth Day pitch to be about how you're working to save biodiversity, how you're planting trees, how you genuinely are walking the talk when it comes to environmental stewardship. That is my big one. But also I think to echo what Tracy said, we want to hear storytelling.
Yeah.
So if you have a compelling story, we want to hear it, and we're open to it. We're looking to write about brands that are innovating and doing something terrific, whether that's a biotech company that's created a new fiber out of mimicking the protein in a spider web, or whether that is a beautiful social enterprise story that is elevating I don't know, community values in a ethical workshop on the other side of the world. I don't know. But I think that if your story is really authentic, coming back to what I was talking about before, about really standing for something and standing behind what you do, then I'm going to listen. But yeah, don't send me that pitch that says Happy Earth Day, or worse. I mean, I've had some dreadful ones from COVID-19. They've gotten a little bit quieter now because the severity of what we're going through has, I think, been a waking up call. But I was getting some dreadful, ill-advised messages from PRs that were trying to commodify the COVID-19 crisis. And, just, I think, obviously not intentionally stupid, but I think just not thinking enough. You've got to think about the sensitivity around the times and just maybe stop trying to sell us stuff. I don't know. I know we're in the industry of selling, but I'm more interested in something more than just product.
I also just wanted to add that, like, honestly, the best part of your story is the best part of our story. So, right? I mean, every time I write about something new that's come out, or a new trend, a new product, new brand, whatever it is, it's like the greatest part of the article that really resonates with people, like we were talking about before, is understanding why that thing became a thing to begin with, It's just what makes it come alive, So your story is the best part of our story, 100%.
Thank you both so much for that. MJ, there's actually a question just come in for you. They say, hi, MJ. I'm a recent graduate from SDSU and have been having a bit of a tough time getting my foot into the fashion industry. Even when communicating or reaching out on platforms such as LinkedIn, how can I get a busy contact to listen?
That's a really good question. I mean, I think similar to the brand conversation that we just had, it's you want to really understand who you're hearing from and who you're speaking to and why they are so passionate about being with you in your space. And, so many people could tell you, oh, I have a degree in fashion merchandising, or I have a degree in communications, or I did this and I did that and that. But being able to passionately speak to why you want to be a part of, a magazine or a brand or, you know, whatever it else that you're looking for in this industry, I think is really the defining factor. And what sets you apart from the rest is to really kind of, you know, lay bare thy soul and speak to why you want to be a part of it, and not give some kind of canned answer that everybody's telling you should say. I mean, you know, I think we all who sits here on this panel, we've all heard, you know, the formulaic approach to job seeking. And, you know, while it's not necessarily a turnoff, the cream that rises to the top speaks to you as a person and as an employer and as a brand shepherd or a writer or, you know, an advocate. And so you want to connect with similar passions, you know, of that person that may know about your brand or may feel the same kind of passion that you do about it. Brilliant. Just let it all out there, girls or guys. Like, just give the world you. Like, stop believing that you have to be a certain way or speak a certain way. You know, just be your authentic self is, I think, really the honest answer in all of this.
Thank you. And I'm actually seeing this in a lot of your answers that are coming through, and your advice from all three of you is just be authentic, be you. And I like what, to echo something that Tracy said, the best part of you is actually the best part then of all of your stories, no matter what, across all the different platforms. And talking there about being a common thread, MJ, here's another question for you. You are someone who is so respected by lots of supermodels in the industry. How do you feel some of them have stepped up during this time? And is there a common thread?
I'm so proud of them, but also I'm not surprised at all. I think a common misconception about the supermodel or the model in general is that they're just a one-dimensional being that, you know, doesn't think or dream or cry or suffer or want to help others, you know, just like the rest of us. And, you know, I know that the people that I work with and the talent that make up my brand are incredible humans. They're cast because they're more than just a beautiful person. They're beautiful inside, they're beautiful outside. They have hopes and goals and dreams and aspirations that are larger than just being a model. And that's why they're part of my family. So I'm not surprised at all. I am so proud of them and the initiative that they take and the want to be better that they exhibit, and the fact that they don't, you know, they really are not letting a pandemic slow them down and stop them from helping others and being better people. And it's a feeling and a passion and a community that, you know, we've cultivated and that we encourage others to do so, because you can be a beautiful person and a caring individual, and you can sort of shatter that perspective that this industry has, that it's a bunch of, you know, just callous, like flippant, you know, people that sit in these beautiful offices and, you know, demean others and talk about people behind their back. No, we're not like that. You know, this is a community that loves and creates and wants the best for the world around itself. And so, no, it doesn't surprise me at all. I'm really proud of them, and I challenge more to do the same.
Thank you. Now, as we're getting close to wrapping up, I would love to hear from each of you, starting with Tracy. How do you think sustainability will be shaped by the pandemic? Will it take a back seat due to the economic implications of the crisis? And I know a lot of reporting is coming out at WWD with the dailies, what's going on in the newsletters and all sorts. And it's absolutely incredible what all of your team are able to provide us. But I'd love to hear your perspective on this, please.
So, I mean, I think that everything's going to change, you know, but sustainability, I think, you know, especially in terms of manufacturing, local manufacturing, that's probably something that will change for the better. I mean, people are going to want to have more control over their supply chains. They're going to want to be closer to their supply chains just in case something happens again. People are probably going to be thinking about sustainability, I would think, a little bit more and streamlining more to make sure that they really have a tight grip on all of their operations, so that, you know, next time something happens, and there might be a next time, there probably will be a next time, they're prepared. You know, not every brand had a contingency plan. Lots of brands really didn't know what to do when this crisis hit, and kind of had to start from square one and transition their entire company in a way that they've never had to do before. So I think brands will be better prepared. I think sustainability will probably, in my opinion, become more important than it maybe was before the crisis. I think it's an opportunity. If you can see it that way, that's what it is. You know, it's an opportunity to really think, you know, what can I do better? You know, and everyone can do better. We can all do better, right? But I think because so many operations are going to have to be, you know, rethought and maybe completely, you know, revamped. I mean, who knows? Every brand is different, but I think it's an opportunity to change and to maybe become more sustainable and make better decisions, because we're all going to be entering a new world at the end of this. I think about that every day now, what it's going to be like when we all go back to work and we're all back in the world. So you know, any brand, any company can see this as an opportunity to become better.
I'm getting very aware of time as the schedule is moving. So Claire, do you mind adding some final words to wrap that up?
Thank you. I mean, just quickly, economically, we're looking at an enormous amount of money being wiped off the fashion industry in the next year. So I recognize that people are feeling huge pressures to drop the nice to haves, if you like. But I would argue, and I wrote a piece for Business of Fashion about this recently, that sustainability is not a nice to have. And as Tracy says, I mean, it's not a matter of if something like this happens again, it's a matter of when. Planetary health experts are warning that pathogens are leaping from animals to humans more quickly, more often. We're going to see climate crisis coming more and more and more. So look, I think that the most sustainable brand is the one that survives this. But once you get through the other side, you need to really be looking at sustainability as being deeply embedded in how you do what you do. Otherwise, I don't think there's a future for what you're doing. But don't look at that as bleak. Look at that as an opportunity, because I really think that this is a turning point for our industry and that we could see a brighter future as people start to really center environmental stewardship and looking after people in their supply chains.
Brilliant, thank you. MJ, anything to add before we wrap?
I think Claire and Tracy absolutely surmised it perfectly, and I couldn't agree more. And I really hope for the best that comes out of this.
Well, thank you all so much for your time, and as well to the audience for joining us today to learn a bit more about communicating impact. Thank you, everybody.
I just wanted to jump on here and say you guys were so phenomenal. And I love the fact that you emphasize the possibility of a brighter future through sustainability, because I think when you look at all of the negative things that media can put out there, I think people don't see that it could be such a great opportunity as well if used the right way with the right knowledge, which you just shared with us so much of it. So I thank all of you so much for being here today. It really means a lot to us.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Take care. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So next, so that first off, communications is everything right now. The way you communicate, the way you put yourself out there, the message that you deliver, why you deliver it, what's the purpose behind what you're doing. I think that we've heard all of that just in the previous one that we were just having the pleasure of watching with the Conscious Fashion campaign. Again, as a partner of Fashinnovations and is such a huge supporter, but also all of the amazing women that she brought forth from WWD and Wardrobe Crisis and Sports Illustrated, but more so the women that they are. And like I said, I appreciated having every single one of them on here. Next, we're gonna have a panel that I'm very excited to hear from. It's gonna be moderated by Lucas Walker from Gorgeous. And what it is really, every one of us right now as a company, whether we're a startup, a medium-sized company, or a larger company, we're all having to pivot and adapt the current climate into the things that we're facing with the current pandemic. So with that being said, I'm super excited to announce the next panel. with Lucas Walker moderating from Gorgeous, alongside Katie Goldblatt from Report London, Elizabeth Suda, who has been with us at a live event in the past from Article 22, Runa Ray, who is an incredible sustainability designer that I'm super thrilled to hear from, and Jennifer Stucco, who is a startup called Protofiori, and she's doing wonderful work, and I cannot wait just to hear more. So thank you all so much for being here today. I'm gonna now disappear from this box, and I'm really looking forward to hearing your talk. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Jordana. As you mentioned, I am Lucas Walker of Gorgeous. We are a help desk for e-commerce, but really going beyond that in a lot of ways that we're going to be talking about today, and helping a lot of brands who have had to close their physical stores bring that same experience online with their customers. So let's do a quick round of introductions of the panel. Katie, if you want to go first, followed by Elizabeth, and then Runa, just because that's the order that I see you on my Zoom, and then Jennifer as well. Go ahead and introduce yourselves for the audience. And audience, if you want to type in the chat box where you're watching from as well, always love seeing how many people are coming in from around the world.
Thank you, Lucas. So my name is Katie Goldblatt. I'm a director at Rapport London. We are a fourth generation family business that was established in 1898. So heritage is a very big deal for us. We basically manufacture watch accessories and leather goods for both men and women. And we distribute all over the world.
Oh, wow. And it's amazing too, you started in 1888, and then Jennifer just recently launched. So I think that's kind of a cool segue to go off the train already. But Jennifer, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself now?
Sure. So hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Stucco. I am the founder and CEO of Protofiori, which is a sustainable women's luxury footwear brand, fully sourced and made in Italy. As Lucas just mentioned, I founded the company just in 2019 and launched this month. We're making beautiful handcrafted footwear in Italy, made out of some first to market sustainable materials.
Awesome. And Runa, do you want to do a little intro of yourself?
Yes, thank you so much, Lucas. I would like to start off by thanking Jordana, Marcelo, Lucy from the UN office, and of course, Fashinnovation, the greatest platform for worldwide talks. Really excited to be here. I'm Runa Ray, Indian-born designer. I founded my private label called Runa Ray in 2012. It focuses on sustainability, and we try to include the SDG goals in various aspects of the industrial process of making garments. I've done the New York Fashion Week 3 times and have been a part of the Act Now campaign with the UN and a sustainable partner for the SDG goals.
Great, thank you so much. And Elizabeth, finally, do you want to introduce yourself to the audience?
Yes, thank you. It's so nice to be here with all of you, and thank you to the Fashinnovation team. My name is Elizabeth Suda. I'm co-founder of Article 22, which is actually named after the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is everyone's right to social, economic, and cultural security. What we do is we use design to tell transformation stories, and specifically our jewelry is upcycled from Vietnam War shrapnel and other scrap by artisans in Laos. And every piece is also not only telling a story about the people that make it and where it comes from, but also the future, because every piece is helping to clear some of the 80 million unexploded bombs from their land.
Wow, that's amazing. And it's scary to think just how much military shrapnel is still just out there floating around. And you go back and they find stuff from even the Civil War in the 1800s of just like undetonated bombs just in backyards, which is just, it's crazy to think how much of that is still around. So thank you for not only producing very, very nice accessories, but making the world a little bit of a safer place as well. And I think that's a great segue into the first question here. What does sustainability mean to you? And I think this is something that's really important to hear from everyone. And I don't just mean sustainability in general, but specifically related to fashion. And something that I want to share first off is really having a sustainable process of being able to if you have a large increase in orders, having the operations and supply chain to be able to fulfill it, whether it's a website like Shopify that can handle all of the traffic that comes on after you're featured on Good Morning America, to a 3PL who can help you get all those orders out so people aren't waiting for 2 weeks for their order to come out. And obviously I'm gonna naturally have a bias towards gorgeous as well, a way to sustainably scale all of your customer conversations when they have questions, and not just from a operations perspective, but also in ways that reduce things like returns, because that's more emissions, it's more cardboard, it's more labels returning it. But also a lot of times a slightly used article of clothing that somebody bought and wants to return because it's not the right size, it's not sustainable. You can't really resell something that was worn 3 times. So unfortunately, for a lot of brands, especially a lot of fast fashion brands, that just ends up in landfills or being shipped off. So I'd be really curious to hear what sustainability in fashion means to everyone on the panel. Katie, do you want to go first, and then we'll go around the Zoom order here?
Sure, no problem. So firstly, sustainable is a wide used word at the moment, and it's so hard to define. But for us as a business, I think, we are sustainable purely by our age. We were established over 120 years ago, and everything we do with our values and our principles basically are sustainable. And that goes anywhere from the sustainability of our balance sheets, our supply chain, our customers. And so everything we do has to be sustainable. Yes, of course, it's changed over the years, but more and more importantly now, and especially as COVID has put this in the forefront of everyone's mind, we have to be respectful of the planet. And really, the resources are not everlasting. So whatever we do, we have to be mindful of that. I think also, though, it's a balance, if I'm honest with you. Some businesses are in a different stage of manufacturing and different processes. So, for some businesses, it's easy to start with sustainability straight away. For other businesses, it's a slow burn. But I do believe that we have to be mindful and appreciate the resources that we have for ourselves. And if we don't do that, we're going to ruin the planet that we've created. I think what's very, very key to note as well, in China, for example, in February, there was a 25% less carbon emission because obviously the output in the factories were not at capacity. And so, as you've said, Lucas, with fast fashion, I think the whole fashion industry is going to basically be turned upside down. And lots of the brands are having to produce twice a year different shows, different selections, and the waste, as you've alluded to on the back of that, is just shameful. So for us, I think that our challenge with sustainability is to look at the environmental context. But I think as a brand, we have and will continue to be sustainable going forward.
And that's a really great point too, that you mentioned. You are sustainable by age, and a lot of businesses we see, they go out and they raise $100 million of capital, and then they just put that all into marketing. And when Facebook becomes a little bit more expensive to run ads, or in the case of right now, so if you were a direct consumer suitcase company, which is a fashion statement, when you go through the airport, they're not seeing those sales right now. So it is really having a sustainable business model to last you through everything. And I thought you made a really great point there. So the same question for you: what does sustainability really mean to you and your business?
Sorry, me?
Elizabeth.
Oh, sorry.
I'm so sorry. Yes, so for us, it really started with listening to the community that we work with in Laos. And it was realizing what ancient wisdom they hold and what we have to learn from them. And very specifically, the artisans that we work with started upcycling American dropped Vietnam War bombs into soup spoons in the 1970s. And that was an absolutely brilliant local innovation because they ate a lot of noodle soup. And so there was
an economically viable product, and they were, you know, taking this scrap metal out of the ground and using it for a higher purpose. And so when I had the occasion to meet them years ago, you know, we had the idea to create a bracelet, and the idea was, well, let's use it as a tool to buy back the bombs and clear that land. But when you think of sustainability, as Katie said, it means so many different things. And the way that we at Article 22 define it as this balance between four main factors, and that's the economic, the environmental, the cultural, and the social. And so, you know, economically, you have to put a product out there that is competitive and that people actually want to buy. And if you do that and you back it up by the fact that you're using materials that are either being repurposed or that have been developed in the most sort of environmentally safe way, you know, there you go. There's point 2 in the sustainability matrix. For us, point 3 was the cultural context. It was their local innovation, and we, working together with them, were able to expand the market, generate far more income for their livelihoods, which were before subsistence farming, and then also clean the land up by donating to our nonprofit partner that does that, Nobel Peace Prize co-laureate Minds Advisory Group. And then the fourth point is kind of a good one to end on, and that's the social. The artisans we work with have been working from home within their tight-knit community in their gardens for years. Now the community making the jewelry, their second generation, and they are multidimensional people, as we all are. They're mothers and fathers, and they may make other crafts, and they are able to work from within their community without destroying the social fabric of that community. So it's really a balance of those four things in the way we practice it at Article 22.
You know, that's a wonderful response. And you bring up a really interesting point too, which I think we should have a follow-up question on for the panel after this round, but really how the results of your business can enhance sustainability, not just from an offsetting perspective, but also in a totally different aspect. In your instance, it could be creating jobs and more of an economy out in Laos, which makes your supply chain a lot more sustainable for your business, but also can do things like reduce a lot of negative impacts of just, well, not having an economy there. So I'm definitely going to come back with a follow-up question for the panel after that. But first, Runa, what does sustainability in fashion really mean to you and your business, Runa Ray?
I really love this question because this is something which I frame my entire company on. So for us as designers, sustainability is keeping the end in mind. When you create a product, you need to know what's going to happen towards the when the product is completely, you know, like created, what is going to happen to it. So what we do is that we try to identify like key problems that could actually exist in the industry, which could be like, you know, which pertains mostly towards climate change. Like, say, for example, you have like water, which is being polluted. So how do you help mitigate that? What are the processes that you could probably include in your design process? Like we created a collection called the Blue Mess, which was to do with printing of 200 meters of fabric using just like 40 liters of water. And it is contained in a tray, the inks float, and you have seaweed. So there's no pollutant that's coming into the water, and it can be easily disposed of. We worked with another technique called chlorophyll printing, where we extracted dyes from discarded flowers and leaves that are left behind in the flower markets. These dyes are again used on fabric. It's definitely beautiful. You don't need digital print when you use dyes of this sort. So for me, sustainability is trying to find out different ways that you could probably, different ways and methods that you could include in your design process. Like there was another one which is really dear to my heart, which is zero stitching. So you don't have any garment that's actually stitched, because it's folded, so you don't have fabric waste that's generated. You have a lot of people who can learn the technique and take this forward. The point that you made about a lot of garments that are ending up in landfill. So what we do now is with garments that are made naturally, we tend to recycle them and make them into paper. So it goes back into the industry.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we try to incorporate like circular green economies when it comes to designing or manufacturing, which is probably going to be better for the long run.
Oh, yeah. That's really awesome. And then Jennifer, same question to you. What does sustainability in fashion mean to you? But also, as you launched your business, because I imagine there's quite a few people watching at home or wherever they're isolating. How did sustainability really factor into your business plan as you were planning to launch, and even at the launch of your business, Jennifer?
Sure. So I love this question because I was inspired to build Purposeful because I saw that the fashion industry was the second most polluting industry in the world towards climate change. So when I developed the concept to make sustainable footwear made in Italy, it was really based off the belief that sustainability is preserving the past while maintaining the future. And what that means to me and to the brand is preserving something beautiful of the past, which is our humanity, which is craftsmanship, which is made in Italy, which is shoemaking, artisanship. That's sustainability. And then it's taking that and merging it with something of the future, which is, what Runa touched upon and Elizabeth, sustainable materials. So eco-conscious materials that aren't harming the planet. So that's what sustainability truly means to me. It's merging the past and the future. At Purposeful, what we're doing is we're creating sustainable products. We're reinforcing sustainable manufacturing, and we're also considering sustainability in our 3PL, like you mentioned earlier. So it's everything. In summary, for us, sustainability is doing good. At the end of the day, our business is to do good, and that is our mission. So what we do to make sure that we're being sustainable with our practices is we're actually applying for the B Corporation certificate. So what that means is me as a company, I'm tracking and I'm holding myself accountable for all of my business policies, all of my business practices, whether it's economic, social, environmental, or government. So to me, it's important to track all of those things. I think that that's one actionable item the fashion industry can take. It's not just a certificate, it's about holding yourself accountable. And in terms of my launch, which you mentioned, so we are a business that's built on the ethos of sustainability. And as I mentioned, our mission is to do good. So when I decided to launch this month, which was a little early, it was because I felt a call to action to really support my Italian suppliers, to support my Italian network, my Italian manufacturers, our social impact partners in Sicily, where we have a social impact florist that we're growing. It was really to maintain those partnerships and the strength that we have. And it was also to support our communities. So part of the proceeds of our sales are going towards 2 hospitals. So to me, that's sustainability, that's doing good, that's preserving humanity. I don't think it's just one thing. I think it's, it's a holistic approach to your business. So those are some of the things that we're doing right now, and that I'm seeing really positive responses from, because they are so genuine and they truly do come from the heart.
Yeah, and I think that the phrase that you use, connecting the past with the future in a way that you can continue to have a future, really resonated well, and even to get really holistic. I love that you're connecting the past, which could have been a garment, and because the dyes that you used transforms into now paper or something different, the way that Runa mentioned. So I really love that. So in terms of the next question, and if anyone wants to take it, feel free to jump in, but I know we were talking about this a little bit before in the green room. What has the impact of COVID been on your business? Whether Katie, you've been around for over 120 years, or Jennifer, you've just started. I'd love to hear how COVID-19 has impacted your business and what shifts and adjustments you've made to adjust.
Sure.
Go first.
Okay, so I mean, it's an extremely challenging and trying times for us, as it is for many other people. But we own our own manufacturing, so obviously that's had to stop. About a month ago, we've stopped making anything. We are running a very skeleton operation in our warehouse to fulfill the orders that we can. The most paramount of importance is the health and well-being of our staff. That goes without saying. So in terms of day to day, we're not fully operational, but we're doing what we can. We are fostering a sense of community though, which I think is really important. Amid all this social distancing, through virtual gatherings, through summits like this and webinars, we're being very much in contact with our suppliers, but also with our top key wholesale accounts and customers, because ultimately without them we have nothing. So I would say that probably in the first month we were in major crisis management, working out what we're going to do, how we're going to do this. But actually, on reflection, a month later, I think that as ironic as it is, it's a time just to pause. As fast life goes, this is actually for us as a brand, a good time to look back and really decide what our values are. Where do we want to go when we come out of this? Who do we want to be? And so for us, I think that we are now don't get me wrong, we're still massively crisis managing, but we're also now looking at what do our customers want? We've got a lot of data that we can now analyze and say, if for example, there's a demand for a certain product that we're currently not making, we're going to go and start researching and prototyping. So it's really a time that we've kind of taken stock and look at where we want to go. The only thing I would say though, for us, we're trying to protect our top line. Ultimately, we want to retain our staff, and we want to be able to fulfill some of the relationships and accounts and orders that we've had for a very long time, but also new partners as well. So I think that we've invested a lot more online than we've ever had, and we ever probably thought we would have done. Being such a traditional business, we've had to evolve and change very rapidly over the last few years. And even more so in the last, we took the decision pre-COVID to build a new website. And at the time we weren't convinced that was the right thing, but I'm so happy that we decided to do that, because more than ever, digital transformation is happening very, very quickly, and we need to be ahead of it, not behind it. And so that will enable us to react post normality, whatever the new normality will be. I think the other thing as well is that we are dedicating a lot more time to Facebook ads, Google Shop, our CRM system, really sending emails to our customers and our clients, and just being there in whatever voice of tone we feel relevant. So it's really trying times, but we're managing as best we can, as probably most people are.
Mm-hmm. And we have a follow-up question, Katie, from the audience at home. Did COVID-19 expedite anything that you were wanting to do or hoping to do, or was it a lot of stuff that you wouldn't have done at all if it was with COVID?
That's a really good question. I think that it actually has expedited and accelerated us looking at our product range, actually. We've got a vast amount of SKUs, which we've latently had and developed over time. And I think what this is doing is it's enabling us to actually listen to our audience and taking what they would like on board and to go away and develop. And I think that if COVID hadn't happened for us, we would probably be racing on, running around, everybody doing what they do, but actually not taking stock of actually what we've got and where we want to go. So I'm always a believer in the glass is half full, no matter how bad anything is. So we've got to just look at it as a positive. Pause, look at what our audience was, reassess where we want to go and what we want to be, and let's just make it happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely. I'd love to hear from the other panelists on how COVID-19 really impacted your business as well. So I know that Jennifer, we can wrap it up with you, but Elizabeth or Runa, do either of you want to chime in with some of the impacts of COVID on your business? Elizabeth, I see you nodding your head yes, so why don't you go next there? I'm hoping it impacted in a good way, by the way, that you wanted to answer.
Well, you know, entrepreneurship is not for the faint of heart, and that's the case times because
It's not. I thought it was easy. The gurus told me I just launched some Facebook ads and I'm driving a Lamborghini next week. That's not how it works.
Right? You know, Facebook is the new rent. Whatever we don't pay in retail space, Facebook is the new rent. So this is, you know, next.
Are you working with Rez over at Shoelace? I've heard him say that quite a few times.
Oh no, but I think it's
true.
I mean, you know, I can't agree more with what Katie said about how, you know, this is a moment to pause, and it's a moment to do whatever you do, sit by the fire, swirl your martini, meditate, whatever it is, and you create that empty space in your brain and you think about, you know, the next steps. And so, yes, it's hard, and we've lost 2 sales channels of our business, which is our retail events channel and then our wholesale partners who have been with us for a very long time, and we were really excited to sign new ones on, and they are dealing with the fact of physical rent that, you know, they have to deal with paying. So, you know, that was really hard, but fortunately, although we weren't the fastest to take advantage of the amazing internet technology that exists, at the same time, we were born online. And this has created an opportunity for us to really become comfortable in our home, which is the internet, and learn how to navigate that space. And that means learning new technical skills. It means being more present and putting our faces out there and our voices out there, which can be a scary thing to do, you know, but I think that's been really interesting. We have a CRM platform, customer relationship management, that we thankfully implemented prior to COVID about a year ago, and it's called Klaviyo, and that has proven to really work and allow us to communicate with our customers in a very direct way. And that accounts for customers who are on Instagram and aren't on Instagram. And we can really create special offers for them. And we kind of have a sense of what people's preferences are. So I would say that the big change for us is that it's provided us with focus, and it's focused on a place where we can really connect with our community, and, you know, as many stories as we may tell them, they're telling us. And so we're trying to think about how to share those stories with the wider world.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a really good point to segue from one of the questions from the audience about with Gorgeous and social distancing, how are we seeing growth in the business? And we've traditionally done a lot of events. So normally we would go to the Fashion Innovation event in person, meet with a lot of brands, show them what we're all about. But it's been interesting for us. We've seen almost a boom this month, maybe not compared to what it normally would have been, but definitely compared to last month. And I think the reason for that is, as more and more brands are trying to get online, they realize, okay, it's not, social distancing isn't going to be over come May 1st. It's in it for the long haul. There needs to be a way to interact with those customers sort of one-to-one. If they have questions, they want that same in-store experience. They don't want to feel like they're buying their shoes or their clothes from a vending machine. Oftentimes there'll be a question of how does this top fit in the shoulders? Just little things like that you just don't often get on a product display page. So I wanted to segue into that question from the audience. Runa, did you have anything that you wanted to add in as well about how COVID-19 has impacted your business?
Yes. So I found this period of time very important to educate the customers, get them to actually understand what sustainable fashion was all about, because we've been talking a lot about this, but there are a lot of people who really do not know what sustainable is. And if they do think it's sustainable, they think it's boring. They do not know you could actually get something really beautiful out. And there's a reason behind the collection that is made that is called sustainable, and you're also contributing to it. So I found this time very important for me as a designer to do a lot of fashion activism, to connect with the customers. I also use this time because I realized I'm a part of a lot of these groups, and everybody's making masks for the people in the front line who are working really hard with the COVID virus, but there are no masks available. So I decided as a designer, what happens if you do not know how to use a machine? So I created this technique where you use a t-shirt and you can tie it up. You make a mask and you leave the main mask for the people in the front line, but everyone in the family remains safe. This really took off. So it got like 1 million views over different platforms.
Oh, wow.
And I had like children mailing me with photographs. So they made masks for themselves and their dolls and the families. So it became like a big family event, but everyone was staying safe. So to answer your question, I think this period in time is definitely important for us designers to start thinking as to what direction we need to probably take our business in, and how it is going to definitely imbibe, like I keep repeating, the SDG goals, because even though we have like a lot of them, it could be imbibed in each and every process of the business. And now this is the time when you can actually think and do it without, the stress of all the work and everything that's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just such a great concept. I was trying to find the video, but it gets the point of, if I have a great N95 mask, I don't want to be wearing it. I need something to protect other people from, as Prime Minister Trudeau said, speaking moistly. And when you're a real animated speaker like me, you almost spit while you're talking. And you don't want to be just spitting there at people while you're talking. So I need the cloth mask to just protect everyone around me. So I love that you do that with the t-shirt design. Well, Jennifer, this is selfishly the question I've been most wanting to ask you. How did launching your e-commerce business, how did that really impact how did COVID-19 impact the launch and how you were planning leading up to it? Because especially from sort of middle March to maybe last week, it was almost everything was changing hour to hour.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So initially we had a very traditional launch approach, and there was nothing, we weren't taking into consideration the environment that was happening around us. So we had to take a step back and pause for a moment and see if this was really the time that we really wanted to come out and what that message would be. So in the end, I really felt like, my mission is to do good. And I felt like I had the power to use my platform as a voice to create awareness around COVID and to support hospitals by donating proceeds of sales to those hospitals. And then at the same time, by just creating awareness around our brand and who we are and being there for people. Our goal right now is really just to show who we are as a brand. In the end, it's about creating that community. It's about sharing our positivity, our grace, our strength. I'm a female founder with the startup. I think there's a lot of people out there in the same boat or people that would like to support that. So I think that by coming out with a message that says we're a community first and we're building our community based off these values, and we're using our platform to help in this moment, and that's our first concern. I think that is the best approach, and we've actually been receiving so much positive feedback from people all over about just how authentic we really are right now. So obviously with our business plan, we've pushed back things, a few months in 2020. Our business is primarily online. So that's exciting for me because digital has been the focus, but now it's even more the focus. And sustainability has been a focus and an upward trend, and now it's going even faster. So, so for us, I'm taking this moment as an opportunity to be there for people and to share our values and our positivity, really.
And I think that's absolutely the right way to do it. And it leads into another question from the audience here. Being that you are a startup, how large is e-commerce going to play a role in launch? Obviously, it's all of it now. But when things, if they ever go back to normal, who knows what malls or shopping centers will look like in the future. Will you still aim to do some retail, or do you think that you'll focus mostly online exclusively?
I wouldn't say exclusively. I think every business has to be omni-channel in some manner. So for me, what that means is expanding our direct channels, whether it's pop-ups, whether it's permanent retail, whether it's going to wholesale with some strategic partners. There is a whole health and wellness factor to our brand. So I see a lot of opportunity in that industry and in beauty as well, with more products that we'll be launching later in the year in 2021. So I wouldn't say that we will be 100% online. We'll definitely diversify our channels.
Perfect. And we are coming up on time here. So I think that there was, I think we have time for really one more last question here. So I'm just going to double check our panel questions. And there's one that I'm really dying to ask, and I want to get into another one. So I'm going to try to blend them here. But one thing that we've seen at Gorgeous is a lot more brands using one-to-one communications throughout the website. So people come on, they want to ask a question. Maybe it's where the shoes are made or how you source some of the watch accessories. So it could be how the timer works, or about the dyes that are being used. People are behaving a lot differently as they come through the website. So what are some of the trends that we're seeing now, specifically around COVID-19? What trends do you think will stay, but also around fashion in general? Some people are asking, is sustainability still sustainable despite harsh economic conditions? Are people going more sustainable? Will people still go to the website like they go to the mall in person? So if you were to pick your top probably two trends that are going to come out of COVID-19 and how that's impacting sustainability in your business, I'd be really curious to know what those are. So I know I kind of spitballed that question, but Runa, do you want to get us started on some of the trends that you think will come out of this? Maybe your top 1 to 3, and then we'll let all the panelists wrap up here in the next 8 minutes or so.
Yeah, sure, Lucas. I think the important trend that would probably come out of this would be nature-based solutions to design, where we probably use a lot more renewable energy. We decide how the consumer is going to be more focused on knowing how much carbon footprint that was actually generated by the garment. We would also see a merger of tech and fashion. So tech in the sense, I would mean that you would probably have apps which would read the barcode and tell you what is behind the garment, what actually went behind the process, what was the carbon footprint that the garment generated, when do you wash the garment, how much of microfilaments might be like disposed in the water if you wash this. So there's more traceability for the consumer to find out exactly, again, what garment they're purchasing and do they really want to be a part of it. The third thing, which I think I'm going to see pretty strong, is consumers getting to be a part of the entire sustainable realm. So it's not just going to be designers and entrepreneurs. They're going to be a lot of consumers. They're going to be scientists. They're going to be people from different fields who are going to come together. And this is going to be a huge family because of the pandemic, we're all in this together. It's something which has hit us worldwide. It's not like certain countries are just affected. This is a global scale. So this is where we know that we are united, and with the hashtag of fashion is love, everything is possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that. And I think that a lot of what you said is all sustainable. Knowing the carbon footprint of a garment, that doesn't necessarily impact how cheaply or how fast it was made. Sustainable can be economical and look good. In a lot of ways, it's more economical. I wear a lot of merino wool just because it's less polyester and it's more comfortable. But because it's better quality, I buy less shirts. So to me, sustainability is actually a lot more affordable. Plus, it's better quality of products and it's just better for the environment. So why would you not choose a sustainable option? Jennifer, how about yourself? What are probably 2 or 3 things that you think will come out of COVID-19 that will alter the path of your business?
Yeah, so I think one of the most important trends that we'll see coming out of this is the shift in the consumer mindset. And this one is the most exciting to me because I think it's one of the most positive. I think that, you know, the consumer is sitting at home right now and truly evaluating life and purpose and all of these deep things that we all contemplate. And I think they'll be looking for more purpose when we come out of this. And when you think of the easiest way to have purpose in life, it's truly by changing your habits. And how does that apply to the fashion industry? Well, when they go shopping again, hopefully not out of just survival for food, they're going to want to shop with purpose, and they're going to want to feel good when they spend their money. So I'm hopeful that they will be much more conscious, and sustainable fashion and shopping will truly become the new norm. I think that will truly that will be a huge trend coming out of this, because essentially when a consumer buys something that makes them feel good because they know they just did good, they feel good and they have purpose. And I think that is something that everyone is kind of feeling right now. How can I help? And if it's a small business, if it's a healthcare worker, if it's themselves, you know, everyone wants to feel good about helping someone. So I think the shift in the mindset will be huge, and that will determine the direction of the industry. So brands that are not authentic, that are not honest, that are not changing their ways, whether because they can't right now financially or they just have no interest, I think the second trend will be this Darwinian effect, this Darwinian shakeout, where we'll see, you know, a lot of change in the industry with companies either M&As, acquisitions, or, you know, they're just kind of going away. So I think that those are the two biggest trends that will happen. The shift in the consumer mindset, and it's just the shift in the industry in general, will truly change the landscape.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you see it all over social media. A lot of universities that have billion-dollar endowments getting funding right now that could go towards smaller brands. I think customers and that are shifting to want to support more smaller businesses. So that's a great point. Katie, do you want to talk about maybe 2 or 3 things that could be changed and really habits and behaviors because of COVID-19 that you think you'll see moving forward after we get out of all of this?
Sure. So I think one of the most valuable propositions of change actually is going to be that as a brand, you need to be more customer centric, more transparent, more engaged, more informative. I think we all need to be more digitally agile. And whatever that is going to be, it's fast paced, and you can, you know, we're fast evolving with that. But brands that are going to be successful and really reach out to their clients are going to have that digital agility. And I think finally, sustainability, you know, it's not going to go away, and nor should it be, whether it's from packaging to materials, you know, whatever it means to you personally or as a brand. I think that's going to be very important. But I also believe that education too, for brands, to educate your client, your customer, who you are, what you do, how you source, because at the end of the day, we need to have a greater intimacy with our clients.
Yeah, absolutely. And I could not agree more. And it's interesting. Our internal data of Gorgeous shows everything that you just mentioned is just really hitting on all those topics. So Elizabeth, we've got about 2 or 3 minutes left here. Do you want to take us home with your predictions and changes?
Well, I certainly agree with the points about consumer consciousness, but it's going to be a huge opportunity for small businesses as well. The more customers are conscious of what sustainability is and how their decisions about what they purchase actually have a very real impact for real people at all points along the supply chain and across the globe. That is also a business opportunity. And we live in a world where small businesses have more than just a shot of making not only a difference in terms of building a business, but also in all of the ways that they prove out their sustainability. And I think that's exciting, and it's going to mean that founders need to have the courage to get out there and talk about it and not be afraid to do so. And I think the other aspect of it is linked to that, which is transparency. And this blockchain technology that everyone is talking about does help provide some validity to those claims about the supply chain. And I would just end on the point of storytelling. I think that there was a point in time where marketing budgets were about pure fantasy, and I think that's beautiful. It's wonderful to dream, but at the same time, we're all living right now in a world where we're all living different versions of the same exact experience, and it makes us realize how interconnected we are. And I think any brand that is going to be able to address that point and create that intimate conversation even between their producers and their consumers is going to win.
Absolutely, and I couldn't have said it better myself. We are wrapping up here. We probably have about 10 seconds. Here's Jordana here. I saw her flashing the red light, and I know that the long cane hook is coming up next. So thank you so much to all of our panelists.
Oh my gosh, yeah, thank you guys, all of you, and Lucas, all of you, from speaking on interconnectivity to sustainability to adaptation into business models that have been around for decades, to startups, to e-commerce. Everything you guys have spoken about has been such a blessing to thousands of people that are joining us. And we really appreciate having all of you again. So thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So that was incredible. And I am so thrilled to announce the next keynote fireside of our day. It's the second to last, but definitely not the least. Both of these women are powerhouses, girl bosses. I admire them so much for different reasons. Essence Gans of BuzzFeed, the beauty director, as well as Nikki Reed, who you probably have seen on the big screen, but she also is the founder of an incredible sustainable brand called Bayo with Love. And I just want to welcome both of you here today. And I really, again, I can't thank you enough. This is all such a labor of love for Fashinnovation, and the fact that you guys are on here supporting and speaking and inspiring thousands of people right now during this pandemic means the world. So thank you, ladies. I will let you get started.
Hello.
Hi, Nikki. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you? Wait, hold on. I just want to make sure I can see everything right. I'm going to press. There we go. Okay. Sorry. This is all very new for so I want to make sure.
Like I thought this is how we would be having panels, but thank God for technology, which we'll be talking a little bit about today, actually. So I have to tell you, which we talked a little bit backstage, for those of you who don't know, there's like a backstage to this. It's really fancy. And I was letting you know, I was admiring your jewelry earlier today. I was just having a look on Instagram, and it is absolutely beautiful. Of course. So I want to know, just really quickly, for those who don't know, just tell us a little bit about like what inspired you to, create this brand.
Okay. Well, I tend to be kind of long-winded, so feel free to just cut me off if at any point I'm boring you. So I started the company. I was dreaming up the company a couple of years ago when I was pregnant, because I started looking for things in the marketplace that I just couldn't find, that I only sort of became interested in, or more interested in, once I was on this motherhood journey. So like weird things you Google, like organic underwear, or like chemical free, maxi pads, or like what are the things that you start looking for when you realize that you're like growing another, like what kind of deodorant am I wearing? What am I putting on my skin? What am I putting on my body? Because I've been really conscious of what I put in my body. I think the world has now been sort of reintroduced and fallen back in love with organic food, pesticide free, chemical free. All those words are really familiar when we talk about what we're putting in our bodies, and less familiar when we talk about what we're putting on our bodies. So that was how Bayou kind of came about initially. And then shortly after launching, so we launched with apparel and apothecary. Shortly after launching, I received a phone call from Dell tech company Dell, and they said something to the effect of like, hey, we feel, you know, you're kind of a voice in the sustainable arena and we'd love to talk about collaborating. And we've discovered that there's gold in the motherboards of our recycled technology. And Michael Dell, who's actually really a leader in sustainability and the company as a whole, and that's something that not a lot of people know, he was really spearheading this. And they've had sustainable initiatives as part of their supply chain for many, many years, long before this became trendy. But trends are not necessarily a bad thing. Trends can be a really good thing. And so that conversation very quickly led to, if you know me, you know I work fast. So this was not like years in the making. This is just a couple of months of sort of dreaming up what to do with that phone call. And I said, you know, I've always wanted to dive into jewelry. In fact, I come from a family of jewelry designers, and I launched my first jewelry collection almost 10 years ago now, but it was short-lived, and you know, I wasn't really sort of fully developed in my art and vision and approach to it. But needless to say, it wasn't my first dance with jewelry. And so I said, I think this is a really great opportunity for us to take sustainability and put it into a product that's beautiful, get it into the hands of consumers who normally feel sort of afraid to take that leap when it comes to sustainable products. Because as someone who has been championing sustainability for a really long time, I have felt sort of the pushback from people going, I don't want to spend my hard-earned money on things that, you know, I can't, you know, they're afraid of compromising quality. And I get that. I understand that concern and that fear. And the beauty of working with gold is that gold is gold, no matter where it comes from. So it's an area for people to feel sort of safe in taking that first leap, trying something new, purchasing something that's recycled, but knowing that they're getting the quality that they can expect. And hopefully that kind of opens the door for more opportunities to kind of purchase in a more conscious way. So that's how that's the condensed version of start to finish how this came about.
And you touched on a point that I wanted to actually ask you about, because that is a conversation now. You know, I think more and more brands are becoming more conscious. So whether that's jewelry, apparel, and we'll see like, you know, vegan leather and faux fur and like gold plated jewelry. So how do you, for someone who does have that question of like, okay, well, what makes this luxury versus not luxury? How do you justify the price point if this is not quote unquote real? What is the, you know, how do you justify that the price point for luxury items that are sustainable?
Oh, that question has a couple of different avenues we can take. So first of all, where to start with this? So consumer demand, consumer awareness leads to consumer demand. And the reason why there are many reasons, but one of the reasons why there tends to be a bigger price tag, a higher price tag on sustainable products is because, you know, people aren't aware that when you purchase fast fashion, when you purchase things that are cheap, and I understand that for a lot of people that is the option, that's the only option. So this is not a criticism of that route. This is just simply kind of
the facts.
Having a conversation about the facts. Yeah. When you purchase cheap products, it's because it comes with cheap labor. Mm-hmm. And cheap labor is a price you're paying. It's just a different price. You're mm-hmm. paying a price with people's lives and time and health and the health of our planet. And, you know, products that aren't sustainable, that are, you know, dyed with chemicals, and the environmental consequence is also a price that we pay. Mm-hmm. So I think what it really comes down to is, well, I also just want to say activism does not require a credit card. So while we sit here and talk about purchasing products to make a difference in this world, I mean that in addition to the things that we can do on a daily basis that don't require a credit card. I'm the first person to say that you do vote with your dollar, because we do. I mean, we're a world that will continue to need things, right? We need things. And by that, I don't even mean like needing a new dress. No, we also just need basic necessities, and those necessities rely on, you know, big business to make those changes in their infrastructure too. And the only way that happens is with consumer demand, and consumer demand comes from consumer awareness. So the more we continue this conversation, like one begets the other, it's cyclical. So it's all connected. So anyway, just to answer that first bit of that question on price tags and sustainability and why we're paying that price. And also the hope is that when that becomes the norm and more people want that, you know, mass consumerism like that on a global scale will sort of increase the ability for other brands to create sustainable products in a more price-friendly way. So that's that section of this. And then the next section, which is purchasing things that are conscious, but, you know, faux, like faux leather, faux. So that's like a whole world in and of itself. I mean, I try to look at everything that I'm purchasing sort of as like with interconnection between all areas. So for me, I like, you know, eating plant-based. I think that that's a wonderful way to, you know, reducing your red meat consumption, I think is a wonderful way to be conscious of our planet. But that does not mean that we get to go to the market and buy 99 tubs of plastic nuts and plastic. You know, the marketplace tends to capitalize on trends. And now that being vegan or plant-based is more of a trend, which, like I said before, trends can be wonderful. Now that that's becoming more popular, the marketplace takes advantage of that. So now suddenly, in order to be a vegan or be a plant-based eater, you have to have everything in packets, and they're going to give you everything in powder form and everything in. And I think that the approach really with conscious consumerism all around is making sure that if we're conscious in one area, we can be conscious in another area as well. So, you know, buying a bunch of faux leather, to me personally, while I understand the wonderful alternatives that presents us with, so we're not out there slaughtering animals, I also would argue that the better approach is to buy recycled and buy leather that's already been used and keep it from going into landfills, and actually just purchase things that have already been created. The harm has already been done, but now we're not allowing it to just fill up our planet. So it's an interesting conversation when we talk about, you know, fashion and innovation. And, you know, I'm sitting here, you work for, you know, a major company that talks about consumerism all day long and promotes consumerism. I have a company that obviously relies on consumerism, and, you know, I'm a retail business. I'm a direct to consumer retail business, but I am still here creating products. And so I think it's important for business owners to acknowledge as well that the goal here is to create products that people will keep for a lifetime, that, you know, it's about quality, not quantity. So I'm not here every day going like, buy this and buy 10 of these and buy 20 of these. And if you don't like this today, buy something new, you know, buy a new piece tomorrow. That's not the point of the conversation. It should be about conscious decisions with what we're purchasing, because people will always want to purchase stuff. So we should create things that are better for the planet, but not with a high turnover rate, and not to fill our landfills. You know, part of our website very soon is going to be actually devoted to a whole vintage section that's like, hey, if you don't want to purchase new things, and we're all for that, let me try to highlight some used and recycled and upcycled products to show you the beauty in that as well.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about being a woman, owning your own business and entrepreneurship, because it's something that I think about a lot. Just, speaking of trendy, and trends can be good, but speaking of trendy, like you know, we're hearing all of this conversation lately around like, you know, the wage gap, and we're just able, we're freer to have certain conversations that we should have been able to have a long time ago. But when I think about the conversation around like wage gap, and, you know, that's often centered around like a gender gap, but we often kind of neglect the conversation within women. So like white women versus women of color, cis women versus, you know, trans women. Like there are all these gaps because like women are not a monolith. We come in all these different cultures, backgrounds, you know, gender identities. And so I want to know from you, how do you think that we can start to close the gap amongst ourselves when it comes to economic opportunity, when it comes to even just the opportunities that we're given to even start businesses. It's harder for a woman of color to get a business loan than it is white women. The safety of trans women, you know, is at a higher risk than the safety, you know, of women like myself. So like, what are ways that we as women can start to ally for each other and the different women within our own group so that we have more opportunities equally, you know, and economically?
It's a beautiful question. And I love the way that you presented that question. I don't think that there's any single answer to that question. But I think what you've done, which is so wonderful, is you've ignited a conversation around that question. And I think my short answer, which this topic alone could be the entire stream.
It's a book.
But I think it's a book, yeah. I think my short answer would be, we live in a time right now where we're able to kind of expose, highlight, celebrate, cross-pollinate, merge in ways we've never been able to do before. And I think the only way that we grow is by opening the door for each other. And so as women, I think it's really important. I don't think that we need to rely on men to do that. I think that, I mean, you know, I'm a self-made woman, so maybe that's just my mentality because, you know, I grew up poor. I lived with just my mom and my brother, and my mom made $16,000 or $17,000 a year in Los Angeles raising 2 kids on her own. I love my dad and we're super close and everything now, but the truth is it would be a shame to not tell the real story about how hard my mom worked on her own as a single mom. And I watched my mom do it. She did it all, you know, she wore every hat, and she's the strongest woman I know. And I worked my ass off. I don't know what words we could say. I worked my butt off to also have every opportunity that I've had, because I've kind of like not just gently knocked, but like kicked down every door. It's just my personality, you know. It's not that I want to bulldoze, but I definitely don't like hitting roadblocks, and I find a way around and navigate around. And so I think when you know, when I hear about, talk about, and see, you know, opportunities and or the lack of opportunities around for women, I feel like it's my role and duty to figure out how to merge and cross-pollinate in that way. So like even with Bayou, when people ask me what my goal is for the company, my goal is to create a platform where all of the women that I know and beyond have the opportunity to use whatever platform I have for their own use and purposes. So I don't just sell Bayou on our website. I have curated a number of wonderful female-founded companies, and my platform, my social media, my Facebook pages, everything belongs to all the women that I know that I believe deserve to be celebrated. In fact, most of the time, I'm more comfortable taking a back seat and more comfortable highlighting their work. And I think that it's really important for women to continue to do that for other women, no matter who you are and what your, you know, socioeconomic background is, or, you know, what your story is. If you have the right intention, I believe that good things follow. And I think that women need to support other women in that way.
Absolutely. You spoke about like discipline, and the story about your mother is so beautiful, and you know that you had a living example. I want to know from you. I was actually on Twitter yesterday, and there was a tweet from, I want to make sure I get her name right. Her name is Maddie James, and she is an influencer, also a podcast host, but she was talking about, you know, her own journey and how motivation is necessary because that's what inspires you and it's exciting. But, you know, motivation can run out. Like when, you know, you're not getting a yes, like, you know, it's easy for that motivation to kind of dwindle. But what will trump motivation is discipline. And when she said that, I was like, oh my gosh, that's so true. And I was like, that's, you know, it was just so insightful for myself. And so for you, as someone who's built this amazing brand, what is one piece of advice around discipline that you would have for other women entrepreneurs, maybe existing or aspiring, like something that you maybe applied to your own journey in the very beginning when it's like super tough and it's just an idea? So I see you laughing. I feel like your wheels are already turning. So give us all the tea.
I mean, oh, discipline, the conversation of discipline. Well, I'm naturally a very disciplined person just because my brain, I have a lot of structure in my brain. So, but I also know what it's like to lose sight of that. So I think my greatest tip for that would be finding what gives you joy, you know, what brings you joy. And funny enough, that tends to be kind of a controversial topic because I understand that it brings up a lot in people because, you know, sometimes we don't have the ability in life, you know, with work, you know, I have more than one job. I can't yet afford to pay myself from my company. That's called being an entrepreneur. I reinvest everything back into not just the company, but I want to make sure that all the girls on the team get paid. So in order to make that happen, I work 2 other jobs. And I know what it's like to feel like there's no time to just do things that bring you joy. I get it. But I also have found what those little moments are. Like for me, it's writing. So if I feel like I'm losing motivation, I make sure that I wake up in the morning at 6 o'clock and take an hour to myself to write, because that writing, that sort of like disciplined act of writing brings me joy, and then I feel motivated again. So finding the thing, whether it's, you know, taking walks on your own, or like being able to take that yoga class, or like listen to that podcast, or do that thing. You have to do little things when you can that bring you joy, because that joy motivates you. You know, we feel inspired when we feel joy.
Yeah. We have about, I think, 10 minutes left, and I want to be able to ask a few questions from the audience. But before that, just one question around like the merging of fashion and tech. You know, tech is just opening up, and we're learning about all these different opportunities. When I was growing up, tech was painted as this like thing that was like only for dudes. You had to be like this math and science whiz. And then I grew up and I was like, oh my gosh, there's all these other cool jobs in tech that I could have probably pursued and made way more money. But what advice would you give girls now? And maybe even if there are like no younger girls who are tuned in, I'm not sure the age range, but even for like parents or teachers or people who interact with young girls, what advice would you give them about how to have conversations with young girls and encourage them to penetrate that tech space and to just open their, you know, their interest in pursuing it as a job?
I love this question. I worked with Google last year and directed a short film for them on how to encourage young women to enter STEM fields, because exactly what you just said, you know, this has been science, tech, engineering, and math has been associated with, you know, it's a male dominated field, industry, all of those are. And there's no proof that says men are smarter, you know, that women have the power to create. They are just as intelligent. They are, you know, innovators. So there's no reason for that not to be a balanced field. So I think I would say, first of all, you said, are there any young women watching? I believe you can reinvent yourself at any age. So I don't think that you need to be a young girl to feel like you know, now's your time to do that. If you feel called to any of those things, including you, you should. You should. You should definitely take a moment to reinvent your life or study something new that you feel passionate about. And, you know, I could be wrong, but it sounds like right now is a really great time to do that, actually, because there's a lot of information on the computer, and that's what most of us are doing. So that is one thing. And number two, I would say for the young girls, you know, it's our responsibility right now. It's by us, I mean, it's the older generation. It's our responsibility to be examples for those young girls, because you only want to become what you have seen. You only dream about, you know, doing things that you idolize in other women. You know, like girls are not, you know, they don't want to walk on the moon until they've seen a million women walk on the moon. They don't want to become doctors until we show that doctors are heroes and that they're women. So I think we need to create those opportunities for young girls to see that and want to be that, and encourage that. So all of us and parents as well, I think it's a really beautiful message to send to young girls.
An audience member wants to know what ways that you are pivoting or how you're adapting to the current climate, because we are in a pandemic. So how are you adjusting your business model, and what are your thoughts on sustainability after this pandemic blows over? Because as we know, this will probably change a lot of things forever. So what are your thoughts on that, or how are you adjusting or trying to adjust?
This pandemic has certainly taken all of us by surprise and shifted a lot. But one thing about being a direct-to-consumer company and also a sustainable company that focuses on producing locally is that, you know, my factory is still 20 minutes away from me. So even though obviously everything is closed at the moment, the second everything opens back up again, I can just drive to where I'm going. I'm not worried about shipping, and I think that not too much, except for, of course, lack of sales, which is normal for everybody right now. Not too much has changed within the structure of the company, which is great. And luckily, because our overhead is super low, because I want to remain a small business, but that's a topic for another time. Because our overhead is low, I am able to make cuts in some areas that don't affect our team members too much right now. And that was really important for me, is making sure that the wonderful group of ladies that we work with at the company are still taken care of. And how does this affect sustainability as a whole? You know, I think my hope is that people will see the beauty in regeneration. You know, it's only been a short period of time, and we've watched how quickly the earth can bounce back. And I think my fear, not that I want to lead with fear, but I think my fear is that people will say, oh, well, if the earth bounces back so quickly, then we can just go back to living how we were, because it doesn't really matter, since, you know, now we know that like within a month, everything gets better. That's my fear. And my hope is that instead of that, people start craving the beauty that we've seen come back so quickly on an even larger scale, and they feel inspired and motivated to continue on a path that's just a more conscious path overall. And, you know, businesses, this sounds, you know, probably overly optimistic, but there are a lot of, you know, big business owners and CEOs sitting at home right now with maybe not more time on their hands, because everybody's still working the same, but less movement. And when you're not moving around as much, and you have the opportunity to sit still, even if you're still sitting still working in front of your computer, I think there's a lot of reflection that's taking place everywhere right now. And that kind of reflection hopefully will inspire changes within the infrastructure of some of these large companies, getting creative, getting, you know, what I hear from a lot of big companies that I reach out to and try to open up talks about sustainability with, what I hear is, you don't understand. If you remove one piece of it's like removing a piece of the Jenga puzzle. Like, we can't rebuild the entire company from scratch. You know, I hear that a lot. And I always try to take the approach of like, incremental change deserves applause as well. And you can make small changes within your company, no matter how big that company is, without having to kind of level everything from the ground up. So my hope is that, you know, some of these folks are sitting at home right now going, you know, maybe this is where we should be putting our money, and maybe we should take a step back and look at the bigger picture and kind of get ahead of things instead of just treading water in terms of sustainability.
To close out, I'm going to combine two questions. This came in for both of us. So basically, two people wanted to know, one person said, I'm going to read it directly because I thought it was so cute. You both portray such a calm spirit and vibe. And so they want to know, what are some tips that we have for women who are in lockdown and sometimes get anxiety or just fearful? And someone else's very similar question was basically, you know, how do you remain calm in times like this where it's very high stress? I can start by just saying I have come, I think it's something that happens with age as well, but like I have just come to accept what cannot be changed. And right now, this situation, I feel like, has taught us all a lesson, in that it affects everybody. You know, we've talked a lot about, like, you know, socioeconomic status and opportunity and privilege. And right now we're in a situation where it doesn't matter where you fall in any of those categories. You're all stuck at home. You can't travel. You can't go anywhere. You're all trying to get toilet paper from the grocery store. And so for me, I've just learned to, like, this is the reality. So this is what it is. And I have to just maximize, you know, whatever the opportunity is in this reality. And that, in a way, keeps me calm, because it just makes you realize, like, you can panic, you can, you know, react, but it's still not changing. You still may not get toilet paper at the grocery store. If it's gone, it's gone. And that reality has just helped me to kind of, like, you know, stay calm. And also, I'm just a very firm believer in prayer, meditation, whatever it is that you do to just have some stillness and to try to connect with something outside of yourself. And so those are kind of my two things. What about you?
That was also really beautiful. Just accepting what you cannot change. I definitely have some anxiety over this as well, so I can relate. I mean, you know, maybe I look super calm right now, and I've made peace with a lot of what's happening right now. But of course, you know, I'm a mom. I've seen how this has affected, you know, an entire family structure and children, and so yeah, there's a lot right now, and I feel for everybody who is saying that they have anxiety, because I definitely do as well at times. I think I'm trying to find the beauty in this as well, because there's so much tragedy. And I also don't want to highlight the beauty so much that we're taking away from the tragedy, because that tragedy is real, and people are losing, you know, family members, jobs, lives. And, you know, I am sitting in a home, and I live on the West Coast, so I'm able to, like, go on walks, and I still see nature, and that I'm so grateful for. And I know that there are people who are, you know, stuck in apartments in big cities where they can't go outside and have that. And so I feel for that too. So I want to talk about, like, the tragedy as much as I want to talk about the beauty in all of it. I will say that this is an opportunity for us to all get a little bit creative in how we're living our lives, the things that we're doing. We all have the chance to learn something new right now, see how that applies to our current working situation. And I also just want to say that, without diving into anything personal, because there is no need right now, you know, this has affected my life and business as well. I don't think that anybody is immune to this situation right now. And so I think the greatest thing is, when you're feeling anxiety, find compassion. Find compassion for yourself, but find compassion for other people, because we don't know what somebody else is going through, just like they don't know what we're going through. So try to come from a place of compassion.
I love that. And I think that is a beautiful note to end on, compassion. Thank you so much for chatting with me and for sharing your experience with everyone watching.
I want to thank the both of you just before you sign off, because this was so great. I wish we could have like an hour or more of you guys speaking. I got so much from what you guys said between the incremental changes and applaud for companies. I totally agree with you on that. To Essence, you bringing up topics in such a calm manner that allowed people to want to be a part of the conversation, which I think a lot of times the industry lacks. And also, how old are your kids? I just have to ask.
Me?
Yeah.
I have one. She's 2.5.
I have a 2 and a 3-year-old. So the dynamic, so I understand the dynamic of anxiety with that. And I just wanted to say, like, I appreciated your answer. And meditation, by the way, Essence, something I want to get into. I would love to talk to you guys forever, but this was so great. You guys just evoked so much hope, but also being very honest with what's going on. And I think that that's what the world needs right now. So I appreciate both of you so much. And I'm looking forward to further conversations, and stay safe. And thank you again.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you guys
so much. This is really wonderful. Thank you for doing what you're doing. This is great.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye. All right, so last but not least, we have an incredible keynote closing of the day with Elizabeth Sagren, who's a senior writer at Fast Company. And we've actually had her at one of our live events before all of this happened. And she's just incredible. Her work is phenomenal. And then we have Josh Luber, who's the founder of StockX. And his company, honestly, when I first learned about it a couple of years ago, I was in awe. I mean, it's just so inspirational what he's innovated with just the urban and sneaker wear, and just, you guys are going to hear so much more. And so I just want to welcome both of you here today. Are both of you on right now?
Yes, we're here.
Thank you guys so much for being here today with us. It's such a pleasure to have you be a part of this conversation. And honestly, it means the world, and the world is watching. So I'm going to let you guys take over, and thank you guys again.
Hey, Josh, how's it going?
Unbelievable. How are you?
Good, thanks. We were just talking before about how we're at home and our kids are, in a room somewhere else, and we're gonna get this done.
I said that door's locked right there, so I can guarantee they won't knock on the door, but it's locked, so at least they can't come in.
Yeah. We'll take it 1 minute at a time.
Yep.
It's really wonderful to chat with you. I've written about your business several times in the past, but I think that you actually, your business has such an interesting model, and one that's quite unique. There's been a lot of talk about, the sharing economy and how big the resale market is. But StockX is actually a little bit different, in its entire model from other resale brands that you might have heard of, those of you out there. So Josh, why don't you talk us through what makes your business model unique?
Sure. Thanks. So look, most people probably know StockX from sneakers. I'm sitting here in my sneaker room, and you can see part of it. We try to give a diverse angle there. And we have become the largest marketplace in the world for sneakers, for the resale market. We also sell streetwear and watches, handbags, trading cards, collectibles. So we're
handbags.
So we're an evolution of eBay, right? All we do is connect buyers and sellers who want to buy or sell any of these products. We're just the platform to do that. But the unique part about StockX, and why it's called StockX, is that we've taken how the stock market works. We've taken how the stock market connects buyers and sellers and applied that to consumer goods. And there's a lot to that, and there's a lot of nuance to that, and frankly, there's a lot of data that underpins that. But the really core of that is that interaction between a buyer and a seller on StockX is focused on getting to a true market price, right? When you buy a share of Nike stock on the New York Stock Exchange, you never worry that you're going to get ripped off, or that someone bought a share of Nike stock cheaper on Amazon. And that is the official marketplace. That is the place where you get that true market price, and everything of how the stock market works goes into making that transaction happen. And so that's the core to this. And so the reason why it's really different is you're going to get that true price. It's also going to be, by the way, going to be an authentic product that we physically authenticate. And so that marketplace becomes a lot more efficient. And at the highest level, and this will get into sort of everything else we'll talk about, at the highest level, it's just about access, right? You know, at the New York Stock Exchange, you can always get a share of Nike stock, or you can always sell a share of Nike stock. And that's really what StockX is about. It's about leveraging that model to create access for consumers.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely true that when you're on a site and in my case, it would be handbags. If you're trying to buy a handbag, it's clear that you don't have that much information about what that bag is worth, right? And so you're acting in that moment out of a lot of emotion and, you know, a desire to bid up or outbid other people who might be bidding for it. And that's not the approach that you've taken. So how do you get the data to determine the value of any one shoe, given how many shoes, how many handbags there are out there?
Yeah, you know, the only way to have true data is to essentially create it yourself. And so in the beginning, we didn't have great data because we were small and we were just building up the liquidity and just building up the size of the business. You know, but today, you know, we'll process anywhere from 10, 15, 20,000 items a day that'll go through StockX. So there's a lot of liquidity on that marketplace. And so the data comes from within that we create that. You know, if you think about, you know, the actual stock market, there's essentially infinite liquidity, right? They'll never be sold out of a share of Nike stock. And the more liquidity there is, the better the pricing becomes, the more efficient it is, the more accessible everything is. And that's really core to the whole thing. So the short answer is that it's all created. Everything is a function of something that was either bought or sold on StockX, or somebody has placed a bid, or they're trying to sell it. So it's all internal.
Yeah. So you know, I want to talk a little bit about how the crisis that we're seeing right now is affecting, you know, a lot retail in general, you know, and the way that we buy things. But I think what's really interesting is that there were a lot of interesting trends that were happening in the world of retail and in the world of fashion, and the business of fashion before the coronavirus arrived. And we're seeing how the coronavirus is kind of accelerating or, you know, or sort of like disrupting a path that was already sort of like in motion. But you know, there was this massive rise in resale, you know, over the last couple of years. And you started your business in 2016, you know, sort of right, you know, as that was happening. What is going on there? I mean, why did you decide to start a business in the world of resale? And why do you think that the world is now coming around to this kind of model of resale? What's driving that?
Yeah, it's, you know, when we started this business in early 2016, we launched in February of 2016, we estimated that the size of the sneaker resale market was about $2 billion. And the size of the global resale market to be about maybe 4, 5, 6 billion, somewhere like that, kind of a big asterisk for China, but somewhere in that ballpark. The global retail sneaker market is 100 billion. And that's a fact. And we know that from sales from Nike and Adidas and everywhere else. And at the time, we looked at those two things as very distinct. Today, we look at it as one market that's $106 billion, because that consumer no longer cares where that product came from. The product, they no longer care whether they buy it from Nike or they buy it from StockX or they buy it from their friend or they buy it from Foot Locker. They just want the product. And so one of those trends, and we talk about convergence, is a convergence of retail and resale, and start to blur that line between what is retail and what is resale. And by the way, that's been the hypothesis of StockX from the very beginning, because that's the hypothesis and the reality of the actual stock market, right? In the actual stock market, there is no retail price for Nike stock or resale price. There's just market price. And that's all that anyone cares about. So that's the first major convergence as we've seen that. But the second is the convergence of all these tangential industries that are all around this consumer, these products. And it can be sneakers, streetwear, fashion, bags. You know, you have this world where this used to be very distinct. And frankly, when we started StockX, and I was the sneaker guy and that we were a sneaker company, I thought whenever we got to the point that we were in bags, that we were in fashion, there'd be someone else here instead of me talking about that. But the reality is, you know, well, we used to go to Paris Fashion Week, and then we go to NBA All-Star Weekend, and then we go to Super Bowl, and then we go to South by. and it's all the same people and the same companies and the same products, right? The center thing might be a little bit different. It used to be completely separate, but Paris Fashion Week, which was the second to last event I got to go to before the world stopped. I mean, that was all the sneaker brands, all the streetwear brands, all of that world was there. And so the second major convergence is just the convergence of products and industries. And that's really, we kind of look at it, StockX as this, we no longer even know how to define that industry, but it's all the products that we sell because these are all the products that people want.
Yeah, it's interesting. The simple categorizations that had sort of worked before don't seem to work anymore, and that's that's partly because the world has casualized, and the idea of what a valuable item is, what a luxury product is, has changed, and also I think there's been a sort of a rebranding, thanks in part to brands like yours, of the concept of resale, and I think that has changed who buys it, right? I think in the past there was this idea that there was like the eBay customer, and then there was like the customer who bought directly from the luxury brand, and now I think smart people just want to buy a good product at the best possible price, right? And so it's all of that has sort of changed, and so it's interesting because that was all happening, and then we have the coronavirus crisis, which it feels like we've been here for 3 years, but it only started a month ago. So last week, Census Bureau data came out that said that fashion spending on clothing and accessories and shoes had gone down by 50% in the month of March, which is an incredible decline. And it's going to totally reshape the entire world of fashion. But in a strange way, for idiosyncratic reasons, your brand has been a little bit unscathed, right, by all of this. Would you agree?
Yeah, let me ask you this: that stat around 50%, does that include both online and offline?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So a lot of it was a larger proportion of it was in brick and mortar stores for obvious reasons, right?
Right. Where that went to zero overnight, basically. I don't know what the last sort of macro trends were, but I think last year the total online percentage of retail was still only about 25%, right? That we think of online being this sort of ubiquitous part of the retail economy, but there's still so much of brick and mortar. So for brick and mortar to go to zero overnight and there still only be a 50% drop actually makes sense, right? Actually feels like it hasn't dropped nearly as much as it could have. And StockX is a good example of that. Look, we're not completely immune to this because, at the end of the day, the products that we sell are not necessities. We are not selling food. We are not, it's sneakers, it's Louis Vuitton bags, it's Supreme products, but we're 100% online. We have always focused on just accessibility and making it easy for people to buy these products, right? You mentioned the difference before. We used to think of this eBay buyer. Resale used to be a dirty word. Resale used to be a separate category, but the reality was there was so much more work that went into trying to buy something on eBay or trying to buy a pair of sneakers on Craigslist or in Facebook groups or all these different places, where our goal was always just to make it easy, just to make it accessible. And so for us, when we now moved into this post-COVID world, it's still just as easy to buy or sell anything here. And particularly if you are somebody that needed money quickly, it's probably as easy to sell a pair of shoes on StockX as anywhere in the world, because it's the same idea of selling a share of Nike stock, right? When you want to sell a share of stock, you don't list it for sale and take a picture of it and write a description and hope someone comes and buys it. No, you just go to the market and Nike's trading at $70 and you can sell it at $70 whenever you want. So because it's that easy to sell products on StockX, I think that in the beginning was probably a lot of those sellers who decided that they needed money quickly, and that could be, and then you move into those consumers that are at home that want these products that are now as accessible and to make it easy to do that. So look, we're very fortunate to be in that very unique place within the, not only retail, but obviously the luxury market. And we'll see how that continues.
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting that, nobody could have predicted this crisis, and also the way that it's playing out is affecting brands in these very, idiosyncratic ways, right? Like the travel industry has been really affected by it. But then like if you were making like loungewear, you're golden right now. But I do think that it's really, I think that one thing that's really interesting though, is that, you made a very deliberate choice to build your business online and to make, and to sort of like invest heavily in the online infrastructure. And that was already happening. I mean, there was already this idea that brick and mortar was going to go through some sort of really profound change. And in some ways, I think that this crisis is just going to, accelerate that process, right? And so, yeah, I mean, so at this point, the concept of like just doing everything online, it's sort of like your concept is being proven out right now.
Well, and sorry to cut you off, but that point is exactly right. Not only has the core concept been proven out, but what we think the future of StockX is now starting to play out in real time, which is actually working directly with the brands. Right. Mm-hmm. So, to date, we are a secondary market, right? We're connecting buyers and sellers. We're, an evolution of eBay. But the real business is ultimately allowing brands to sell products directly on StockX, for StockX to be a direct consumer tool where we literally call it an IPO, an initial product offering, where brands release products directly into the market, not at a retail price, but let the market set the price. At the end of last year, we actually did a couple of big ones. We did one with Adidas. We did one with Topps, the baseball card company. And for us, we'll start our IPO calendar again, actually in a couple of weeks. And a lot of this stuff was already planned, and we'll continue IPOs through the rest of this year. But the number of those conversations that have been expedited, that have picked back up, that have really been rejuvenated by the COVID situation, as you have these brands that maybe were selling products through brick and mortar. Now they're all looking for additional channels to do that. And with StockX being 100% digital, but also now being the market leader for certain of these product categories, and combined with what we think is the future of the business, these IPOs, that is really, really the focus. And for me personally, what I spend a lot of my time doing these days.
Yeah, and I also think that there's another thing that you mentioned about your business model that sort of insulates it from economic crises, right? And that is that you have a whole market of sellers and you have a market of buyers, and they could be the same people, but maybe not necessarily at the same moment, right? So if you happen to need cash on hand, you're going to be doing all kinds of things now, like thinking about your spending, you're going to do whatever, but you might be clearing out your closet. That might be one way to raise money very quickly, right? And then there's a whole other group of people in the economy now who, as you said, are just like at home and they're scrolling. These are not the same people right now. And so there's some, you're catering to two different sort of audiences, but that might flip in a little while, right? Like, I mean, who knows like how the economy changes. The point is that you have a very fluid and flexible system, which means that you're probably always going to have a buyer and a seller, right?
Yeah, well, most of our buyers, there's some 80-20 rule that accounts for the majority of the sales. You have power buyers like you would in any e-commerce marketplace. But, in our, there's this perception that these are just, these sort of like one-off resellers, that the kid that's waiting in line. But a lot of these are sophisticated businesses, and this is how people pay their bills and how they put their food on the table for their children. Or how they fund their education or whatever that might be. And so their goal is still to continue doing that. So the market might change, prices may go down, but they can then adjust their prices. They're still going to be able to sell that. And then because they are businesses, because they are in this industry, if the prices move so far in one direction, that seller becomes a buyer. And then they switch and say, okay, well, now I have the opportunity to buy this now and to start speculating that I'll be able to sell it more when the economy comes back or when the market moves. But the whole prices on StockX have moved down, but only like tiny bit. In fact, I think it's like only about 3 or 4% on whole. And that it changes various. I mean, a lot of the really hot stuff right before COVID, like the Jordan 5 Off-White, the last one that Virgil had debuted. I mean, that thing has still been skyrocketing straight up. So, it's all supply and demand. And in a lot of cases, that demand is still powerful enough to power through all of this.
Totally. So I'm going to ask you one more question, and then we're going to go to some questions because they're coming through. But yeah, I guess it's really hard. I mean, this has been such an unpredictable situation, and it's really hard to predict the future. But do you have any predictions about how consumer behavior may change over the next couple of months, and and eventually, I don't know when COVID is going to be out of our lives, but whether that's 6 months or a year from now, what do you anticipate about how things are going to be for brands and retailers and consumers after all of this?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, I'm certainly not an economist. I can't pronounce it. We're certainly not an economist. So I don't think any of us can really predict or know, how wide this is going to be and how much it's going to affect the global and the U.S. economy. But all the things we've talked about, they continue to be no matter what, they continue to converge. And like, that's the trend that continues to happen. There's just no way, even when we go back to work, even when we open up the stores, people are still going to spend less time in stores than they did before, right? People are still going to spend less time out than they did before. And so I think all the trends we talked about, convergence of retail and resale, convergence of different brands, and again, what I sort of started with is at the highest level, StockX is just about access. And, ultimately, like, that's all the consumer wants, is they just want the product that they want, and the rest of it starts to become secondary.
Yeah, so I'm gonna flip over to some questions because they've been coming in. A couple of these are just personal. They're about how we're dealing with all of this. So there's one that's for both of us, and that is, how are you handling the situation, and then also being parents, which both of us are. Josh has 2 kids. I have one downstairs. I hope she's still there. And also doing our jobs. And what I would say for me is that I've been very tired. I've been trying to go at it and do my job really well, but I think that there's a lot of sort of psychic, wearing out just from hearing about everything. And so I've just been getting a lot of rest, and I think that that's been really helping me. How about you, Josh?
Before this, I used to travel probably 50 to 75% of the time. And so on one hand, it's nice to see my kids every single day. I feel though that because there's less delineation between work and off work, that I probably work more. And so sometimes I feel like maybe I don't see them enough. They're probably watching this in the other room, which is probably I think some sort of microcosm of the whole thing. But at least I get to see them every single day, which is pretty great. And there used to be, days, sometimes weeks at a time when I was traveling that I didn't get to do that. So that's pretty great.
Yeah, it's like the little blessings in the middle of all of this. So there's another question about communications and how, how to adapt to everything. I know as a journalist, I've had to change my focus a lot. I think that people right now are very, very focused on trying to figure out, what's going on with the crisis. They just people want information. But I'm also very aware that, things are moving very quickly, and that, next week, this might normalize and people might be interested in other forms of information. And so for me as a journalist, it's been about just kind of being proactive and thinking about what, sort of sensing the mood. What about you? I mean, how do you talk about, this is not this is a difficult question, because you're a business, and yet do you address the COVID issue, or do you not, right, with your customers?
Yeah, no, well, we absolutely do. I will say this is just the only answer to this for us is the fact that we have just an unbelievable team. At StockX, there's I forget the exact number, but I think we have over 1,000 team members now, and to have really a phenomenal leadership team, and to have that we can divide and conquer and figure that out, right? We have a phenomenal communications and PR team that can help figure out, how to get the messages that we need to get to our, not only to our customers, but our team members all around the world. I mean, we have 6 authentication centers that are, all around the world. And so, communication is super key, but we're also so fortunate to live in an environment where, we can all be online and have that. Can you imagine if this had been, I think we're all been watching the Last Dance and the Bulls documentary about what life was like in 1997, and just the differences between if we had to go through something like this then.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can have a pretty full life at home. In fact, it might be a bit too full with all the Zoom meetings we have.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I guess I think with the communications thing, I think it's really about being quick on your feet and pivoting quickly. But that also applies to business in general. So are there ways that you might be pivoting based on the current conditions, or or what you're predicting things might happen in the future?
Well, you brought up, earlier around, just funding and businesses that have to work through this environment and the economic environment. And so for us, I wouldn't call it as a pivot as much as it's just a focus, right, is, you know, the whole team has to get just laser focused on the things that are most important, that are most impactful for the business, and to make sure that, you know, look, the business is good now, but there's no guarantee of any of this. You know, everything is up in the air, and just to stay focused on the things that we do well and to not get distracted by a lot of the other things.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's been clear to me is that, you know, there were many businesses that were doing really well before all of this. And just because of the circumstances that nobody could predict, things just went, you know, things just went badly for them, right, over the last month. And who knows how things are going to continue evolving. This is like a fast moving thing. And so as a business leader, I guess you just have to keep doing the things you're doing well. And then, you know, be flexible and get ready to pivot should things, you know, should things evolve. Like right now, we're doing this event you know, digitally. That's pivoting, right? Yeah, and then I guess the other question that a lot of people have has to do with this question of retail. I know that you've built your business primarily online, but you have been aware of how, you know, retail, you know, there was the retail apocalypse with lots of brick and mortar stores, you know, closing, but then there was this kind of emergence of immersive experiences. Like retail was going through an evolution. Do you have a view on that? And do you have a sense of like, do you think that that's going to come back eventually when we come back to normal life?
Well, what's interesting is, you know, we are 100% digital online company, but we have two physical brick and mortar, I hesitate to even call them stores, locations. You know, one is in New York, in Soho, and the other is in London. And for us, those are primarily, they are experience-driven locations. They are for sellers to drop off products they've already sold. They are for, you know, for customer service, for, you know, we don't sell anything in those stores. Yes, obviously retail has changed. Yes, you know, the percentage of businesses that are based primarily 100% on retail has changed, but real estate was not changing. Let's just talk pre-COVID, like real estate was still there. These stores are still there. And so if you're a brand that can leverage these brick and mortar locations and the physical world in order to help your brand, that is a much different situation and a much different ROI looking on whether you should have a location than if you have to rely on 100% of sales coming from that brick and mortar location and compete against online. It has to be an and, it can't be an either or.
And I honestly think that, you know, we're all psychologically in this period where we feel so, you know, so constrained and so stuck. And I think that as soon as it's safe for us to go out, like say they make a vaccine, I think that there's probably going to be a massive bounce back where we're probably going to want to go out more than we were before. And we're going to be looking for any place that we can find community, right? And so in that case, brands are going to have, you know, they're going to have to go back to that playbook of like making their stores a place of, you know, interaction and community. Would you agree?
Or at least socially distant interaction or whatever it looks like, right? When we're 6 feet apart. And that I do agree. Look, you know, I think all of us are frankly just excited to even think about that, you know, these days, which is not always possible. And from a planning standpoint, I mean, we're certainly not planning right now. What does that experience look like at that New York StockX location yet? But frankly, we're pretty excited to get to that point when we can. Right now, it's how do we, you know, move from work from home back into offices? How do we plan that transition? When does that happen? But yeah, eventually it's absolutely the stores as well.
Well, I cannot wait. I can't wait for us to be able to travel again. And then I can't wait to visit your Soho store and check out all of your great kicks. And hopefully you'll have a couple of handbags there for me too. That would be great.
Done. Promise.
It's been really nice talking to you, Josh. Thank you so much for being here.
So I just wanted to come on here really quick, and I thank you both again. But really what I loved about your talk is that you guys were very straightforward to the point. I think a lot of business owners, emerging, medium-sized, bigger companies really needed to hear this perspective from both of you. So I'm so glad that we ended it this way today. So thank you both so much once again for being a part of this.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Bye. Have a great night. Stay safe. So I just want to come on here and finish off the first day of Fashinnovation Worldwide Talks. It surpassed my expectations just in regards to how people really came together, not only to talk to you, but to be a part of a conversation, a worldwide conversation. To have something like this happen in real life when there is no pandemic and we're all face to face, a lot of times the possibilities are not there when it comes to bringing people literally from all over the world into a conversation that's so needed, pandemic or no pandemic. But right now, because of the situation that we're in, these conversations are more important than ever. We at Fashinnovation, honestly, like I said from the very beginning of the day today, first, we have an entire new day tomorrow with incredible leaders once again, but we could not have done this without the support of everybody from Conscious Fashion Campaign, UN Office of Partnerships, who are fully supporting the entire summit with the Sustainable Development Goals, to all of the other partners that we brought on board that are all on our website, to our institutional supporters, to our community, to the brands, to the speakers, to the audience, to our team, to our friends, to our family. This took an army, but so worth it, because I feel like we can take everything from today, from the knowledge to the inspiration, to the words of solidarity, to things in which we can maybe now adapt, not only into our business, but also into our lives. I love how transparent and genuine every single person was today. I think right now, transparency, right now and forever, really, transparency is key. I know that throughout the day, we had a lot of people coming to us and saying, did you know that your backstage is live and people can come in and see people prepping and all of that? Maybe you want to shut it off. But we actually did that on purpose. Transparency is the key number one thing in my eyes when it comes to sustainability. It all goes back to what we're doing with kicking off Fashion Revolution Week. Who made your clothes, wages, transparency on diversity in your company, in your workroom, in the boardroom, to just everything that comes into life. When you're transparent, you can get further and you can go longer. So with all of that being said, Marcelo, my husband, who's also my business partner, would have been here next to me, thanking you all for such an incredible day. But when it comes to the life that we're in right now and just life in general, we're both parents. We have a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old at home. So he had to take care of the kids while I finished this off with all of you. So he also sends the same sentiments for today. We cannot wait to see all of you bright and early tomorrow. We start at 8 a.m. Eastern time, because tomorrow we're kicking off with a panel curated with some incredible leaders based in China, working in the China fashion industry supply chain from A to Z, beauty, fashion. You don't want to miss it. And first thing in the morning, we're also going to be checking in with Jason Naylor, who's out there painting this huge, beautiful mural with the word hope, which right now, that's what I'm coming away from this day with, is hope. So thank you all again so much. Stay blessed and please be safe. Take care of your families, take care of yourselves, and let's help one another. Virtual unity, real action, one heart. Till later. Bye.